Hey guys, quick intro for the intro. We got the whole training together, all like 14 hours, and turns out YouTube doesn't let you upload videos that are longer than 12 hours now. So we're doing a part one of two. This first part one, the one you're watching, congrats, you're in the right spot. It's still going to go chronologically. So you want to start with part one, watch it through before you watch part two. Now, part two, if you're watching this right when we post it, it's going to be down below in the description after 7 days, or the recommended video once you get to the end of this video. Just give us 7 days. We want to kind of space them out, but it's important that you still go through it chronologically. So now that that confusion is out of the way, now that there's not as much clickbait, let's get into the actual intro.
What's up? Welcome to the super long training that's going to teach you mostly everything you need to know to go and try this on your own. How to go and get a 1099 appointment setting or closing work from home sales job. This training is broken up into two main parts and then some sub parts within those. The first part of the training is just purely educational. First, we're going to define the opportunity and talk about transitioning into it. Then we're going to talk about expectation management and some of the honest reality that a lot of other people don't want to share for some reason. And then we're going to deep dive on all the different strategy behind landing these roles, which has always been my bread and butter. I've never been a sales trainer. I've always been the guy that helps people like you get into the best roles. Then we're going to talk about vetting the opportunities because in the commission only space, it's really, really important. And then lastly, in part one, just some bigger picture behind the scenes stuff. That's going to be a bulk of the training, and you should be able to watch that and take it and run and hopefully make some good things happen. Part two of this training is all about the people that have actually gone through everything that I'm about to show you in a streamlined way with our community that we run. We start that out by segmenting together 8 different interviews of 10K or more earnings coming from all different backgrounds, all different people, different parts of the world, in the US, not in the US, English first language, English not first language, sales background, no sales background. So you're going to have full transparent interviews, the good, the bad, and the ugly there. And then I actually at the end included the step-by-step insider process that we go through when we work with these people to get these remote sales jobs. All in all, this is a pretty big training, but there's really just no way that you watch all of it or even a big part of it and don't feel infinitely better and infinitely more confident about approaching this space. In 2021, I was basically in your shoes. I was in sales, but in a different industry. I was doing really well, but I was door to door and I was in Texas and the summers were brutal, but basically all year is the summer when you live in Texas. And I knew I had this skill and I knew that there were more optimal ways to put it to work. But before that, I was the opposite of a sales guy. I was an introvert. I would smoke weed and skateboard all day and not talk to anyone unless they talked to me first. I put that behind me and got into sales because I saw what it could do for me. But then once I had the confidence around the skill set that hard work put in this direction, regardless of you being an introvert, could actually pan out to be something nice, I went to optimize for the next thing, which was that location freedom. And so in 2022, I picked up a part-time remote closing role alongside my roofing sales job. My first month part-time, I did just under 5K, and that gave me the peace of mind to go all in. I had always been put onto like online money. I've tried the e-commerce, copywriting, agencies, all that stuff. And this is the one that I truly think there's so many less variables to go wrong. All you have to know is how to sell and communicate effectively. You sell yourself in the interview, you sell the product once you're in the job, and you get paid. You don't have to know marketing and web design and client fulfillment and all those extra things. I really believe this is like the best online business model. Fast forward to now, I've been running this community for 4 years. We've worked with hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of people. I built and sold a sales agency. I now run a sales media company. Like, this space has so much opportunity and it genuinely changed my entire life. It set me up to do things that I never would have thought possible, set me up to provide in ways I never thought possible. And if I can just share some of that with you watching this and give you some hope and show you kind of the way on how you can start building this snowball, I'd love to do that. So down below, there's going to be some chapters, kind of pick and choose what you want, take some notes. If you ever have questions, you can email me, dylan@serialsales.co, or shoot me a message on whatever social platform. I'm on most of them. And if at any point you decide while you're going through this training that this is fine and dandy, this is awesome, but I want to fast track it, you can go to the first link in the description. That's the community we've been running for a long time. You'll see a bunch of interviews. You'll see a bunch of stuff on how it works. But I'll be honest with you, you don't need it. It just comes down to the time value of money based on the stage of life that you're in, and also factoring in the opportunity cost of doing it slow, doing it fast, it not going right the first time around, or sourcing opportunities. There's a lot of factors, okay? But tons of opportunity in this space. You just have to know what to look for, where to look for it, and how to vet it out. And that's what you're going to learn in this video. So without further ado, let's get into it. So you want to know, what is high ticket sales? You've heard it online, you've seen ads, you got friends who do it, you have a friend who maybe sent you this video because they want you to do it. And you're like, what is high ticket sales, dude? What do you sell? How expensive is it? You probably have a lot of questions, and I have a lot of answers. Thankfully, you clicked on the right video. So in this video, we're going to talk about two different things. One, we're going to talk about the essentials. That's going to be part one. I'm going to give you some context on me. I'm going to tell you about what is high ticket sales, what price point makes it high ticket, what are we selling, where do the leads come from, how are we selling, what are the common roles in pay, who can sell in this industry, and who can't sell in this industry. That's part one. That's going to give you a good pulse on what this even is. Now, part two is the stuff that you might have some questions about, or you might not even know are real considerations, but if you do intend to look into this further, this is going to be worth your time, and I'm going to call it the truth, okay? So that's going to be addressing the reputation of high ticket sales, addressing the pyramid scheme or MLM allegations, talking about if you need to pay somebody to do this, if job placement is real, how to guarantee your success, if it's saturated, do a lot of people fail, how you can land the best jobs, any shortcuts if they exist, and how I can potentially help you make this easier. So I'm going to be moving myself around the screen, but for right now, I think we're good. For context, before we get into it, I'm Dylan. I'm from San Antonio. I now live in Austin. I quit a high-paying sales job right out of school to basically go remote. I had the internet money bug. I recreated a six-figure income within 6 months, working a part-time schedule and just doing some side work in the sales space. That's when I started the Serial Sales Community, which was a $9 per month group chat. Some of that side work was consisting of B2B recruiting, consulting, sales process review, build outs. I was posting on social media. Business owners found it. They wanted help. In 2023, I started a done-for-you sales agency where we basically ran outsourced sales teams for these online businesses. Once we scaled that up, we worked with a handful of offers that went from being an idea in somebody's head, $0 to over $500,000 up to $1 million per month. The agency itself, we scaled from $0 to $700,000 in a month in 2024. Not all profit, a lot of expenses, but there's some profit in there. The community that I run, we changed the model many times and got that to a six-figure per month revenue level. But most importantly, I've worked with over 500 reps one-on-one or in a small group setting to land jobs. So I know what works and what doesn't. And if you think I'm just here making up numbers, if you don't know who I am at all, here's me making close to my old annual salary in the span of 4 minutes. And here's some wire transactions from June and July of last year. This was before the agency. By the way, I sold the agency. I now own this company because of sales. It's a sales media company, not exclusively in the high ticket space, but we have a newsletter, podcast, social accounts, all that. But anyways, here's me in roofing. This was 2022. Why I quit roofing, I was driving too much. It was dangerous. I was hardly selling because I was driving so much. I was location dependent, grueling Texas summers, super hot in those attics. My income was capped by how many places I could drive to, how many appointments, and it was just overall low leverage. I was working at the time the dream job straight out of school, but I knew there was more out there. Fast forward to now, 2023, 24, 25, I've had 3 in-person events here in Austin, Texas, where we've had people fly in from all over the world for a full long weekend event. And if this weren't real, those photos would look less like this and more like an angry mob with torches and pitchforks running after me, right? Or in fact, they probably wouldn't even come down and spend the money to be in Austin, Texas if this weren't what I'm about to tell you it is. But instead, they look like this. That's me and a bunch of guys in the community that I run with their 10K, 20K, and 30K per month trophies. These are just the guys that did not already receive them through the mail and the ones that did come down to Austin for our event. In addition to that, I know you're probably skeptical, so I'm just going to throw it out there. We have this playlist at the time of recording. There's 51 interviews. You can see 51. Full length, I think it's over 15 hours of one-on-one content of people coming in and making this work. Now, getting to the first points, what is high ticket sales and what price point is considered high ticket? And I'm probably going to make myself smaller here so we can be sure to see everything. So what is high ticket sales? Well, high ticket sales, I'm going to really break it down for you here. And my definition might be different than other people's, but this is the way that I see it. And this is the way that I feel good sharing with other people. High ticket sales is a form of contracted remote sales job, traditionally selling to inbound leads for online businesses. We're going to give it some more definition. Other common names are going to be remote closing, remote sales, remote 1099 sales, contracted sales, high ticket sales. Now, what price point is high ticket? The big question. Honestly, I don't really know where this name came from. When I was in roofing, I was selling roofs that were way more expensive than a lot of what is being sold in the high ticket industry. And so if I had to guess, it's a play on the common pricing terms in online marketing of low ticket, mid ticket, which do not require sales calls before a purchase. High ticket typically just implies that it's expensive enough to prompt a conversation before a purchase to make sure there's proper alignment. In my mind, this starts at about $1,500 to $2,000, very commonly between $3 and $10, and while rare, this can exceed $100,000. Now, who are we selling for? You're selling for earlier stage companies that have a bottleneck in their sales process. They have a lead generation mechanism that works, but if they're selling all day, they have no time to run other parts of their business, so this prevents them from scaling. This is why a 1099 sales hire is one of the first, if not the first hire that is made within these bootstrapped businesses. Now, the marketing channel, these companies are typically marketing through easily scalable lead sources. I'm going to say that a couple of times throughout this. There are really two main lead sources for most of these high ticket offers. One is going to be organic content. Two is going to be paid ads. There are some others, but less common depending on the offer type: cold calling, cold email, cold DMs, affiliate partnerships, some others in there too. The common types of businesses that we are selling for, we must be able to hit their ICP, ideal client profile, through one of these scalable channels. And we must be able to charge a price point that allows them to incentivize sales talent properly without coming much out of pocket, and still have profit after to put back into marketing to continue growing. These are cash flow positive businesses without funding rounds, bootstrapped. These businesses can be B2C or B2B. In case you don't know what that is, you can sell to a person or you can sell to a business. Now, where you commonly find these traits is going to be online, remote, high margin, information or service heavy businesses, low cost of goods, coaching, consulting, services, agencies, events, boot camps, communities, masterminds, software. And there's some other ones in there, but this is, a bulk of it for sure. What are we selling? I'm glad you asked. There's three main offer types: DIY, DWI, DFY. Do it yourself, done with you, done for you. Each of these can exist within the previously mentioned business types, B2C and B2B. You are always selling information, resources, access, or a provided service. Example: coaching, consulting, services, the top three from that list I mentioned. Within each of these, there can be DIY, DWI, DFY. Now, as the level of involvement increases from DIY to DFY, the amount of money that you can charge increases. The cost of the problem that you are solving increases. Therefore, the money you can charge increases. Further example, within each of these can be B2C or B2B. Formatting is a little weird on this, but C is customer, B is business. Now, you might be wondering what kind of businesses or what topics. Well, here's a good list. All of these things can be packaged up and sold to somebody, a person or a business, to make them better, more efficient, more profitable, more sustainable, to remove them from this. Really anything under the sun. People are learning every single day about anything under the sun. I could even throw Pokemon cards in here because people are paying to learn how to trade and collect Pokemon cards. Now, further example here. Let's say we're selling fitness. I feel like this is one that's very understandable for the average person. You go to the gym, there's a personal trainer. One day, the personal trainer finds out that they can train clients remote and make a lot more money and do it from home. So they start doing that. Well, this is what that could look like. Coaching. So if we have coaching, do it yourself for a customer, that might look like, hey, download this PDF. It's a fitness and meal plan for you if you want to get a six-pack before summer. This is going to be kind of one size fits all customization. That's DIY. Now, coaching, done with you. This is going to be like custom plans and accountability, maybe a weekly call, maybe looking at your macros, that kind of thing. A little bit more involvement. It's also going to be a little bit more expensive. Then there's a done for you with the customer. That is like, hey, we're going to place your grocery order and make this so easy for you. We're going to order the supplements to your front door. And all you have to do is take photos of this, and we're going to track it for you too in MyFitnessPal. For some of these offers, there does become an overlap between like coaching and consulting, or consulting and services. And so, some of these examples are not going to be super perfect, but for the sake of showing you what I mean, that's what I'm attempting to do here. Now, consulting, done with you, business. When I think consulting, I think more of an expertise, professional, usually more of a business. Coaching is more like traditionally more B2C. Consulting is like you've been somewhere, you've done that, and now you're probably going to get paid more than a coach to solve this problem. Done with you coaching B2B might be something like, hey, you would be working like with trainers, with fitness coaches, weight loss coaches. We will review your fitness business's systems and help optimize. That's super general, but that's an example for sure. Or a service, DIY, this will be like, hey, we will give you this proven sales CRM for your business. Go install it. Here's the CRM. Go do what you need to do with it. Very DIY. That stuff is, they can charge a lot of money, but that stuff is pretty tough if you're on the receiving end of it. Now there's done with you, business to business. We will make you ad creatives every week. You just got to load them up, manage them, put the spend, and watch them. So it's like a hybrid, like we're going to do some of it. And then this one, we are your done for you sales team. You don't think about sales, and notice that's business to business, right? So done for you, business to business. These are the ones that you can charge the most money for, and they're usually going to be the most work. Let's talk about another example. We're going to talk about Airbnb. You guys know if you want to start an Airbnb portfolio, let's say you don't know anybody who does this, where are you going to go? You're going to go to YouTube. You're going to find someone that knows how to do it. If they're good at it, they're probably going to have something to show you how to do it because they're probably a capitalist and they want to make money for the skill they have. You don't go to college to learn Airbnb, okay? And you can do it on your own, but that could be costly. So a lot of times if you work with the right person, you will save money by doing that. And that's an example of something that you can sell to somebody. So we're going to go through like the same iterations, but for Airbnb. Coaching, DIY. Here's a PDF checklist, strictly information, a 15-step before you buy checklist to make sure you don't get screwed on your next property. Very low commitment. Something like this isn't going to be too expensive. You probably don't even need a closer for this. Honestly, DIY is a little bit faded out in the closing space. Most of these offers that are going to be commanding a high price point are going to be done with you or done for you. Anyways, just for the sake of the example, done with you, B2C. We're going to help, we're going to put you in a community. We're going to help you review your deals. We're going to give you ongoing support and weekly calls, and we'll even introduce you to our lender network. Now, they're not the ones that can sign on the property. They're not the ones that can go and furnish the property. They're not going to do all that and list it and manage it, but they're going to help you with some of it. Then there's done for you. We will source your first deal and help you execute. But again, they're not going to sign on it. So like this is where it kind of gets blurred on the done for you, done with you. And then we'll talk about this some more, but the B2C and B2B can get blurred on something like this as well. So consulting, done with you, B2B, portfolio evaluation and savings analysis. We'll make your Airbnb more profitable. You have to implement it, but we'll show you how to do it. It's like a 50-50 kind of deal. Services, DIY, B2B. Here's a proven booking calendar template to increase your conversions by 10%. You go install it. Probably a pretty cheap asset. Services, done with you, B2B. We will teach you how to manage cleaners more efficiently. And maybe we'll even make you a referral to some of these cleaners. So what you'll notice on the DIY versus the DWI, there's like a very clear break in where their job is done and when yours starts. DWI, depending on the niche, the offer, who you're selling it to, it can be a little bit more of a gradual thing. Now, done for you service, we are going to manage your Airbnb portfolio for you. We are a property management company. And this is where you start to see where the lines blur between online high-ticket businesses and just normal businesses. If you can take these online high-ticket skill sets and apply them to normal, old-school, traditional businesses, you will be a very wealthy man. Anyways, here's just some really quick other examples. Some examples of things that could be done for you, done with you. I mean, just anything under the sun, you guys. Don't get too hung up on this right now, but there's definitely some that I would recommend over others. I think we're about to talk about that. So who are we selling to? One, we're selling to consumers. You are selling to individuals who want something they don't have. This can be a skill, talent, hobby, interest, sport, character trait, etc. And there's a few different types of consumers, okay? There's 0 to 1. You're just teaching them how to do something. how to do sales, how to do copywriting. 1 to 10 is how to get better. How to go from 12% body fat to 8% body fat with a six pack. How to go from a kind of profitable trader to a really profitable trader. Or 10 to 100 is how to get to the next level, how to become a world-class competing power lifter. I'm telling you, you can do anything. There's powerlifting coaches out there. I don't think that's news to y'all. How to become a top 1% sales rep and make $30,000 per month. There's like elite performance coaches. Think like Tony Robbins. And then businesses. You are selling to businesses who want something they don't have. This can be related to any function of a business that can become more profitable, more sustainable, faster, or outsourced. Pro tip. B2C versus B2B is not always black and white. We were talking about this a little bit earlier. Sometimes it can be more of a spectrum. Example, Airbnb. On the left end here, you have W2 worker who wants to start. That's definitely B2C. On the far right end, you have someone who's 100 properties under management. We're still talking about Airbnb. And so where is the line drawn? It's a good freaking question. Depends. And even if the line isn't perfectly drawn, it doesn't really matter. You're going to be doing a lot of the same stuff. In the middle here, we have someone who's 3 properties in, but it's a side hustle. And then we have someone who's full-time, but not very successful. Are they B2C? Are they B2B? You can make the argument for both. However, you see this little dotted line here? This is my favorite place to sell because when you get all the way to the low level 0 to 1 B2C, there's a lot more people with a lot less money. When you get all the way to the far end on the B2B, there's a lot less people. They have a lot more money. The sales cycle is going to take a lot longer. Long sales cycles and commission-only sales aren't very good friends. So if you look at these triangles that I made, you can clearly see there's more opportunity in the middle. I'm going to call these people prosumers. I just recently learned this word. I think it's a pretty good representation. Now, where do these leads come from? I told you how. They come from companies with scalable marketing channels, and I told you who, they're consumers or businesses. But what does this actually look like in practice? The company generates and routes the leads directly to you as soon as possible to be progressed through their sales cycle. In most cases, you should not be responsible for generating these leads. That defeats the purpose of the whole commission-only thing. The closer, we're going to talk about roles more in just a minute, but the closer, hopefully you're familiar with that. The leads are booked inbound into your calendar to speak at a future date regarding the product or service you offer. As an appointment setter, there are a lot of different structures on how you can possibly work, but you can be setting interested prospects to speak with a closer. You can be calling, confirming, and qualifying self-bookings, people who booked without an appointment setter. You can set people who inquired but missed their meeting. You basically no-shows. You can set leads who fell off. Maybe they had the meeting 6 months ago, never heard from them, call them up, set them again. Set leads who inquired on a similar product. Maybe you have a cheaper product and you talk to them about the more expensive one. You can call and confirm day of calls, etc. In short, these companies are always trying to generate more leads without sacrificing lead quality. That is the name of the game. Because they are inbound, interested, and qualified, this is an easy-ish opportunity for a skilled salesperson to close and earn. Now, unique circumstances, there are some outbound roles. They're usually pretty bad. The good ones will give you a base pay or a more creative pay structure that justifies outbound efforts. However, I would avoid outbound in the high-ticket sales industry. There's just way too many good inbound roles for you to be doing outbound. Hey, quick break in the free training here to tell you about the serial sales community. If you're watching this, there is no doubt, you cannot deny that you're interested in a 1099 work from home remote sales job. This could be setting, it could be closing, kind of depends where you're starting from. Well, the serial sales community, the business that I started in August of 2022, we help people do that. We post jobs, we work with y'all one-on-one to get to the point of being ready to apply, to be positioned correct in the marketplace, and we give you the support and the accountability to make it all happen. We help do due diligence on roles. We've got calls every single day. It's a pretty awesome product. I put my first and last name on it, blasted everywhere, and we've had, a lot of great results come through. We're currently on the road to 100 $10,000 per month testimonial videos, which you can see in the community member playlist interview thing that I got. But yeah, I stand behind the product and I think you should go down below to the first link to check it out if you're in the ballpark for your first or next remote work from home sales job. Now, how are we selling? Common structures, there's really 2, 1 call close or 2 call close. Most fall into the 1 call close if the price is higher and there is more on the line, B2B, maybe decision makers, 2 call can be more common. Here's an example of a 1 call close. This is a YouTube video on my channel. Go check out my education playlist after this if you haven't. I have a ton of stuff, like 50 something videos. Selling style. Everybody has their own style. There are many that work, but most teams have a preference and they'll train you on that. Most styles are crafted to promote urgency, hence the 1 or 2 call close. Most calls should be booked with this as the expectation on the prospect's end and the closer's end. Common roles in pay. Phone appointment setter. This is a more entry-level position. Shorter conversations, less demanding conversations. Quantity is kind of more important than quality. While quality is important, but more important how many people you call, how fast you call them, than how well you call them. You're selling a free meeting, not something with a price tag. This is usually the first or second hire to the sales team, depending on the skill sets of the business owner. Then closer. Everybody has their own style. There are many that work. Most teams have a preference and they'll train you on that. I'm just realizing, guys, I didn't customize this bullet point. All right, let me back this out. Let's pretend it was customized. It's a late night. This is not the more entry-level position. This is usually where some experience has been had. These are longer, more meaningful conversations. Quality is definitely more important than quantity. You need to be more skilled because you're asking for money, probably a lot. And this could also be the first or second hire to the sales team, depending on, again, the strengths or weaknesses or the needs of the business and the business owner. Let's talk about pay for the appointment setter. 5% commission is standard, down to 2% on expensive or high volume offers, up to 10% on less expensive offers or lower volume. 4 to 6K per month is pretty standard. 5 to 8 is not unlikely. 8 to 12 is if you're on a good offer and you perform. And 12K plus is for a great offer. These numbers are all possible, but less likely with part-time. You guys can choose to believe me or not, but I know someone personally that made $30,000 in a month as an appointment setter about 2 months ago. So I just want to let you know that that's out there. You can also make $0 in a month as an appointment setter. Closer pay. 10 is standard, down to 7 on expensive or high volume offers, or sometimes more reputable offers that drive a lot of qualified or warm leads. Up to 20 on high margin or cheaper offers, or just offers with colder lead flow. 5 to 8K a month is pretty standard for a good role. 7 to 12 is not unlikely. 12 to 20 is standard for like a good offer with good performance, and 20K for a great offer. Same thing with the part-time. It's possible, makes it more unlikely. I know someone who's made over $80,000 in a month as a closer. So 30,000 as a setter, 80,000 as a closer. For both of those, I know a lot of people who have made 0. It's important you know that. Now let's talk about there's 2 other roles. The setting and closing are the 2 most common, but there's 2 others. One is DM appointment setting. Maybe you've heard of it, but you are responsible for all the same outcomes as a phone setter, but just through text and typically on a social platform like Instagram. Often the most flexible role in the high ticket sales niche where you can make good money. They should still be driving inbound leads and you should be using their account, not yours. Never use yours. Not all teams offer this. Some do, and is the easiest one to stack alongside a normal job if you have to work in person or something like that. The next one, sales management. You are responsible for the sales team's overall performance in addition to communication with other departments of the business. This role is typically the evolution beyond closer, despite the best closers not always being the best sales managers. You will oftentimes make more as a top closer than a sales manager, and these are usually found in later stage teams. Not all teams have sales managers. DM appointment setting pay is pretty common in terms of percentages to the phone setting, except I would say the earnings are just slightly lower on average. So check out these numbers here, slightly lower. I've probably seen people be in the 12 to 15 range on DMs. I've also seen a lot of people make 0. So again, it's possible part-time, but sales management, a little bit different. 5% commission is pretty standard. Sometimes there's more base pay in there, sometimes some incentives. Down to 3% on some offers, up to 10 on others. 5 to 8K a month is pretty standard. 8 to 12 is not unlikely. 10 to 15 on a good offer. 15K on a great offer. I don't know any sales managers that are just strictly sales managers and not agency owners that have made $80,000 in a month. I know some that have done over 30 though, and some that have done 0. Who can sell in this industry? Anybody. You can. As long as you have time, English, and Wi-Fi, those are the only 3 things that without a doubt, if you don't have them, you cannot do this. Sales experience, don't need it, but it does make it easier. You can sell across country lines, work while you travel. You just need to manage your expectations on how fast you can hit certain numbers based on where you're starting and what the comp looks like at that level. Comp being competition, not compensation. Who can't sell in this industry? I just told you, people who do not speak English, It's not impossible, but very hard. Probably not worth it. There are people who sell in Spanish. No Wi-Fi. How are you supposed to do anything? How are you even watching this video if you don't have Wi-Fi? No time. If you don't want it bad enough to find time, then don't do it. And that's going to be part one, you guys, the essentials. Little intermission here. If you just want to know what high ticket sales is, hopefully you have a better idea. You can sell anything online where they drive inbound leads, probably through social media or paid ads over any interest, hobby, topic, skill, service, whatever. You can sell it to the consumers, the businesses. It's a very fast growing market. You've probably seen people like Alex Hormozi, Iman Gadzhi, companies like WAP, School. It is the future. People hate college. People hate 9-to-5s. People hate golden handcuffs. Everyone wants to do their own thing. The internet makes that possible. So high ticket sales, it is real. It is legit. But we're about to get into some good stuff, you guys. Drum roll, please. Make me small again. We're going to get into part two, the truth, the stuff that nobody else is going to tell you. Here's a recap of the truth, what we're about to cover. We're going to talk about the overall reputation of high ticket sales. We're going to address the pyramid scheme and MLM allegations. You're going to find out if you need to pay someone to do this. Is job placement real? How do you guarantee success? Is it saturated? Do a lot of people fail? How do I land the best jobs? Are there any shortcuts? How can I help you do this? Let's talk about the reputation. I don't know how you got to this video. If this is the first you're hearing of high ticket sales, if so, I'm glad this is your starting point. If not, you might have a positive idea, you might have negative on it, or you might not have any idea. Just like anything, there's people who love it, there's people who hate it, there's people that don't know about it. Most people who are not in it themselves either don't know about it or hate it because of the way they see it portrayed online. The Miami balcony dudes, Lambos, watches, stupid expensive restaurants, clubs, all that dumb shit. Or they hate it, they're extremely skeptical because people like to promise crazy stuff to sell a course like a guaranteed placement or 10K per month in 90 days. These things are not only unlikely, but mildly illegal to offer to somebody without a track record of them being legit, especially promising income. Nobody can get that income for you. We'll talk about that more in a bit. So is the hate and the skepticism justified? Yeah, it is. Because there are a few players that smear the reputation of the entire industry. It makes sense why people see it the way that they do. I would as well. Same with insurance, solar, pest, real estate, tech, medical equipment, and cars. Any sales industry, you can find negative stuff about that too. So if it's justified, should I do it? Well, I can't tell you if this is going to work for you or not, but there is a legitimate opportunity for the people that can get through the noise and get to the right gig. So if you approach this industry with realistic expectations, you can make some pretty solid stuff happen. If you can find something quality to sell, which is another component of this, you don't want to sell anything that's not legit, doesn't make you feel good and warm and fuzzy inside. This can be one of the best uses for your sales ability that you will find, and I stand behind that. For the people in it, it's very common to be sold a dream by some kid who learned how to sell, hit a 10K month, and realize that if he just learned a scalable marketing channel and kept selling, but for himself, he can potentially make a lot more money. And unfortunately, many of these kids are so blinded by the quick money that this is usually short-lived because fulfillment falls apart, then they disappear back into the shadows. The root of the problem is people oversell the opportunity to people regardless of their background or likely outcome. Just like any sales job, you can make a lot of money doing it, but there can only be so many people at the top, and this goes for any industry. We get to talk about the fun stuff. Is high ticket sales a pyramid scheme or a multi-level marketing company? Let's talk about pyramid scheme. Short answer, no. ChatGPT tells me a pyramid scheme is a scam where people earn money mainly by recruiting others and not selling real products. You pay to join with the promise of high returns. You're told you'll earn money by recruiting others to join under you. Those recruits must also bring in new people to keep the system going. Eventually, the structure collapses because there aren't enough new recruits to sustain payouts. There's no legitimate product or service generating real revenue, just money flowing upwards from new members to old ones. When growth stops, this dies. Before we talk about that, if you come into this industry and you sell a fitness coaching program to people who need to get in better shape, they're giving you money, you're earning a commission, and they're going to get in better shape. That is not an MLM. That is not a pyramid scheme. A little bit more on this in a sec. Let's talk about MLM. Honestly, guys, these things are very similar. Definition from ChatGPT is a legal model where salespeople earn from their own sales and their recruit sales. The short answer is no, this is not not that. Unless you think sales management is an MLM, then you'll have a bone to pick with every industry that has a sales manager, VP of sales, or CRO. Now, here's something important to note, guys. There are both pyramid schemes and MLMs that look similar to high-ticket businesses, similar marketing channels, social content, allure, promises, but there is a difference in the way money is made by the members and the employees. If you've ever heard the saying, a square can be a rectangle, but a rectangle cannot be a square, that kind of exists here. The premise of high-ticket sales could hypothetically be a pyramid scheme, but high ticket sales in and of itself is not a pyramid scheme or an MLM. Like you can make a pyramid scheme or an MLM for any business. Common ones are like, insurance, financial services, stuff like that. But let's talk about the one that's like more similar, I feel like, which is the pyramid scheme. There are a few instances where people may claim high ticket sales looks like a pyramid scheme. So sales reps sell training or programs for others to do the same. Some sell training without actively doing it themselves, and a few recruit people to sell under them rather than serve clients. So high ticket sales, in my opinion, is not a pyramid scheme because you earn from selling actual products and services, not from just recruiting people with money that then goes to a pool. They are exchanging money for a product or service. You are earning a commission on the money. They are getting a service in exchange. You are not getting paid from their money, and then they need to go get other people to bring money in order for them to get paid. Some of these offers, they're not even money related. Goods being exchanged is what fund the business, not recruiting. Unless you're a recruiting business, even then, that's not a pyramid scheme. Growth comes from results and reputation, not constant new signups. There are definitely a few guys, and like I said, square can be a rectangle, rectangle can't be a square. There's definitely a few that toe the line. So just be sure to do your due diligence if you ever decide to work with someone in this space. The biggest red flag in my mind would be, do they charge people money to then come and do the same for the people under them? Like, so you charge someone to join a program. Then when they get in the program, they literally paid so that they could sell your program to other people and then just forever make potentially like residuals off the people that they bring in and just pyramid. That is not what this is. Great next topic here. Do I have to pay someone to do this? Just finding out, I think I wrote over some of my slides or I deleted it again late night. Before I get into the continued, the short answer is no. You do not have to pay someone to do this. You can go to the open market, find these jobs, apply just like everybody else. However, there are pros to paying someone who knows what they're doing to work with them. That is the same in any industry ever. You want to go learn how to do Airbnb instead of wasting your money and wasting your time and potentially making $0 because that's what a failure is in that space and this one. There are benefits to working with people. So if you don't need to, why do people do it? Well, besides some people doing it because they've been sold the idea that it is possible without. Jobs come inbound to you through some form of chat or channel. You get alongside others who are also going through the same process or have gone through it. You get support, guidance, reassurance when needed. You get help performing due diligence on roles, which are costly if bad, even zero. I've already told you that. You get to cut the learning curve down tremendously. You get to create an insurance policy of a network for rainy day offers should something happen to yours versus going back to the open market and crossing your fingers. You get to have a direct ongoing contact with people who know this industry better than you. You get to leverage the name on your resume or interviews to increase odds of whatever trainings or programs you're in. You get to learn from other members on things both good and bad. You get to have fun with cool people. You get to not be a lone wolf. And you get to overall just increase your odds of success by stacking all of this in your favor. If there were two realities and one of them you have all of this and one of them you have none of this, which of those do you think is going to get you where you want to be faster? And which of those is going to make this a more for sure thing? Not guaranteed. Nothing's guaranteed. Which one would it be unreasonable to not get what you want? Think about that and get back to me. Is job placement real? Rarely and not at scale. A job placement implies that the person performing it has hiring say on enough teams to force them to hire you. I know the biggest names in this space on both sides of placement, the sales trainers and the businesses. It's just not true at scale, and certainly not for an extended period of time. An intro is not a job placement. A group chat, no. An interview, no. The odds that each of their students are the perfect fit for a company that they have hiring say for is slim to none. Square peg in a round hole situation. I have a whole video on this. How do I know? I've done placement without it being guaranteed. So I've charged people to join the community I run, then I've gone and charged for recruiting services, and oftentimes they weren't the same people that were coming in to meet in the middle. Again, I have a whole video on this. Underrated, only 450 views, but it's 2 years old. All of this is still true. You guys have probably heard this saying, right? Give a man a fish, You feed them for a day, teach a man to fish, and you feed them for life. This is the same premise as job placement. When your parents taught you this lesson, it wasn't to just get the fish from the man that's handing out fish. It was to go learn how to fish, right? So why does that change in this industry? Especially for people that are supposed to be driven and competitive. Why are you looking for a handout? Don't be lazy and put your success in somebody else's hands. Now, how do I guarantee success? Shocker, you don't. Nothing in life is guaranteed, even you waking up tomorrow, not guaranteed. Your best shot at this is by controlling what you can control. Keep going when it gets hard, make changes when you fall short, iterate and stay consistent. Now, this is not rocket science, guys. It's 2025. A sales job on the internet should not be very far-fetched. There are only so many things you can mess up. This is far easier than starting a business. You only have to learn sales and that's it. Sell yourself, sell to others. Marketing agency, you got to learn marketing, you got to learn sales, you got to learn web design, you got to learn copy, you got to learn operations, you got to learn hiring, recruiting. Dude, screw that. Learn sales, sell yourself, then go sell for others. So much easier. And honestly, not even to mention, you'll probably make more money in sales than with a marketing agency. If we're just looking at the stats across the board. Agencies and other businesses have this thing called cost of goods. Salespeople do not have that. What you make is typically 100% profit. Can someone else guarantee me success? Hell no. Nobody will ever care more about your own success than you will. And that's why I say if you don't care, if you don't want it, then don't even try. A verbal or paper guarantee means nothing unless one party is willing to pursue wrongful action or inaction. There's many reasons why this is the case, but we are not talking about that in this video. Nobody can apply for you. Nobody can interview for you. Nobody can train for you. Nobody can sell for you. How can they guarantee you anything? Is it saturated? At the bottom, yes, there is no shortage of lazy people who want handouts, people who are sold the dream of this being an easy $20K a month from the beach with a margarita. There's never any shortage of unskilled labor in any market ever. At the top, or at least further from the bottom, no, there's always room for competitors. Just like sports, sales is similar to sports if you aren't familiar. The middle can do well, but the top makes a killing. If you are not competitive, this may not be the right option for you. There are less people at the top, but the competition is more fierce. And I will say, generally speaking, 70 to 80% of all the people in high ticket sales are in that have never done anything category, never had a job, never had any real results. So if you can get past that, it gets a lot easier, even if the competition is more fierce because there's a lot of opportunity. I've been seeing it a lot lately. People can't find good, high quality sales reps. They can find appointment setters, they can't find good closers. So here's how you win. You gain leverage from every unique experience that you have that others don't as it may pertain to sales. If and only if you know how to articulate why that creates separation between you and the rest, will it work? There are three main criteria that you'll compete against others on. One is sheer amounts of sales experience regardless of the industry. Two is high ticket sales industry experience and or results. Three is unique niche experience like Airbnb, fitness, lead generation. The silent fourth category is who you know. And as you gain experience in any of these categories, you become more qualified than others. So you just got to learn how to present that. Do a lot of people fail? I think you know where I'm going with this. Yes, most people fail at sales, regardless of the industry. How many people do you know that used to be in sales? And how many people do you know that used to be in commission-only sales? High ticket sales is not guaranteed. It's not easy, but it can yield outcomes that are hard to find in other places if you can problem solve long enough. You must be ready to compete, eat what you kill, or you don't eat at all. Some people love that. Some people hate it. How do I land the best jobs? The best jobs will always come through who you know, personal connection, or an exclusive group of some sort that shares roles. You can land quality jobs without this, but you're fighting an uphill battle. If you can manage to apply faster than others, which is going to be rare, you likely won't have as good of a presentation or preparation for this industry compared to someone who's been working on that specifically. Besides that, they'll traditionally come from recruiters and agencies. They're not on LinkedIn, they're not on Indeed, not on Glassdoor. There's a few over there on LinkedIn, but man, your best bet's going to be go look at free Facebook groups if you're not really connected to people who have access like this.
If you clicked on this video, you're probably contemplating getting into high ticket sales. Really quick, to define high ticket sales, I'm talking about 1099 remote sales jobs, usually either setting appointments or closing the appointments. This can be a super lucrative opportunity, especially if you have sales experience, just as any other 1099 sales job is. Think solar, pest control, insurance. There's people in all of these industries, including the high ticket industry, making a lot of money really fast. It's not always the case, but you see these kids go out for the summer, knock doors, come home with 70 grand. Life-changing. You can do that in high ticket sales too. It's not as summer dependent or season dependent, but you can sprint to get to a lot of money if you get into the right opportunity in high ticket sales. Now, that being said, while there's super high upside, there can also be super high or super low downside, let's call it. And for that reason, I do not think this is for everybody. And in this video, I'm going to share exactly who I do not think this is for. So the very first thing that comes to mind when you're considering high ticket sales, where maybe it's not for you, is if you have a lot of overhead in your personal life. Now that can look a lot of different ways for everybody. If you have a family that fully relies on you financially to survive, that right there is a serious consideration for any 1099 sales job. In 1099 sales jobs, their best case scenario is the sky. You can make however much. Worst case scenario is zero. And not just zero, it's actually negative because you can waste time in the wrong roles. And time is money, especially when you're used to earning money. So if you have people that rely on you financially, you have overhead, you have a lot of overhead, you have a big mortgage payment, you got car payments, you have mouths to feed. My best recommendation, everyone's situation is different. Look at how much money you have saved up. Look at how much time you're currently spending doing what you're doing. Look at how much money that's bringing you in. Assess the situation and act accordingly. Yes, you can do this part-time. Yes, you can start in the DMs, which is more flexible than phone setting or phone or remote closing through Zoom. That is the most common one, I would say, is you have a lot of expenses. 1099 sales, once you get going, can be completely fine. In the beginning, it can be bumpy. The next thing, I won't elaborate too much on this one because I don't think it applies to a lot of you guys, but if your English is not good, you're going to have a more difficult time, both written and spoken English. If it's not good, you're going to have a more difficult time. Now, if your English is good, but you have a really thick accent, I'll be honest, it depends on how thick the accent is and what kind of accent we're talking about. A lot of these companies are US based. There's tons of people in the US with accents. That's completely fine. If you have one of those accents though that nobody can understand or hardly anybody can understand, it's a struggle in your day-to-day life. It's going to be a struggle on sales calls and sales conversations. My advice to you, practice, get better, or just go try something else. The third thing I would say, building on the first thing, if you are looking for stability, if you're assessing opportunities by top pieces of criteria, and one of those top pieces of criteria is stability for one reason or another, just go get a 9-to-5. Go get a job where you have a base pay and an hourly salary. Yes, once you break in, once you get going, this can be stable. But if someone's going to tell you that this is the most stable option, this is a really viable, stable option, dude, if we're just being real, in the grand scheme of things, 1099 remote sales jobs are some of the most unstable jobs. And that's okay because of the upside if you're in the right position to take that on. If you're in a position where it's like, dude, I need to take home at least $8,000 per month or I'm freaking screwed, you can get there, absolutely, but you're probably not going to start there. At least most people don't. Here's another thing. Number 4, just like any kind of sales job, honestly, but if you don't have a good level of self-accountability and discipline, and you need someone to be micromanaging you and looking at your stuff every single day. One of the beautiful things about remote high-ticket sales is the autonomy that can come with it in the right opportunity. Now, again, if you're the person that can't handle that, you're going to struggle because these teams aren't having daily morning meetings. Some of them will, not all of them. Most of them don't. You're remote. There's no pressure from being in office where you see everyone working, so then you want to work. You could lay in your bed all day and it's not going to be a problem until they realize that you're doing that, and then you're fired. So if you have a problem doing what you know you need to do, you need a little bit more support in doing that. 1099 remote high ticket sales, maybe not for you. Here's another good one that I see sometimes. If you're looking for a lottery ticket, well, after building in this space a little bit, you can get to really, really good earning months. Coming into high ticket sales and expecting to make $30,000 in your first month is ludicrous. That's right, I said it, ludicrous. Has it happened before? Absolutely, yes. Super rare. 30,000 in your first month, super rare, but let's just say 10,000 your first month. If you're coming into this and you're like, dude, I'm only gonna do this, this is only gonna be worth my time if I make 10,000 in my first month, just go do something else. And anybody who guarantees that to you, they guarantee a job placement into this where you're gonna make this much money, and it's a lot of money, fraudulent. The guaranteed placement stuff, actually, that brings us into the next one.
I caught you red-handed looking for your first or next 1099 remote appointment setting or closing job. Good news for you, I shared over 7,000 in the last 12 months inside the serial sales community. So that's the business that I've been running since 2022 that I'm still insanely involved in, but have brought in also a lot of team to help you get your result, which is go from where you're at, maybe in sales, maybe not in sales, to having an opportunity in this industry to give you a legitimate part-time or full-time income should you perform, okay? We're really good at this. We've done it with a lot of people. We have a lot of case studies. You'll be able to see those in our interview playlist on my YouTube channel. And we do everything A through Z, from meeting you where you're at, giving you a custom roadmap, redoing your resumes, your Loom introductions. We do application tracking. We do due diligence on these offers. We talk interviews, everything that you could need to make this happen. Our intention with the whole way that this is lined up is to make it hard for you to fail. So if you're looking for your first or next remote 1099 sales job and you want to do it alongside people that have not only done it before, but a community of people that are invested into this just as much as yourself, go down below, first link in the description, check it out, talk to our team, back to the training.
Guaranteed placement. If you're coming into this looking for a guaranteed placement, that's tough, man. That's really tough as a business owner. A lot of times it looks like them putting a square peg in a round hole. How many of those relationships actually go on to last and be fruitful for both parties? Super rare. There's a lot of people who offer guaranteed placement, but it's contingent on some crazy stuff. I've tried it before. I've done it successfully in some cases, unsuccessfully in many others. So if you're coming into the high ticket industry and expecting someone to do all the work for you and expect them to care more than you do about your own future, ludicrous. Here's another thing. If you're currently working a job or you currently have commitments that take up a majority of your working hours Monday through Friday, or you're working 60 hours in a job that you can't step away from, the interview and application process in this industry takes time, obviously, just like any industry. But if you're in a position where it's like, I can't quit this job, but I want to do this on the side, DM setting is going to be your best option. But to be a phone setter, to be a remote closer that takes Zoom calls or Google Meet calls, you have to have time to do that. And if you work 9 a.m. to 7 p.m., that is going to be tough. Yes, there's teams that look for talent in the evenings. There's teams that look for talent on the weekends. But it is so much easier if you can give regular working hours to these companies to get hired. So much easier. Piggybacking off of that, another reason, I forgot what number we're on. If you're expecting the laptop on the beach lifestyle, get lost, man. It can be that again, but we're looking at top 1% of cases that are like that, where you genuinely take 1 or 2 calls per day on the beach and you make $10,000 per month. These are sales jobs. If you've ever been in a sales job, they take work, they take time, effort, dedication, and there are absolutely roles out there where you work not that much and you make a lot, but you're not going to start there. And there's no guarantee that you ever get there. So you have to be willing to work. You have to be willing to outwork people. If you're looking for some sort of like laptop on the beach lifestyle thing, a sales job is probably not for you. Have you guys ever taken a call outside in the summer when it's hot outside? How long does your laptop last? I've actually seen people in the middle of summer, man, at the apartment pool, midday, 90, 95 degrees, 100 degrees, in the pool with the laptop on the side. Dude, that laptop's gonna overheat in 15 minutes. Cut that shit out. It's corny. So it takes work, you guys. Don't get into this if you're looking for something to put in super little work and get a ton out of it. I think this will be the last one. We've talked about work, we've talked about hours. I'm letting you guys know this is not some infinite money glitch lottery ticket deal. But if you do not have the mindset of figuring shit out when it needs to be figured out, in any sales job, you're gonna struggle. Why you always see these huge entrepreneurs attribute so much of their success to getting into sales or learning sales at the ground level is because sales is genuinely one of the best stepping stones into entrepreneurship. Why is that? Because there's the accountability component. You're dealing with customers. You're dealing with the rest of your internal team. You're on the front lines. You're seeing what the marketing's doing. You're really getting a pulse on the product, what you're selling, how the people feel about it, everything. So if you can't think, act, or speak like an entrepreneur who gets shit done, who handles their own business, sales is probably going to be hard for you, but 1099 sales, even harder. The best people I know in this industry take matters into their own hands, always. That's how they close deals. That's how they get promoted. That's how they get into better and better and better opportunities and make more money. They take initiative. If you can't take initiative, go be in marketing or something. I think that's where we're going to wrap up the video. You guys, some of those reasons overlapped 100%. Remote high ticket sales is a great option for you if it's a great option for you. Just being real, most people are not cut out to succeed in this. It is marketed far and wide as the best business model ever. And I do stand by the fact that if you are looking for an opportunity to excel your income and gain leverage and make something of yourself, this is a good field to do it in. But a lot of people will tell you all that, but they don't tell you about the downside. They don't tell you about the ugly stuff. They let you go and figure that out for yourself. And then when you go back to them and you're like, what the hell, dude? You didn't tell me about that. They're like, sorry. How's your guaranteed placement? Oh, they fired you? That sucks, man. Good luck. So sales changed my life. Getting into 100% commission-based sales changed my life, dude. I was able to make my first 6 figures and beyond at a really young age, earlier than a lot of the people that I know. And I was able to build upon that and do some of the things that I told you about earlier in the video. With this industry, sales training doesn't get you hired. I have tons of videos on that. I don't care if you did 1 hour or 100 hours of sales training. If you're not the best candidate, you're not getting hired. I don't care how many role plays you did, how much you spent on courses. If you're not the best candidate, you're not getting hired. If you're not one of the first applicants, your chances are going severely down. If your resume is ass, you are getting skipped. Focusing on what it takes to actually get the job is what gets you jobs, and having proximity to those jobs. Now,
all right, you're watching this video because maybe you're on the fence of going into 1099, or maybe you're 1099, you're on the fence of going to W-2 sales, and you want to know, where do things actually differentiate based on what I prefer? Is there a better path for me? Are there things that I need to be aware of before I choose one or the other? And ultimately, which one's going to get me ahead faster? Now, I've been a W-2 sales rep, made a lot of money on that side. I've also made a lot on the 1099 side. Currently, I am in the 1099 space working with people who are also in that space, but I'm going to try to give you an unsolicited breakdown of what the pros and cons are of each side, because more than I'm an advocate of being a 1099 sales rep, I'm an advocate of people changing their lives with sales. So this quick presentation, I'm going to break down some of the numbers. Taxes is the real factor that changes the numbers here. And then some of the just kind of personal preferences and reasons you may want to consider one side or the other. Now, before I get into this, you guys, I am not a tax professional. I'm not a CPA. You should have your own CPA. If you don't, if you go to the first link in the description, you can use our partner that our community guys use. They take care of all the 1099 tax stuff. Don't take what I say as law, because I'm an individual who hires a professional just like you should. This is just what I've learned through the years filing on both sides. So first and foremost, guys, they're both good. Okay, both of these options are better than most other options out there that are not sales. On the W-2 side, you're going to get a lot of benefits. You're going to get your taxes automatically withheld. You probably might get benefits, unemployment, workers' comp, employer pays half of your FICA taxes, lower audit risks, and equity upside. However, in 1099 land, you get to take advantage of tax deductions, self-employed health insurance, QBI deduction, which we'll talk a little bit more about, S-Corp election, where the real differences are made, retirement leverage when it comes to contributing to retirement accounts, and generally you're a little bit less capped on what you can make. When we get into the 1099 side of things, deductions are a big part of the picture. How do we lower our taxable income? And one of the easiest, lowest hanging fruit is going to be deductions. So if you work from home, just like I have this office here, I can write this off against my taxable income. Any kind of software or tech, health insurance, vehicle, if you're using your own vehicle, training and coaching. So like we run a sales community that works with people to land these 1099 jobs. It is a write-off. Retirement contributions, your phone, if you're using it for sales, business, meal and travels, and the QBI deduction. The QBI, or the qualified business income deduction, is going to let you deduct up to 20% of qualified business income from your federal income taxes. When you're making a lot of money, that can be a lot of money. And if you are 1099, the S-Corp election is pretty much the make or break. If you're not taking advantage of the S-Corp election and you're in a status that would qualify you to do so, you're literally 1099 for no reason. You're hustling backwards. If you are in the ballpark of 80 to 100K, I've been told even 60K works. S-Corp is going to basically save you a fair amount on your taxes. As long as you pay yourself a reasonable W-2 salary, you can take the rest of your business income as distributions which are not subject to self-employment tax. So let's just say you make $200,000 as a sales rep. This structure is going to save you 10 to 15 grand in payroll taxes alone. That adds up over time. So which one is for you? Well, if you want predictability and built-in benefits early in your career and you need more structure, if you have a family relying on consistent income and group health insurance, if you're not very disciplined with your money or tax planning, and if you're at a company with meaningful equity upside, W-2 could be for you. The 1099, on the other hand, if you're a top performer who's always getting capped, that was my experience. That's why I was interested in the 1099 stuff. If you want more geographic and time freedom, technically as a contractor, nobody can tell you when to work or how to work, just the deliverable that needs to get done. If you can handle some income volatility, if you're going to use the deductions, because if you don't use any of the deductions, you are 1099 and playing the risky path for no reason. If you plan to eventually start your own thing, this is an easy stepping stone. And if you do have someone such as a spouse that has health insurance, it makes it a lot easier. Can I be honest with you? Watching a 15-hour free training is useful, and I hope you can take things away from this, but what happens after you watch it? You're not going to have access to the jobs unless you want to send cold DMs, which, be my guest, it kind of sucks. I'll just let you know that ahead of time. You're not going to have access to the jobs. You're not going to have access to me. You're not going to have access to other people who are having success with this. No access to a team, no access to live call support, no access to anything. You're going to be solo. Flying solo in a performance-based industry is really, really hard. So it's already hard enough to find the jobs. Well, why don't you just let somebody source them for you, do due diligence, and then help you once you're in the roles to make sure that you're not getting the workaround in this role, to make sure that you're actually in a vehicle that's going to serve you. And that's what the serial sales community does. And so if you're watching this training, I take it you're interested in landing one of these remote sales jobs. Our community basically fast tracks the result that you're going to get. Well, actually, the odds are higher with us in your corner, but the results that you want to get, we're fast tracking it. We're making them more certain, eliminating a lot of the guesswork, and honestly, just making it easier for you. So if you're interested in making it easier, because you've already decided you want this, you're watching the training, but you want to make it easier, go down to the first link in the description, check out that page, check out all the information about what we do, how it works. Since 2022, we've been doing it. We're really good at it, and we'd love to help you. So go down below, check it out, talk to the team. Now back to the training. Now, comparing the two at face value is not going to give you the full picture, and that's what a lot of people do. That's why I'm kind of making this video. Here's a quick breakdown on how some of these numbers are going to start to stack up on both sides. Let's say you get 150K base W-2, 25K a year worth of benefits, and employer is going to pay your FICA taxes. Effectively, your package is 186K with simplicity, predictability, and unemployment safety net. Scenario B is a 1099 equivalent. You're going to make a little bit more. You're going to pay for your own health insurance if you want it. I mean, if you're young, you might be on your parents. You might have, a spouse who's going to already have that. There's ways around this. You might use the second link in the description. I think it's a free trial or a really discounted rate. That's what I've been using. You are going to pay your 15.3% self-employment, whereas over here you only pay 7.65. Now, if you file as S Corp, which again, if you're going to do this, you should file as S Corp, that gets cut in two. We're also not taking into account retirement deduction. This is where 1099 pulls ahead. With the right structure in place, a 1099 rep making 200K is going to take home 20 to 40K more annually, taking advantage of all the stuff that we're talking about here. The big difference maker here, guys, is not income. It is taxable income. So if you make 200K as a W-2 rep, your taxable income is 200K. If you make 200K without any S Corp, just 1099, your taxable income is 163. And if you do so optimized through an S Corp, taxable income is still 163, but then we can take out more FICA taxes and game the system just a little bit more. This is also assuming you're in the state of Texas where I am and there's no state income tax. So just in case you were confused. And here's the difference maker. Let's say you're making 200K gross. You're investing 20% of everything you have at the end of every year into the S&P, which is going to average 10% nominal return compounded. The numbers show you're going to have the most money using 1099 S Corp status should you be able to take advantage of all the benefits. The biggest benefit of being 1099 is get more money working for you faster so that you don't have to be a sales rep forever. By the way, I forgot to cover this. There's this thing called bonus depreciation. You guys have seen people write off vehicles. Well, as a 1099 sales rep, you're allowed to take advantage of bonus depreciation. I'm not going to go over this super in depth, but what I want to show you is that should you get in touch with a tax professional that knows the 1099 sales rep or business ownership game, there are many more things that you can take advantage of versus being a W-2 employee. If you need that partner, again, I'm going to link mine down below, first link in the description. That's who everybody in our community uses. You'll even get a free consultation if you use the link below. So overall, you guys, 1099 has more upside for disciplined operators who are going to take this seriously as if it's their own business. The W-2 side, however, has more upside for those that literally don't want to focus on anything else, just want to clock in, clock out, have the stability, and still do well. You can do well on both sides. I got into 1099 because I was more interested in the freedom and autonomy that came with it, in addition to being able to earn more money. If you work a 1099 sales role without taking any of these deductions, without the S Corp filing, without any of the strategies that we talked about or that you can talk about with the people through the first link down below, you're taking on more risk than you need to, and you might as well work a W-2 job. But if you do value being remote, not being controlled every hour of your day, being paid on performance and not for being in corporate meetings or whatever, 1099 is the way to go for you. What's up, guys? In this video, I'm going to show you the ways that I've seen people break into the world of commission-based inbound 1099 remote appointment setting or closing, otherwise known as high ticket sales. So as discussed, you guys, we are going from 9 to 5 to high ticket sales. Now this 9 to 5 could be sales, could be non-sales. For the sake of the example, it doesn't even have to be work that you're coming from. Like, you could literally be in college, but it takes up most of your schedule, right? So the current job, it's important. You need money. College, it's important. You want to make money. So you can't just like burn this down and go to zero, right? So I'm going to lay out the different options on how exactly you might want to do this. I've worked with over 400 sales reps to do this in one-on-one or small group setting. I'm pretty good at it. This is what we're going to call the ideal scenario. Anytime you have one job, you get a new job, ideally you line them up so there's not too much overlap. You're not driving yourself up a wall, and you have the stability that when you end this income, you're going to start this income. Now, this industry, high ticket sales, is a little bit different because you could end the 9 to 5, but then this high ticket turns into zero. In a perfect world, this little transition point works best when the high ticket role has data. That means there are reps there earning what they say you will be earning through the OTE right now. And should you come in and hit those KPIs and do what is required, you will also earn that money. However, that's also just not how this space works a lot of times, because if you're going from a 9 to 5 trying to go to high ticket, the chances are you haven't done this before. And so it becomes more difficult to compete for the roles within high ticket. Now, before we get any further, I need to illustrate a concept. I'm going to use some, I forgot what they're called, but like kind of three-dimensional drawings from my architecture days. Okay, that is supposed to be a hurdle, and that's supposed to be another hurdle. There's two main hurdles that you need to get over when you're coming into this space. One, it's general sales experience. Number two is high ticket sales experience or high ticket sales familiarity, meaning if you've been in, let's say, insurance sales for a really long time and you're really great and you set records and all this, but you don't understand how to do the one call close inbound remote closer framework that people are doing in high ticket, you might be able to get over hurdle number one, but you might hit hurdle number two and then they hire somebody else. So we need to be realistic in this transition here, because in reality, when you leave a job that's paying you money and then go into a performance-based job where you don't make the money that you were expecting to make, not only are you just not making $0, you're actually losing money because you left the job that was paying you money. So we need to avoid that at all costs, which is why we're really big on expectation setting in our community. We don't set people up with no sales experience to make or to expect to make $30,000 in their first month. So I showed you guys the first and ideal scenario in everybody's eyes. It's like, okay, cool. I'll just find a job. I'll like apply to jobs while I'm working. This job I don't like, I'll line one up. One day I quit this one. Next day I start this one. Squeaky clean. There's another reality where you could do this, where there's a break between the two right here. And I mean, this is just like another job as well. Like if you burn out of a job and you'd rather just be out sooner, then this is one thing, but this is even more deadly to your income if this high ticket sales job is not quality, because this in here is your opportunity cost, and it just starts a lot sooner if this doesn't work out or if that specific role doesn't work out. So the pros here, I mean, you're going to have some breathing room. You're not going to be overwhelmed with overlap. The cons are you're just assuming a little bit more risk, which is fine if you have runway or if you have manageable expectations. One thing that I would like to propose to you guys is that you should always do the application stuff and see through the interviews before you quit your job. If you can't manage to find the time to do applications and take interviews while you have another job, you're probably just not cut out for this. Like, you might work full time in person. It might be hard. It's definitely going to be hard. You might have to step out of the office. You might have to rearrange your schedule, but that's just the price you have to pay unless you want to take more uncertainty than you need to, unless you want to take more risk. A lot of people come to me and they say, I've sent hundreds of cold DMs and I got like 2 positive responses. How do I find jobs in this space? Well, lucky for you, we started the serial sales community where over the last 12 months, we've posted over 7,000 open 1099 remote setting or closing roles for people like you that have the sales skill, but you want to do it in your own way. You want to do it from home or from wherever you want. You don't want the W-2 stuff. You don't want the corporate politics. You don't want your boss breathing down your back. Well, if you have the skill, or if you think you could have the skill, we can help you get it. We want to put these jobs in front of you. All you have to do is look at the serial sales community, first link down below, see the types of jobs that we're sharing, and take a bet on yourself. Commit to yourself to actually make this happen, because you know it's going to give you the autonomy or the upside that you don't have in whatever it is that you're currently doing. That's why you're watching a 15-hour free training. Do you really want to watch 15 hours of free training and then still not have the things that are going to make this easy? Like, you can be the most educated person in the world, but if you don't have the access and the proximity, it's still going to be really, really hard. And so if you want the access and the proximity to me, my team, the community of people that are invested in this more so than almost anywhere else, first link in the description, check out the page, chat with the team. But in the meantime, we'll get back to the training. Hope you enjoy it. I want to show you guys what I did now. It looks something like this. And if you don't know my specific story, I was in roofing sales. I was making great money, had a year of living expenses saved up, and I wanted to get into the space really badly, even if it meant making less in the short term. So what I did is I told myself, I saw all these people making money online. I told myself, if I can make $3,000 in a month part-time, I see these guys doing 10, I see them doing 20. I was already in that range in roofing. I will quit my job for $3K per month. I just need to see the proof of concept, because I've tried all these other business models and they just didn't serve me, or I just couldn't figure them out at the time. They all work. I just couldn't figure them out. So what I did is I went and I got on a free trial. So what I did is I went and I got into a trial with a company as a closer. I think the trial was like 20 calls, if I'm not mistaken, and I had to close 20% of them, and then I stayed on, and that's when I put in my notice. Now, one of the things that got me into this company, into this high ticket sales closing role straight from roofing sales, was my ability to follow up twice on the interview when nobody else did, and just my drive and passion and hunger to get into this industry. I was disqualified on my first interview because I hadn't yet sold in this industry. That's what I just told you guys about, the second hurdle. I was a victim of the second hurdle. However, I sold him on to a trial. We had a great interview. I just didn't have the experience, so trial it is. And I gave him my word that I was going to quit my job if I was given a full-time offer. So is that a perfectly black and white scenario that can apply to all of you guys watching this? Probably not, but that's what I did. I made it work. I figured it out. I problem solved. So I had some overlap. It was about a month of overlap, and it was hectic, dude. I was working a ton. Luckily, so actually let me draw this out. If I had, let's say this was my calendar in roofing sales, Monday through Friday. So what I did was I batched the roofing sales job all up in the beginning of the day, and then I would come home, and I think it was from 2 to 6 p.m. I would try to take 4 closing calls. And then what a lot of people won't show you is I was back at the end of the day doing the rest of my roofing sales work at night for a month. It was hard work, but I made $5,000 part-time in my first month while continuing to make 5 figures per month in roofing sales. So where I was previously working like literally all day from 7 a.m. morning meeting to sundown, I did what I could to condense my in-person appointments and take the remote work home, which was estimates and all these things, and then squeeze in the closing calls just to make it happen. This is going to be hard. If the role is worth anything, the overlap, this overlap here, or actually, I mean, the entire calendar overlap is going to be hard. It's a lot of context switching. It's actually going to be a lot harder if you work in person as well. That was my experience. So I would have to drive home. I was driving all over the city in roofing sales. Now, let me show you another one. There's this guy in our group who comes to mind, actually two, both in tech sales. And this is what they do. These two guys that I'm thinking of, Michael and Diavin, we do have an interview. We have 2 interviews with Diavin. We have none with Michael yet. They both just do both jobs part-time because the jobs that they have are flexible. Diavin, he is a closer in the remote space and he is a SDR manager in his tech sales job. Michael is an account executive or a closer in his software job, and he is a DM appointment setter in his high ticket sales job. It could really look like that. It could look other ways, but the key thing here that's going to make this work is the fact that they're remote and they have the schedule autonomy a little bit. It is a lot harder to even end up in this scenario if you can't get the attention of a good company to begin with. So what I'll say about these guys, Michael and Diavin both, they had significant results in their 9-to-5 that they were able to sell as a reason to be considered in the high ticket sales side of things. If their 9-to-5 was being a plumber, it would be harder for them to sell into high ticket sales. So I'll tell you guys right now, it doesn't matter the level of sales experience that you have or industry experience that you have if you don't have any time to work the job. Schedule availability is the number one thing that makes this difficult for people to break into. And for that reason, I'm going to show you guys right now basically what is like the lowest barrier to entry way to get into this without burning down an income prematurely, but while stacking proof in this industry that is actually going to be meaningful in terms of you going and ascending into appointment setting, closing roles. Now, this is if like you literally back against the wall, cannot quit your job, and you have you don't have a preset schedule that you can say, hey, every day between these hours, I can take calls. And then you have to ask yourself, well, am I more interested in a title, or am I more interested in making a side income or a remote income? So if you are more interested in the income, this could be for you. So this 5-day schedule right here, let's say these are business hours, 9-to-5, 9-to-5. There's hours outside of that. And let's just say purple is 9-to-5. I am in person and there's just really not too much flexibility, man. I am 40 hours a week. I am busy. Well, one thing that can work against time zones, against in-person stuff, and this is more of an entry-level role, is DM appointment setting. Because I don't care who you are, man. If you truly, truly want it, you can find 10 minutes a day, 5 times a day, at minimum, to get into an inbox, send some messages, and log out. That could look like morning, bathroom break, lunch break, afternoon when it slows down, and evenings, because this is usually when DMs are busy to begin with. If you can text fast and use whisper flow where you can actually talk to text, you should be able to manage an inbound appointment setting role here that can make you $3,000 to $5,000 per month. Now, is that guaranteed? No. Are there roles where you make zero? Yes. I don't recommend that you ever do outbound. This should be inbound, and we help people land these roles in our hiring channel. The idea by doing this all throughout here is that if we go back to, I'm going to make this a little simpler this time around. Hurdle 1, which is sales experience, and hurdle 2, which is high ticket sales experience. We can now say, to an extent, whether you had a sales background before or not, we've done sales. They don't have to teach us sales. And we can now say that we're familiar with the appointment setting framework. The progression that you would like to hit at this point is probably something like this. So let's say you got the 9-to-5 and you're working high ticket. Let's say these are your days you're doing the DM setting. If you know that you're getting the proof of concept and you want to get to making the bigger bucks, I'll just be real with you guys. It's hard to make $10,000, $15,000, $20,000 a month as a DM setter. What you need to be doing in between this time is applying to what would be your full-time high ticket gig. Okay. So if you have the sales experience, but you don't have the resume, this is how you get the resume to even be considered for the full-time role that you want here, which I prefer would be phone setting. You can make a lot of money doing phone setting. You can definitely offset a full-time income unless you're, if you're making 20 grand a month, and you should probably just go to closing. But the same thing applies here. This could also be closing, but you're going to have trouble getting, just being real with you, you're going to have trouble getting to either of these if you do not have the high ticket sales experience. At least any of these, phone setting or closing, that are actually worth something. Because it doesn't serve you anything to step away from your old job and make $0, get into a bad offer, not stack results, and then just be back at square one. That's how you burn out. That's how you decide that high ticket sales was a scam. And that's how you just end up going on to the next make money online scheme.
I thought it'd be cool to pull up to the whiteboard and write step by step, line by line, in as much granular detail as possible, the exact journey that he took himself from being a software account executive to today making $2,000 on 2 sales calls, talking to people on Zoom while in a different country. I want to start here. So account executive, was it software as a service?
Software, yeah, SaaS.
SaaS. When did you realize that, this is fine, this is good, but what else is out there? When did you first have that thought?
Well, I think after a certain point when you're used to, let's say, generating a specific amount of revenue,
Yeah.
and then it stops growing, then I started thinking, okay, what else is there? What's going on? Hit a ceiling.
Yeah.
After a year,
That's
year and a
good.
half in, and then just couldn't break that ceiling, with SaaS.
Account executive, SaaS, hit ceiling. A lot of people want to be in that position. Not the ceiling part, but they want to be account executive, SaaS, and you have been doing it for how many years?
I did it for 3-4 years. No, 3 years in one company, another year in a different company, so 4 years in total. Then when I started looking around, what else is there, I started really reading about it and understanding what it is. And then I actually came across your content pretty soon after on Twitter.
What was the journey like the first couple of weeks, month, 2 months?
In the course and in the community, right? Because this is a community essentially.
Yep.
You outline the right steps, and also you try to explain what not to do, so you can speed up the whole process. Sometimes if you're in a rush, it tends to take way more time.
Yeah.
Tends to take way more time. So if I did exactly what you had told me, probably I would have found this, or let's say this, way earlier.
Yeah.
So, and the main thing is building connections,
Yeah.
investing in yourself. Also this was part of this, right? Building connections, getting to know people.
Yeah.
And it took some time until I found something good. But then again, what I'm doing right now, which is amazing, and it's by far the best one, at least for me, compared to everything else I spoke to.
In 2022, I was just like you, honestly. I was doing pretty well for myself, and I saw this opportunity online to sell for internet companies from wherever I wanted, and I was so intrigued. I was willing to take a pay cut down from 180 grand a year to 3K a month in the beginning just to get the proof of concept. In my first month part-time, I made $4,800 or $4,800, and I put in my 2 weeks notice in my door-to-door roofing sales job, and I went all in, and I didn't look back. Now, almost 5 years later, the space completely changed the entire trajectory of my life. I have the freedom, both time-wise, location-wise, even financially, to do what I want. And I'd love to help you get to a similar outcome. And so if you're looking into this space because you have a skill or you think you might have the propensity to learn the skill, well, we just make it easy, okay? We go and source the jobs for you so you don't have to do it on your lunch break. We help you do due diligence so you don't have to get into a bad role and waste your time. That's why a lot of people choose to join the serial sales community. I'm very involved in it. I have a team. We have daily calls. We post 7,000 jobs in the past year. If you're committed to making this change for yourself, commit to doing so in a way that's going to make it most likely for you. There's no honor in doing it the hard way just for fun. Make it easy. Go down below to the first link in the description. Check out the page, chat with our team, and we hope to work with you soon.
And quit SaaS, went all in. Was it month 1 out of the gate, started doing well, or was it a ramp?
Month 1, yeah, went way better than what I was doing in SaaS.
Yeah.
But still not up to my standards, let's
Right.
say. Month 2, and since then it's been, going
So
great.
month 2, we don't have to talk numbers, but how percentage-wise, how much more did you make than what you made up here on just month 1, like when you're ramping up?
2.5x.
That's crazy.
And this was about month. And this was half the month actually.
And then month 2, 5 figures, safe to say.
Let's put a 10x actually.
So 10x in a month, what this corporate role was. You said from landing the job to like when you probably started outreach.
Yeah.
So focused.
Yeah, very focused. Like not much else going on. I wasn't really interested in doing anything else.
Obviously, you know, we condensed this, but what do you got? You said 950?
Oh, yeah, that's it.
He made 900. I'm just kidding. He's on this team. He's closed 950K in that 5-month period. Money aside, like, what's one of your favorite parts about being here versus being here?
Like we're helping people. You know, I just feel my day-to-day has a lot of way more impact into people's actual life, and I'm getting to know people from all over the world. I met some in Nashville. I met some here. Pretty much anywhere I go in the States right now, I have people that would be very happy to meet me. So that's what I really like, and also, you know, this, you know, working with a group of people that have, you know, high standards, they want to achieve things, so it's just way more enjoyable.
I mean, it's pretty crazy. Like, it obviously doing something like this, it takes time to sit down, and you don't do this every day, but like to be able to see, like, dude, the version of you that was up here is like probably such a different version of yourself.
Yeah, of course, yeah, and also professional, because it's still sales.
You guys saw it here first. This is the real and raw journey. It didn't happen overnight, didn't happen in a week, didn't happen in a month, but how long were the calls?
An hour, let's say 2 hours sometimes.
2,000, 2 hours. It's more than a doctor makes, I don't know. It's one day, like it's not like every minute you're breathing you're making $1,000.
Yeah.
Cool, let's go eat. Let's get some chewies, some enchiladas. I'm gonna break down exactly how my boy Austin went from being an in-home sales rep in Florida to now about to make $15,000 in his first month. We're more than halfway through the month and he's pacing that on the low end. This is not an average result. This is not a normal result. You should not expect to get this result, but I wanted to make a video on this because it's happened to other people before and it's cool to know what's possible if you're truly put in the right position to succeed. So I'm going to start this off by just like, don't believe me, okay? Don't believe me. Believe, I'm going to switch tabs here. This from our open floor live call that took place June 17th, yesterday. Just listen to this really fast. I'll shut up. So don't take it from me, take it from him. Now let's get into the process. So you know where he's at now. You heard the call that happened yesterday, the quote from him. Let's zoom out and let me take you through the process of how this happened. So a little bit about this guy, Austin. Solid dude. So he's got that home exterior sales background in Florida. Younger guy, mid-20s, no abnormal financial responsibilities. From what I know, no kids, no mortgage, no crazy car payment. Lives a pretty chill life. I think he has a degree, but the fact that I don't know that just shows you how important that is in this space. So not super important, not really a deal breaker. Definitely more personable than most. He's one of those sales guys that's going to win you over by being your buddy. Something that he had in his pocket to help him out. He wasn't necessarily in a rush. Some people get into this industry in a rush and they make poor decisions. That wasn't him. He was willing to hold out longer to find something sustainable, something he liked, and ultimately something that led him to be remote. So here's the process. I run Instagram ads. If you're watching this on YouTube, maybe there's a chance you discovered me on Instagram. I run those. He found me on one of those, just like many of you. We chatted on Instagram. I sent him a message. So if you're from my Instagram, there's a good chance you got a message from me like this as well. And he's interested in learning more about remote stuff. All right, had to change the scene up. I had to plug in my laptop. So we started chatting on Instagram, got into things, trying to figure out what he's looking to do, why he's looking to leave his current role, what has him interested in this. And this was back in January, okay? And then we just I sent him a bunch of content. So watched some community member interviews, watched some other YouTube stuff, and just familiarized him with what this industry is. If I've ever talked with you on Instagram or any of these platforms, I'm not the guy who's going to push anybody into a sales call. My thing is like, look, this is what we're doing on the inside. We'll show you. Once you believe that, shoot, man, this is actually real. That's kind of how we run things. We'll just chat in the Instagram DMs. He watched the content. He had an application call to join our community with Diego, who is the guy that handles all the enrollments. and you got access to the community.
I want you to imagine this. You watch this entire free training over the course of 4 days if you're committed, right? And you have all this information in your head, but you're still not even one step closer to being where you want, which is inside a 1099 work from home, remote setting or closing job. You might feel like you're a step or two ahead. And, knowledge wise, sure, we're closer to where we want to be, but knowledge does not equate to action. And action is what's going to get you in this. Now, when you realize like, oh, I need to source these opportunities, and you realize that, hey, cold DMs, something I have to do. I have to set aside more time just to hope to have a chance with a team, not even to know if they're high quality or not, but just to have the conversation. Like, please don't watch this entire free training and do that. Okay. Like, if you're so committed to watch a 15-hour free training, I'd hope that you're committed to doing this in a way that's more likely, easier, more sustainable, not going to run you up a wall. And that's through the first link in the description with the serial sales community. Information is not a moat in this space. It's all out there. I post it for free on YouTube. What is a moat is the access to jobs, access to people that have been there, done that, and are willing to help you get there and do that. If you're interested in that, go to the first link down below. We've been doing this since 2022. We've been very good at it, very positive public track record as well. And we'd hope to work with you soon.
So if you look at how this is color coded here, the purple stuff is like what he had coming into this, what he wanted. The blue stuff are actions that he took on his own to get this result. The orange is following our community process to achieve this result. The red is like a hybrid between the two. So had that call with Diego, got access to the community immediately. What we tell people to do before their first call, which is within a day or two with our CSM, is started watching course materials and then started showing up to the live calls. One thing I'll say about Austin is like, he's had better attendance than most people in our community live calls. No wonder he's getting this kind of result. I've seen people join our community, pay, not a cheap amount of money and not do a single thing with it. But time and time again, the guys who do the most with it typically get the best results. He did these two things. Within a day or two, he had his one-on-one onboarding call with our CSM, Carolyn. That's where we get your application tracker. We make sure you understand the full next steps for you. The very first 30 to 45 days inside our community is very, very structured. We don't leave anything up to guesswork. We have this super dialed in so that way when you do this, you know exactly what is next, what is next, what is next. Why it stops at 30, 45 days is because that's when it really, the result that you start to get is dependent on how many applications you do, how many interviews you do, what is the hit rate on those. And so that's where people start to really differ based on how much work they put in. We can't do that for you guys. So he started watching course material, started going through the open floor calls, one-on-one call, and then he had his custom roadmap call. So when you join our community, we have a series of 4 or 5 calls, 4 with me that are either one-on-one or small group. This custom roadmap call is where I will get on with up to 3 people, 3 new members, usually 1 or 2 people and me in a call. And we're going to go through, you fill out a new member form. We're going to go through the form submission. And by the end of the call, the goal is for you to understand exactly what kind of role you should aim for and why that is. And so we don't want you, if you're brand new to sales, we don't want you delusionally applying to stuff that you're not qualified for. But at the same time, if you have a lot of sales experience, you probably shouldn't be starting at appointment setting. And we're going to tell you, here's why you should go here based on all this stuff, based on what's important to you. We're going to look at what you can and can't do, what you do and don't prefer, what is normal in this industry. And then we're going to make sure that, again, by the end of the call, you know where you should go and you know why you should go there. And then the rest of what we build is based on that.
Now I'm going to talk about the ugly side of high ticket sales that almost nobody else is going to tell you about. They're not going to tell you about this in YouTube videos, on Twitter, Instagram, their email list, their coaching program, their community. Nobody's talking about it anywhere. It's so ugly that my dog is literally woken up and is going to a different part of the couch. But I just wanted to talk about the stuff, the reasons why you should not do high ticket sales. Because even though I am a proponent of high ticket sales, and I think it's a great option for those that it's a great option for, it is not for everybody. And most people should not do it. It is just like business ownership. Most people are just not cut out to be business owners. So I'm going to kind of dive into some of the reasons why high ticket sales should not be for you, the ugly side of it, because ultimately I think my job in the marketplace, at least as it stands today, is to inform people of the entire reality of high ticket sales And those who choose to go down this path, I want to help those people. I don't want to help everybody. I don't want to help everyone go down the path to only then find out that this is not for them. I want to help people that have decided, having all the information needed, that this is for them and that they're committed to getting the outcome, and that's who I'd love to work with. So some of the ugly parts about high ticket sales, I mean, first off, it's more variable than any kind of job you'll ever have, besides like other commission only sales jobs, like door-to-door, solar, pest control, all that kind of stuff. It could be variable in a sense of income and employment both. You could have a 10K month and then you go down to a 5K month the month after. You could have an 8K month and then the next month you literally make $2,000. Variable can be good as well, but I'm talking about the ugly. So it can be extremely variable, and then you could definitely find yourself on a good offer that loses an ad account and then off the offer the next month. So that, kind of stuff can happen pretty quickly, or the offer is scaling up, they hire too many people, all of a sudden your call volume is cut in half and your earning potential is cut in half, and that's completely outside of your control if you're an inbound closer, inbound appointment setter. Ugly thing number one, it's extremely variable. Ugly thing about high ticket sales number two, a lot of these businesses will not be here in 10 years. A lot of these businesses will not be here in 5 years. Because social media and these shorter term acquisition channels like paid ads, stuff like that are the primary drivers, these businesses just end up fizzling out. There's not all too much substance to a lot of these businesses. Not to say they're not helping people, not to say the products aren't good. I mean, that in itself is maybe the ugly thing number three. But a lot of these businesses aren't going to be here in 10 years. Like it's not like you're coming in and you're going to start working for Microsoft. Now, that being said, you want to find something where you could see them being around for the next at least 1, 2, 3 years. That way, if you do like the company, you do like the opportunity, you have room to grow within. That kind of does piggyback into thing number three here. Basically, the people doing bad business. There's so little regulation and checks and balances in the online business space, maybe just because it's new. But there's a lot of people that just are literally just doing it for a short-term cash grab. Still a good amount of people that are, running coaching with good intentions, and they're actually genuinely helping people. But there are people out there that have terrible fulfillment. They rely heavily on aggressive sales tactics, and as a sales rep, maybe you're making money there, but you're not really sleeping that well at the end of the day. Me personally, I was never interested in working for those people. If one of the ways that you can kind of seek out if a company is like that or not is just learning a little bit more about the fulfillment, learning a little bit more about the results, the likelihood of success of the average person that goes in. You see how they set expectations on the front end, like someone who is just trying to wrangle anybody into their program and they don't care regardless, they're not making a video like this telling you all the ugly parts about the business that they're trying to sell you, because they don't care they don't care about the results that you get. They care about how much you pay them and how many people pay them that amount, which is really messed up. So learn how to do due diligence. It's part of what we help people with in the community. Ugly thing number four. We already talked about the variability, but you are going to be missing out on some things that you would otherwise have in a W-2 job. Paid time off. Some companies are very lenient with you taking off whenever you need to. Don't abuse it, obviously, but there's other companies where they feel some type of way about you taking time off. It's not going to be paid either. So in almost all cases, time that you take off, you are not making money because you're a contractor. The other thing is insurance. So you don't have insurance as a 1099 contractor, and as a business owner or a contractor, doing that on your own could be quite expensive. And that's one of the biggest things that deters people away from doing this kind of thing, is because maybe they have expenses, or they couldn't stomach an injury, they couldn't stomach an event that basically wrings them of all their money. So I'm not affiliated with this company, but I use them personally, and I've never actually had to use them, thankfully. But I think it's called Crowd Health. It's not insurance, but it's like insurance, and it's cheaper. And at least for me, I feel like when I need it, I will be able to get the coverage that I need. So crowdhealth.com.org, not so sure, just Google it. And I pay $50 a month, up to 180. If other people need help, you're not going to beat that, to be honest. The other thing is, that's different in these roles versus the W-2 is the upward trajectory in these companies. For the most part, and this is why you see a lot of people hop around in this space, in your first year or 2 years, you can go upwards very quickly, but it's usually not upwards in that company. It's upwards across companies, which is different than W-2. These companies are super lean, man. It's like appointment setter, closer, maybe a sales manager, business owner. Where else are you going to go? Like if you're a closer doing 10K a month and you want to do 15, maybe that opportunity can turn into that if you stay long enough, or you could just go somewhere, be a closer where other closers are already making 15. So that's why like in the first year, you will see people jump around 1, 2, 3 times even to get from, maybe an appointment setter that makes 4K a month to a closer that makes 8K a month within the same year. Like you can literally do that in a year. You could do that in less than a year. And so I talk about the variability and the downside of that, but the big reason of why people get into this space is because of the upside of the variability. And a lot of the people that get into it are quite competitive, have good accountability, and they just believe that they can outperform others. And if you're that kind of person, like this is something you should pay attention to.
Pop quiz. How many jobs did we post in the serial sales community over the last 12 months? Option A, 70. Option B, 7,000. Option C, 10,000. Option D, 500. If you chose option B, you were right. It's a little bit more than 7,000. These are selling for businesses that are online coaching, consulting, agencies, service providers, events, masterminds, boot camps, software companies, everything that's online that's expensive, where they know how to drive inbound leads through content, Facebook ads, Meta ads, any kind of paid ads, cold email, automated DMs, whatever it is. Somebody booked into their calendar and now they need you to have the conversation with that interested prospect. And that's what we can help you do. We can help you source the jobs, vet the jobs, leverage into better and better and better jobs beyond just the first one. It's really hard to do that on your own. It's just the reality of it. So if you want it to be easy and you have a skill and time is money to you, then we can help you. We've been doing it since 2022. I've personally worked with 500 people one-to-one to get that first sales job. We have a playlist of 20 plus hours of interview content working with people. We're really, really, really good at what we do. And I'd hate for you to do it the hard way. So just go down below, first link in the description, check us out. Back to the free training.
Another ugly thing about high ticket sales is I would say because these businesses are so lean and these companies, they're bootstrapped. It's a lot of young business owners. They could be pretty unorganized as far as systems, processes, onboarding you, getting you the information you need, giving you updates from within the company on the results, the product, the service, all that stuff, organizing payments, tracking your payments, doing all this stuff. Like a lot of this falls on you as a contractor to make sure that you're on it. Bigger companies, W2, they have departments that this is their whole job to track commissions for the sales team, bookkeeping, accounting, payroll, all that kind of stuff. So as a contractor, you do pick up a little bit more ownership over getting what's yours. And if you are a disorganized person and you're doing a lot of sales volume, that could be pretty tough. So here's one that I didn't really predict. I was so focused on working from home, working remote, that I didn't think this could be a thing. But it's basically getting burnt out of your workspace or of your living space. And that's why if you guys watch my videos or I take calls with you or anything like that, you'll see me I'm always in a different spot. And one, it's because I can be, but two, it's because if I were to wake up every single morning, walk 10 steps, be at my desk at the end of the day, walk 10 steps, be in my living room, then go back to my bed. If I'm just in this space all the time, you'll literally go insane. I have a WeWork membership and I'll go there, I'll go to coffee shops. You can't really take too many calls from coffee shops. But one thing you just don't think about is how tired of your space you'll get, especially when you're not having the human interaction. One thing I actually do miss from working the in-person sales job is speaking with people in person. And so whenever we have events, when people fly in or we fly out and meet people, it's always a breath of fresh air. That's one of the ugly truths about high ticket sales is I didn't think I would get tired of working from home. I didn't think I would get tired of not having in-person interaction. And I know firsthand a lot of other people that feel this way. And that's totally it's a very minute problem. It's not anything that's don't feel bad for me. Don't feel bad for anyone that's in this space that has that problem. They probably are reaping the rewards of nice commissions and all that stuff, but something I realized as I got into this. Another ugly truth, and it's kind of a funny one, is nobody's going to understand what you do unless you really, really, really dumb it down. People are going to think it's risky, and it is risky. Sales is risky. 1099 stuff is risky. Your family's not going to understand. Your friends aren't going to understand. You're going to pull up to Thanksgiving, Christmas dinner. They're going to ask you what you do. You're going to have to go through that whole process again of giving them context before you just say something that sounds stupid, which again, very small thing, but just expect it. You're not going to go to your family, tell them you're a high ticket closer for an Airbnb offer, and they're going to be like, oh, like our son made it. Like, we're so proud of him. Maybe they will if you tell them you're making $15K a month and you dress it up, but a lot of people just don't understand it. And I feel like in some cases that can kind of create a little bit of a divide in relationships, that it's just the reality. Another ugly truth about high ticket sales is I feel like it's very easy, and this is honestly just sales jobs, but I feel like it's very easy to allow your work life to blend into your personal life a little bit too much. Meaning, I will be responding to messages and then I forget to eat lunch. When maybe I'm trying to follow a diet plan, I'm trying to get my calories in, my proteins and all this stuff. And this literally happens to me now. I work so late that what am I gonna go and cook a dinner at 10 p.m. and then go to bed like right after? Like, that just doesn't sound good. So it's really easy, and again, I think this is more so just a sales thing, but it's really easy to like put your personal life on the back burner, put your goals on the back burner, and you shouldn't. And that's, an ongoing battle that I've been facing for the past 4 or 5 years in sales now. But yeah, I mean, that's an ugly truth of just high ticket sales. Like, a meeting pops up on your calendar, 2 hours out when you were going to go to the gym, you're not going to the gym anymore. So there's that. Another ugly truth that nobody talks about is like all this kind of these professional services that don't become needed, but become warranted when you start making money in a 1099 fashion. So example, taxes. Taxes just inherently gets a little bit more difficult when you're a 1099 contractor. I am not a tax strategist. I'm not a financial advisor, but as long as you have an LLC, set one up, takes $300 documentation. As long as you have the LLC by the end of the year, you should be fine. Ever since I started making money in a 1099 remote fashion, I've hired an accountant every single year. If you're in the sales community that I run, you have our recommendations in there for accountants, financial advisors, and all that stuff. But yeah, stuff like that, even personal bookkeeping, because you can expense things. Like if you need a laptop, a mic, a light, a chair, a desk, a trip, anything like that, you can expense things, and you just want to make sure that you have an account of all that stuff towards the end of the year. There's also the strategy of if you're making about 60K plus per year through this, which I'd assume a good amount of people are, you could file as an S Corp, and then you pay yourself W-2 salary from the S Corp to, on paper, give yourself a salary so you can actually afford loans and stuff like that. Again, all that stuff is like in the community that I run, and I'm not an advisor, don't listen to me. I'll throw this as the last ugly truth about high ticket sales. This space is extremely difficult to navigate by yourself. There's a lot of people that don't have your best interest in mind. There's a lot of people that are advertising roles based off of hopeful projections, and they're putting themselves in a position, business owners, where they can only win, where they don't lose. And it costs them nothing to onboard 1, 2, 3, 5 sales reps at once and just say, hey guys, go sell some stuff. If you sell it, I'll pay you a commission. So I see a lot of people get burnt out on this space before they ever really gain traction. They go back to that old job because they didn't have the proper guidance. They accepted a bad job. They onboarded for a week, worked it for 2 weeks. They tried to hold on to that sliver of hope that it wasn't a bad job. And then they offboard, and then they're back to square one, looking for a job, sending their cold DMs. And a month of their time is gone, and if their time is valued at $5,000 a month, $10,000 a month, you've literally just lost that money. So if you're currently making money right now, like if you're currently making 100K per year, there's no reason you should not be using your money to make good use of your time, if that makes sense. Now, if you're making $100,000 per year, or you're pacing it, or you're close to it, and you're still saving every little penny, and you still see your only exchangeable asset as time to get the things that you want, that is kind of a broken mindset. Because in the grand scheme of things, you're not doing this to be $100,000-aire. $100,000 is a lot of money, but in the grand scheme of things, it's not a lot of money. Like, you're not going to retire off $100,000. And a lot of you guys watching this, you're probably young. There's a compounding effect that takes place when you take action sooner and see it through for a long enough period of time. Like, if you figured out how to make $10,000 per month today for the next however many years you want to do it, versus if you figure it out in 6 months because you only used your time to figure out how to do that, I mean, first off, you lost out on $60,000 of income that you might have already been making or you could have been making. But the compounding that happens because in 6 months, maybe there's an opportunity that comes up, there's a connection that comes up that allows you to make $200,000 per year. And if you only become the person that can do that 6 months from now, you're never going to see that opportunity. Especially as a young guy, like this stuff compounds. And unless you are literally living paycheck to paycheck, like if you are saving most of your money, which is an awesome spot to be in your early 20s, that's the spot that I was in. The way that I personally just I put jet fuel on my income was by exchanging my money in addition to my time to get access to information and people that I needed access to.
So on this video, there's 8 topics that I want to dive into. Now, 4 of them are just kind of general concerns or hesitations that I've seen after talking with hundreds of people that they have over this industry altogether. And then 4 of them are going to be just in regards to working with someone or like joining a community or something like that. Again, a little bit more niche down than partner, timing, finance, objection style. Now, what are we talking about? High ticket sales. That's probably why you clicked. But remote closing and setting is the most common. I mean, DM setting, enrollment specialist, SDR, AE work, even really the whole idea is just remote 1099 contracted sales work. Some of the roles out there, they're not going to perfectly fall into one of these titles. And so this is what we're talking about. And when I was making this video, I wanted to be sure to keep this image in mind, this idea that, you know, a lot of people when they come into this industry or when they work with someone to come into this industry, they're looking at it from like a very 2D perspective, which is a recipe for disaster because everybody's situation is different. There is actually not a single 2 people or a combined 2 people that have the same exact situation and will have the same exact outcome when going from point A to point B in this space. Now, 3D, yeah, we can look at it like that and have better success, but it is a very like sliding scale dynamic reality that is required to understand if you want to properly transition into this space. And so these 8 things, I'm going to kind of demonstrate what I mean by that, because if you have a unique situation, it requires a unique approach to get unique outcome. So anyways, just so you guys know, it's not going to be super surface level. It's going to be like very, we're going to take a lot into consideration. So let's get into the first thing. I want to talk about one of the biggest concerns that I see is people that maybe they're coming from sales in another industry or just something else in another industry, and they're worried about losing their base pay. Valid concern, 100%. Like no base pay, that's your security. Well, here's the perspective that's like served me and some others well. There's really 2 projected scenarios when it comes to a job with a base pay. One, you either you earn a base salary, but you don't perform, or you don't earn a base salary and you don't perform. These are like the worst case scenario. They're the worst case scenario scenarios. And then in both of these situations, you're kind of just like hanging on the edge, probably about to get fired. So most people, they're not in sales just to get by. If you are, you're a unique breed. But most people that I speak to that are in sales, they're doing it to accelerate their income exponentially than what they could do in a different field. And so like they're shooting for the stars, right? They're maybe a little bit more entrepreneurial. They like to carry their own weight. They like to be rewarded for the work that they can put in. So if you're a top performer in either scenario, you don't really have to worry about the lack of base salary. If you're a bottom performer, I mean, whether you have a base or not, it's going to be, it's not going to be good for you. So this is something that we see really often. And so at this point, it just becomes about making sure that you have the right information and the right proximity, so that way you don't accept roles that aren't what is advertised. That's a way to put it. So the resolution here, do what you can to be a top performer. That's obvious, whether there's a base pay or not, but seek out 1099 roles with base pays. Like if you need that, they exist. They're mostly going to be like appointment setting, SDR, or management, but you can also negotiate this on closing. Like I've seen people negotiate 10K per month base pays in this industry. Like it's possible. You can also create job security through networks and connections. And in my opinion, guys, like, I don't know what you're doing watching this, but arguably it's harder to land a good W-2 job than it is to land a good high ticket sales job right now. It's just the way that the corporate space works. It moves slow. They're very conscious of who they bring on. So I think the odds are a lot more stacked against you in the W-2 space. But you can also just like learn the skills to make you a top 10% applicant despite your specific sales experience. So the cool thing about high ticket sales, as long as you're competent, is the bar is really low in a lot of places. So if you can just like have a good resume, have a good Loom video introduction, if you know what that is, interview well, speak well, be eager to learn and to work, like you're already in the top 10%. If you have sales experience, it obviously helps. But that's one thing. So when it comes to like the base pay, yes, you know, if you have like a house, wife, 3 kids, 2 car payments, a lot of people relying on you, then that's a different situation. And I wouldn't tell you to burn the boats or do anything like that. But if you're a young dude who has low living expenses and you're just in the season of life where you want to play offense and accelerate your income, this is a really considerable option for you. Just, you know, we focus on in the one-on-one and the small group stuff that we work on. We focus on that actual transition piece to make sure that you're not going from something that's good to something that's not good. So we do a lot of due diligence with that. So losing a base pay or salary, it's not something to undermine. We should absolutely take all things into consideration before we make that jump. The next thing, work history. Some of you guys come in, speak with me or the team or whoever, and there's 2 concerns. It's either I have no experience in work or sales, like no work history, whatever, or whatsoever, or I have a ton, like I'm super overqualified. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to find something that's going to be worth my time. We've seen both scenarios. We work with people in both scenarios. Here's a perspective for you, and this kind of got messed up. But your specific path into this space, and by the way, whatever money you're making in corporate, I guarantee you can make more in high ticket. It's not going to be at the snap of your fingers, but I guarantee, I know guys that have done 40, 50K per month in commission. I know someone that's done 80K per month in commission. So based on where you start, whether you have no work history or you have a lot of relevant sales experience, or you're somewhere in the middle, which is most of you guys, you kind of just have to take it for what it is and play into your strengths. You know, if you're down here, again, this is messed up, but if you're down here, you probably have more time, less money, less professional competency. And then on the flip side of that, everything's the opposite. So play into your strengths. The tier of job that you can land into within a reasonable amount of time depends on all the above and the things we're going to talk about later in this video. So you need to like very transparently assess where you're at and figure out what you have available to use and lean into that pretty much, because someone who has like some history working, like maybe they did some customer service, versus someone who has a lot of sales experience, 2 different journeys, 2 different outcomes. So the resolution here is, and this is like a really, really big thing that I just kind of put together for this video, but it's very important. It's shortening the time to perspective, the TTP, because perspective is everything. And so the speed at which you can gain it and then the accuracy on which you can act upon it is the difference between someone who has the best success ever in this industry and someone who fails. Okay. So the difference between the most and least successful people I know, and then basically the idea of like paying down the dumb tax. If you've ever heard that from Alex Hormozy, you can be extremely smart, but if you're going into a new industry, there will be dumb tax that no matter how smart you are, you just don't know until you know. So pay it down as fast as you can before you're taking significant action. Example, if your resume, you haven't looked at your resume in 3 years, you don't really know what these roles are, you don't know what a Loom video is, you don't know what these companies are actually looking for, and then you spend the time to go out and apply to 100 jobs. I mean, if you have good relevant work experience, you might land something, but those 100 jobs, I have another video on this. If you just maximize all the things within your control, such as like even the video setup that you have, the hit rate on application to job offer, and then every step in between that funnel is just going to be higher. So the more you learn this, or like the faster you learn this stuff, and then the more accurately you can implement it, the better off you're going to be, no matter if you are literally no work history or you have a lot of relevant sales experience. We've helped both people and everyone in between do this. Next thing, how do I get into this fast-paced industry safely and predictably? This is not something that a lot of people ask me before they get in, but once they get in and we start talking about all these variables in their unique situation, then they're thinking like, oh, okay, like there's actually a strategy to how to do this. Like if I'm leaving a corporate W-2 base pay and I'm getting into 1099 heavily commission-based sales, like I should actually have a game plan in place. And so that's one thing that we work with people on. But anyways, this is where a lot of people, they kind of mess it up. Oh, I got to make my head smaller. Sorry, guys. A lot of people mess this up because they just like shill out this one size fits all advice. And then you find yourself in a difficult spot because they give you advice that applies to someone who's 17 years old with no bills and no professional experience. Whereas you're maybe late 20s, early 30s, 2 kids and bills that you have to pay. Those 2 people should not be approaching this in the same way. So everyone's situation is unique. That's why your path will not look the same as the person before or after you. But the best way to leave your current occupation and dive into this market depends on these things: your specific experience, responsibilities, restrictions, limitations, pre-existing obligations, scheduling flexibility, short and long-term goals, and the people around you. And that's a lot of stuff to take into consideration because each of those things, we could break those into like sub things, right? Like your pre-existing obligations, maybe you have a job that you can't leave. Maybe you have a certain amount of bills, and I guess that would be, it's not on here, like financial responsibility. Maybe you have a certain level of bills. Maybe you have to watch your daughter because your wife is at work at, these days of the week. That's scheduling. So pretty much like there's a lot that goes into all this. And that's why like the one size fits all course modules, like it's just not going to serve you the way that you're probably hoping it would. So you do benefit greatly by having someone in your corner who knows the industry, who will not turn a blind eye to all of the above. Ignoring the above will cause unnecessary hardship, which can lead to reversion. You basically get in a spot where you give it a good, fair shake. It doesn't pan out the way you want it to, and then you kind of lose hope and you lose sight of what's possible because you were misdirected. And honestly, when most people are trying to enter this space by themselves and they have to take all this into consideration and vet these opportunities themselves, this happens more times than you would probably like to believe. So what's the resolution here? I mean, one, just understand your situation versus others, but understand also what you're comfortable with and what that does or doesn't allow you to do. Again, the 17-year-old with nothing to lose and everything to gain, and the early 30-year-old with a full family financial responsibility, they're not going to approach this the same way. So just have manageable expectations around earnings and the time frame associated with them based on that all. Some people will have it easier than you, but on the flip side, I guarantee you there are people who have had it harder than you, who have achieved more than what you're probably seeking out. Surround yourself with people who are sensitive to the intricacies and nuance in this highly performance-based industry. It can be amazing, but it can also be really, really tough if you work with the wrong person. So again, just generally speaking, you don't have to work with anyone to get into this industry. I'm just talking about it because there's a lot of people who do it. So if you're trying to get in, you've probably seen some of these guys. But again, we're just getting down to shortening the time to perspective. The way that you do that is you get someone in your corner that's done it before and help potentially more people do it. So the difference with working, like let's say you work with someone who's 17 years old who had a 10K month closing. They have not worked with people from all different backgrounds to do this. So they only have like one viewpoint on how this works. Whereas if you work with someone that's worked one-on-one or small group setting with over 500 people, of all shapes, sizes, locations, backgrounds, everything, they're going to have a lot more data on what it actually would take for you and your unique situation to get the outcome that you're hoping for in the time frame that you're hoping for it. If you like doing things the hard way, I want you to keep watching this entire free training, all 15 hours or whatever it comes out to, and then go and try this yourself. If you like doing things the easy way, still sure, continue to watch the free training if you got some free time, but the easy way is going to consist of you checking out the community that we run, that I've been running since 2022. That's the first link down below. We help source the jobs. We help you vet the jobs. We help you land the jobs. Doesn't matter if you have sales experience or no sales experience or some or a lot. We've worked with people, all walks of life, all parts of the world, all backgrounds, different languages. I mean, really anything that you think that could make this hard for you, we've probably worked with someone who had it harder. And the process that we run is proven. So we've got a full support staff to help you go from complete beginner, if that's where you're at, to in your first job where you're likely to make X amount of money. I'm not going to talk about that on here. But yeah, I would just hate for you to do this the hard way. I mean, continue watching the training, but when you realize you have to send cold DMs to get in touch with these companies and you don't even know if they're hiring, or you don't even know if they're hiring, if it's quality, and you have a job and you have financial responsibility, like you don't have the time to be pitter-pattering around. Make it easy. Time is money, especially when you have the propensity to earn a lot like salespeople do. Go down below, first link, check out our community, and now back to the training.
So anyways, next point. Is this stable? Why do people jump around so often? This is a really common concern that I see of people trying to break into this or considering it at least. So is it stable? Why do people jump around? So this is really specific to 1099 remote, and it can work in your favor if done correctly. But it's not uncommon in the first year or so to see people have 2, 3, 4 different roles in this space. And that's because the speed at which you can level up as a 1099 remote employee is so much faster than what you can do in W-2. So the job you want today, you might not be qualified for it, but if you get in the door, get experience now, and work that over the next 5 months, like come month 6, you're instantly qualified for like a higher tier of opportunity in this space. And in most cases, people are not jumping because they're getting fired or their poor performance or whatever, but it's because better opportunity presents itself. So as a commission-based contractor, you do not owe anything to anybody. You must do what is in the best interest of the business. And if the business has an opportunity to make more money without burning people and like, leaving anyone high and dry, then the business needs to go and take advantage of the opportunity. So everyone has to face the same 2 hurdles when they come into this industry, which I think I'll talk about it now. 2 hurdles. 1, do you have sales experience? 2, do you have industry experience? Okay, so based on where you fall in those 2 hurdles when you enter the market is going to really dictate where you end up. But in this industry, results are a lot more important than tenure or logos or things like that. So sometimes that first job is like the job, like the 10K, the 20K per month, flexible schedule. But if it's not, and a lot of times it's not, then you got to play the game. Just get in fast, get into something solid, stack your reps, and then leverage up into a better quality role once you have that industry experience. That's the thing, because if you let's hypothetically say you're applying to a closing role, 20K per month. 20K per month, that's a good role, right? And there's going to be a lot of people that apply to that. Let's say there's 30 applicants. 20 of those off the bat, they're going to have sales experience and they're going to have closing experience in this industry. If you're someone who has sales experience, but you haven't yet been in this industry, you're going to struggle. So how do you get there? How do we get there faster? Well, you already have sales experience. Let's just go get an easier role. Because maybe the only thing that's holding you back from that 20K per month role is the fact that you've never done it in this industry. So if you can go for 4 or 5 months, get the industry experience, pair that with the sales experience that you have, maybe it's record setting experience, then you're just instantly considered for different caliber of roles. So the resolution to this, when it comes to the stability, jumping around, playing the game, you kind of want to lean into it. And that's why, 1099 commission-based sales is never going to be the most secure option. If you want the most secure option, go get a really, really boring corporate W-2 role where you make 60K per year. That's going to be really secure. Maybe 50K per year. Because dude, those people, like the people that work those kinds of roles, they're there for 20, 30 years. So if that's what you're after, it's probably not high ticket sales or 1099 sales, but you got to make the game easier where you can through connections and hiring networks. I've said this many times before, but knowledge is power. You need people in your corner who can advise for and against certain opportunities. You don't want to get attached. You want to remove emotions, do what is needed to progress your career. Be aware of the market, how it's moving, and where you stand compared to others with similar experience. And then know when the grass is greener, know when it's not. It pays to have perspective. The guys who do the best in this industry, there's usually 2 common characteristics that I see. 1, they're usually pretty decent at what they do. But 2, they know the most people, they have the most perspective. And in times of hardship, when they need a new role, they need advice, and they can go to high-level people that also understand this and are on teams that would consider, entertaining new reps. Those guys win. So resolution,
you got to lean into the game. Okay. You know, in an ideal world, everybody lands exactly where they should be from the first day, but 95% of the time, that's not going to be the case, because you got to make yourself a more attractive candidate to get that role if you've never been in this industry. Now, okay, so those were like kind of just industry specific, or like just generalized industry concerns. Now, when it comes to considering working with somebody, whether it's me, other people, other groups, that kind of stuff, here are some of the most common objections or concerns that I've seen, and I want to elaborate on them and explain why they do or don't make sense. So you guys have probably seen this. Maybe you thought about it yourself before. Can I talk to someone inside? Here's why that's flawed, because people don't want to speak with you, a prospect, unless they're being compensated. And at that point, why are we doing this? Because you're looking for one of two things in this scenario. You're looking for someone to tell you this is a good idea or a bad idea. If you want someone to tell you it's a bad idea, just go ask your parents, or go ask like go ask like 10 random people on the street. You think I should do 1099 remote sales work? They're gonna be like, you're crazy. No, like, go work at Finish Line right there. And then if you're looking for someone to tell you this is a good idea, you can find that online for most people, most programs. So the request is typically rooted in fear of the unknown, which is normal. But once you understand that the company's never going to send you something you don't want to hear, you're like, why are we doing this? So that's why I run. I mean, I'm not going to actually, I don't know if this is going to transfer over. Oh yeah. So I run, you know, these full length, like 21 minute, 27, 15, 21, 38, full length one-on-one interviews of guys who have done really, really awesome things. That's as real as it can get, to be honest. Like, so like the resolution, if you're feeling like that and you're like, dude, I don't know. Like, I'd love to talk to someone before I make a decision. And I'd love to, you know, hear another perspective, you know, figure out why you feel this way. And then just take into consideration, like, the largest institutions in the world, like, you're going to go invest into a hedge fund. Obviously you got to have a lot of money, and you have to invest a lot of money. They're not letting you talk to customers before you wire over $200,000 or $500,000. So realize that there's really just two things that you need in order to succeed at anything: is proper knowledge, and then implementation, ideally with support. So one, I mean, think about this. Do you trust that you can implement if given the tools and the knowledge? If yes, do you believe that the person in front of you has the knowledge? At that point, you need to own it. Like, if this isn't going to work for you, then do it on your own. Try, fail. You might succeed. I'm not going to say you're always going to fail, but I'm really just trying to break down like why someone wants this, right? So nobody worth working with is going to do this for free. There's always going to be somewhat of a trust fall scenario. You either make the jump or you stay where you are. It's simple. So, yeah. Can I talk to someone inside? No one really wants to talk to you. Guaranteed job placement. Now, I love this one, because if you're in this high ticket space or you're considering it, you've definitely seen people that say, guaranteed job placement. I'll place you here. You'll make this much, this and that. This is one of my favorite things to argue against, because it is literally just not real. So guaranteed placement is not what you think it is from the people you'd actually want it from. Nobody can airdrop experience to you. Nobody's going to send applications. Nobody's going to interview for you. Nobody's going to navigate the hiring process, the follow-ups, all that for you. And nobody can force somebody to hire you. If they can, then you're just paying for a job, which is kind of a pyramid scheme. Okay? That's not what you're here for. I don't take it. So this is a service that just cannot be fulfilled at scale. And it typically works with expectations from one party or the other being compromised, meaning square peg in a round hole. Company gets someone put in that's not qualified, or you get a job that just doesn't meet your criteria. So it's really, really hard to deliver this at scale, or even not at scale. And also, guaranteed placement is a one-time thing. Then you're on your own. What if in 3 months you feel like you have the skill to get into something better, but you don't have the connections or the network to do that because you got placed? Then what? Like, you're on your own. So I actually made a video on this quite some time ago. You can search it up, guaranteed job placement, serial sales. I mean, it's 21 minutes. I fully like debunked this. Resolution: give yourself the tools and resources to have the best chance of success. You need to own your success or your failure. Do not outsource it. Nobody cares as much as you do. And then create an insurance policy for yourself. Again, networks, connection, job hiring pools, that kind of thing. In the event that a guaranteed placement, though, does turn out okay at first, what happens when you're back on the market for one reason or the next? It's similar to, from a business ownership perspective, hiring an agency versus building internally. It's faster, it's quicker, it might be easier, but you run the risk of them leaving, it not working out, performance dropping, them not caring as much as you. And it's a lazy shortcut, to be honest. You need to be cautious of specific language used as well, because some of these guys will say guaranteed placement, but most are just outsourcing the responsibility of this placement to you, the buyer, or a third party. So they say, I guarantee that you apply, or I guarantee that you get this type of outcome in this time frame. And then you get in there and you realize like, oh, they're actually not going to place me anywhere. Like I have to go and do the thing. So it's a sales tactic, guys. I don't really vouch for it, to be honest. A lot of people offer it. I don't. Not enough testimonials. This one's decently common, but let's talk about this. Like, okay, you don't want to buy something or you don't want to work with someone because there's not enough testimonials. And also, guys, for you guys that are already in high ticket sales, like these objections and these overcomes are, use them, right? They're good and they're really thought out. But testimonials are never going to tell the whole story, good or bad, because good testimonials, the provider's probably asking for them, which means they're going to be skewed. And bad testimonials, the service is bad and customers are upset. So the largest and most trusted businesses in the world do not ask for testimonials, and they do not provide client references, and they just let their product be the source of truth. Like if you see here, I ran a poll on Twitter the other day, and it ended, it wasn't over here yet, but it ended right about where it is here. For every 8 people that voted iPhone is the best phone, 1 person votes for Android. But then if you go to Apple and look at their reviews, you watching this, you probably have an iPhone and you probably like it. You probably don't have too many complaints, hopefully. And look at their reviews, bro. Go look at, like, this is on Trustpilot. Go look at American Express on Trustpilot. Go look at MasterCard. Like, go look at any big company. Let me see what's near me. Sony. Go look at Sony. Go look at, what else do we have here? I don't know, maybe car manufacturers. Like, just go look at these big companies, bro. Reviews don't tell the whole story. They can be fake, they can be paid, they can be from a competitor. So not to say there's not valuable stuff in reviews, but ultimately you just need to be cautious. You need to seek out authenticity in content marketing, sales, and reviews, and do the necessary research until it's simply unreasonable for the opposing viewpoint to be true in your mind. Find both controlled and uncontrolled testimonial and reviews. There's a difference between like what I showed you guys here and like third-party online reviews. Because if you go and like look up the serial sales community, look for third-party reviews, there's like some guys that wrote stuff for affiliate stuff, like ranking all of the sales programs and all that. They've never been in it. They actually got so much stuff wrong. But it's like this huge list. They're like trying to run some affiliate commission thing, this huge list of every sales training program out there. And it's just like AI stuff. Like it's not an actual thing. But there's a difference between that or something like this. Or if you go and you Google like a certain company, Reddit index is really high. And if you see a whole Reddit thread on how this company sucks and their offer sucks, like that, in my opinion, tells me more than anything on YouTube. So if they don't have bad reviews, it's almost a good thing. Or if they don't have any reviews, it's kind of a green flag, because if it was bad, they would have bad reviews. Okay. Assuming they've been doing this for a good amount of time now. If they're brand new and they don't have any reviews, that's like super neutral. It's almost negative, because then you don't have any way to validate this. But if they have internal reviews and don't have external reviews, in my opinion, it's like they're not working people over and forcing them to go put bad reviews online in order to like get compensated or get back at the company. So yeah, just be wary of both, especially if the individual leaving the review has not gone through the full product or experience, and they didn't pay full price to do that. So reviews, I don't know, testimonials, reviews, or also like talking to someone. like you just have to be able to like look at it objectively. Does this person seem trustworthy? Do I think they're lying to me? Through all these videos and all this content that I have viewed and I've grown to like trust this person a little bit, would it be unreasonable for all these to be a lie? And if the answer is yes, it would be unreasonable, then you have your answer. And I can show you like right here, if you tallied up like 21, 27, 15, all these all the way down, if that like, just imagine if those were all fake. Like that would be insane. That would be a crime. Okay. So like, I mean, just through watching this kind of stuff, you start to see like, all right, man, maybe it's just like my brain putting up the guard as it should be. So anyways, the last one, dude, and this is the most common objection or concern that I get when I talk to people or when my team talks to people about the sales community that we run or just any kind of community altogether. I don't need sales training. A lot of you salespeople don't need sales training. And that's the thought that I had when I came in as well. Here's the thing. You probably don't need sales training, period, or right now, period. Depends on how good you are and what kind of experience you have. But what you will benefit from is everything else specific to this industry that just like sets you in the top 10% by default. Okay. The stuff that you're like, if you're coming from software sales or insurance sales or car sales, there is just like a break in what you understand from that industry to this one. And there are things that can be stacked in your favor to just make it so much easier to land in a better spot from day one in this industry. So proper expectations around what entering this industry successfully actually looks like, a unique roadmap based on your specific experience, restrictions, challenges, goals, the stuff we mentioned earlier. A 1099 results oriented resume, which is way different than a corporate resume. Insight into the best application and Loom strategies, these open and closed doors, bridging the gap between past results and how they actually apply into this industry, the two hurdles that we talked about, and then learning how to properly assess and perform due diligence on job offers, not to mention getting those job offers in front of you in the first place. For appointment setting, there's 9 things. For closing, there's 7 things that we look for to validate an on-target earnings within a company. So not to mention the jobs, connections, access to like 1 to 10 style hiring pools with recruiters, agencies, other businesses. There's just a lot. Like you could be President's Club, account executive in software. Like example, I don't know if he's President's Club, but Jared was enterprise account executive. Apo, who I'm actually meeting with tomorrow, who's in Austin from Greece because of remote closing. Both of these guys are coming from like pretty prestigious account executive software jobs, and they're both crushing it. But like coming into this industry, it's just different, bro. Like if you value your time and you value money, you figure out which one you value more, and move accordingly. So my experience personally is during my last 12 months in roofing sales, where I came from, where I first got my sales experience and first job. I was the number 1 rep on my team. I was breaking company records. I was getting, I was gaining a lot of confidence. And this gave me the confidence to go all in with high ticket because I saw these guys that were 17, 18 years old doing 10, 20K per month from home. And I was like, if they can do it, why can't I? But once I landed in a good closing team, which was a whole thing in itself on how I got there, I was middle of the pack while giving more effort. And I was just unsure like why I wasn't the best. Okay. And it kind of got boiled down to like, it's just a different style of sales. The timeline structure, product operations, expectations, it's a different industry. And I just had to learn how to sell better in that industry. So if you already have a sales background, like you can get in, you don't need sales training to get in, but you're probably going to want some guidance once you're in to know exactly, how to maximize your outcome in high ticket. So many people, including myself, undermine the high ticket sales training, as they should. I mean, if you're a good salesperson, you should have confidence in your ability to sell anything to anybody, right? But a lot of these trainers should not be considering themselves trainers. And also when it comes to finding success quickly in this industry, sales training just like is not a priority. There's a time and a place, but it's not from day one. It's this stuff, the consideration and the implementation of this stuff here that actually gets you hired fast into quality roles. You could come like for our agency that I just exited a week ago, if we're hiring for a role, let's say it's a 15K per month closing role, and you put on your resume, like you have all this sales experience, and you put on your resume, yeah, I went through this training, this training, this training, this training, and for that reason, I should be hired. I'm like, no, not really. Because yeah, you went through these trainings, but you've never done it in this industry before. Now it does help, but you can't expect that just because you went through a sales training that you're entitled to a job. It's just not how it works. Anyone with actual industry experience is going to be prioritized above you. That's why we focus on this and not the sales training. So I don't need sales training. You're probably right. You probably don't need a sales trainer to land a job. That's why you would usually work with someone, is to get a job. So make sure that that person you're working with focuses on the things that actually help you get a job. Now, all that being said, guys, these are the 8 most common things that I see, whether it's just about the industry or about a community, a sales community. You've seen this, but all these things, surprise, all these things we focus on and really pay attention to detail to in the sales community that I've been running since August of 2022. There's a lot of people that know about high ticket sales. They know what it is. They know how lucrative it can be. And for that reason, there's a lot more people in the marketplace. What does that mean for you? If you're already in it and you're already miles ahead of them, then good, you're safe, keep doing what you're doing. But if you're not and you want to break in and you want to excel quickly, you kind of just have to take a different approach these days. And I'm going to break that down in this video on some approaches that have worked well for myself and other people. The good news for you is a lot of the people coming into the market are coming in with incorrect expectations as to how easy this is, how low the bar is to enter. There's a lot of lazy people coming in, making it really easy for you if you have a halfway decent work ethic. If you don't have a halfway decent work ethic and you want to make 20K per month, taking 2 calls per day from the beach, this is not the video for you. Actually, this is not even the channel for you. I don't talk about that. I'm pretty much here to share with you exactly how you can take advantage of the 1099 remote setting, closing, sales opportunities in 2025 and beyond. So in this video, I'm going to share some ideas with you that maybe you thought of, maybe you haven't thought of, but unique ways that I've seen people stand out and make a lot more money as a high ticket setter or closer. The high ticket model relies on this right here, leads turning into clients. The traditional high ticket model in early 2020s, before that, it was really simple to just be the middleman and make money because of that. As a setter, 5% for a 5-minute conversation or little text thread, or a closer, 45-minute, maybe 30-minute, maybe 60-minute call, 10% commission. And all you had to do was be the guy who talked to the hot leads, the inbound leads, the leads booked on your calendar. And these opportunities still exist, but if you want to break in and do better than everybody else and make more than everybody else, you got to be different. There's this joke going around about the fat cat closer, the one that sits waiting for his inbound calls, doesn't do any follow-up, doesn't get creative, doesn't self-generate any leads, doesn't dial any lists. The fat cat closer is someone who is so easily replaceable. You just don't want to be that person, especially in 2025. A lot of these younger kids coming in have been sold this dream of like laptop on the beach, hardly any work, inbound leads, fat cat closer. And while it can be that, what if it's not? Are you not interested? Because if not, probably just go do something else. The point I'm making here is the fat cat closer is out in 2025. Now imagine this. You exist within a company, and as part of this company, my head's in the way, there's so much else going on, whether you're a setter or closer, that is either ahead of. Now, you being either this setter or closer, you exist amongst a lot of other things happening. Marketing stuff, sales stuff, back end, client success, fulfillment, operations. There's a lot of other stuff going on as part of you being like a cog in this machine that, I'll be honest, a lot of these business owners don't have all this stuff dialed in. Most of them do not have this dialed in. They might have some of these things really good and then others don't even exist, or others are okay, but usually they're really lacking. And unfortunately, if you're just an inbound fat cat setter or closer, that's going to affect your money. So what do? Do you sit there and play victim and just offer hop into the next hottest inbound fat cat closer role? Or do you start fixing stuff and do you start charging for that? So you could exist like this and just take your little piece of the pie right here and clock out and call it a day. Or you could start taking percentages. You could start taking base pays. You could start doing more, learning, helping the business owner, building your resume further, and making it easier for you to collect more money and make more commissions. Some of these are definitely a lot more easier to step into than others, but there's a lot of money in helping these business owners create predictable, reliable systems around all these aspects of their business, especially if they don't exist yet. Really commonly, I mean, just to come and manage like an appointment setting team or to train the sales team, to help them with recruiting, to do the sales operations. I mean, that's stuff that you can just so easily do and pick up that benefits the team, but also benefits you. Now, all these numbers I put on here, plus 2.5%, plus 10%, plus 8, plus 3,000, plus 5%. These are just some common pay structures that I've seen for these, and they can be higher, they can be lower, they can be more creative. But for the sake of the video, I just wanted to show you, like, dude, I know people that do every single thing here on this sheet and get paid more because of it. Hey, quick break in the free training here to tell you about the serial sales community. If you're watching this, there is no doubt, you cannot deny that you're interested in a 1099 work from home remote sales job. This could be setting, it could be closing, kind of depends where you're starting from. Well, the serial sales community, the business that I started in August of 2022, we help people do that. We post jobs, we work with y'all one-on-one to get to the point of being ready to apply, to be positioned correct in the marketplace. And we give you the support and the accountability to make it all happen. We help do due diligence on roles. We've got calls every single day. It's a pretty awesome product. I put my first and last name on it, blasted everywhere, and we've had, a lot of great results come through. We're currently on the road to 100 $10,000 per month testimonial videos, which you can see in the community member playlist interview thing that I got. But yeah, I stand behind the product, and I think you should go down below to the first link to check it out if you're in the ballpark for your first or next remote work from home sales job. In fact, I'll tell you a quick story. Imagine someone who started out as a remote closer, came from a different industry of sales, had a good resume in a different industry, but came in here, was strictly a remote closer. Then that person went from closer to, hey, we need an appointment setting team, helping them build out that team. And then from doing that to really dialing in the calendar space, qualifying leads, introducing a lead scoring system, making sure that the calendars were super lean, super qualified for the whole closing team, working with the setters to do that. Then backing off, taking that skill set, getting into a better closing role, leveraging all that into just a better closing role, jumping into an even better closing role, then being someone who's worthy of managing a team of 10 on that same exact team. Then basically getting into sales management at scale for multiple companies, getting really ingrained into the operations side of it, building an organization with a lot of really high quality talent, becoming more of like the COO, and then selling that company after doing 8 figures in client revenue, after scaling the team to 30 people. I'm not going to name any names, but you might recognize this guy. That was my story. So I started out as a closer, and I could have stayed a closer, and I did stay a closer, but I just kept picking up incremental things. I started taking on more and more responsibility, which inevitably made me more money, built my skill set, made me more of an asset for the next opportunity that I ever wanted to get into, and allowed me to build a business leveraging these skill sets and the networks to then sell the business for an amount that some people wish to make in a year one day. Not to mention make a lot of money in the meantime. Now, this isn't going to be the path for everybody watching this. I don't expect it to be. But for example, what if I showed you these 4 gentlemen? Besides them all being extremely handsome, they're all in my sales community, the serial sales community. They have common progressions that feed into what we were just talking about. Like Samil, when he joined my community, he was doing insurance sales, went into remote closing, started hitting 10K months. And now he's like a partner with that business owner. They're running multiple sales teams. He's managing, I think, 3 sales teams, and he's doing it from Japan. So he's from Canada, started making online money, went to Japan because he could. Now he's just has so much more leverage. Sean came in as a closer from Ireland. Now managing a sales team, a big one that's doing significant revenue. I'm pretty sure he scaled it from sub 6 figures per month to somewhere near $500,000 per month. So Sean's been in the community a really long time. I can't even remember what he was doing before, but he took the skill set of closing, got into management, started making a lot more money, and built a case study. Noah, who, if you're watching this, you're going to watch my video come out in 3 days. He's going to be on this. You can learn from him. He's a really sharp guy. does this part-time DM setting, was doing like 2 or 3 offers at once. Now he's a DM setting coach and manager for a sales agency alongside DM setting for 2 other people. And he's just used his expertise, gained leverage, and now makes more money because of that. And then David, someone who's been in my community for a while, started out as an appointment setter coming from the real estate industry, moved into sales manager, does some coaching, just gained much more leverage over his time. All these guys are involved in pre-call sequences, back-end operations, team communication, data reporting. This is a very brief summary of what these guys are up to, but all these guys are doing a lot of these things within those titles. And I'll highlight Brandon, for example, here. Brandon's a guy who I've known for a couple of years now, got into the closing space, I want to say around 2021. I didn't know him at this point. But over the last 4 years, he's basically been doing this. I'll give you a rundown of his story. Also a community member, by the way. So I think he came from SaaS sales and got into remote closing in 2021. He started helping that business with automations, go high level, some of the operational stuff behind sales. If I remember correctly, that's where he met my partner in the agency that I just sold, and they stayed in touch. Then we started a business. My partner and I started a business, and he came on as the first closer. Maybe there was some stuff between business 1 and business 2, but for the sake of the story, he came on as the first closer here. He started doing the same automations, helping us with the back end on go high level. And then he basically took over sales. Like, he was the only one taking sales calls, was managing the appointment setter, managing the automations. So he just became like the main guy. In business 1, there was a whole sales team. He was a closer helping with automations. Business 2, he became the guy. Then he leveraged that into becoming a closer on just a really, really hot offer. Started doing the same automations work, being that technical guy that he is. And then most recently leveraged into another part-time closing role where the sales manager eventually stepped out, and then he moved into that managing a setter, communicating with the client. And now he's a full-on account lead, taking full ownership over the account and just taking a bigger role in the sales agency that he's a part of. So you can see the progression here from 2021 to 2025 all throughout here. I know Brandon's made $30,000 in a month closing, but just stacking results, case study, skill set, resume, building, connecting to more people. And now he's in a pretty decent spot. And not to mention, he started doing this for other people too, started posting on social media, driving leads. You might be asking me, how do you do this? And my answer to you is really, really simple. Literally just start doing it. Like, sure, you can wait for the business owner to post an open job and then have a conversation, or you could just take initiative and, assuming you're not reaching too far and assuming too much, just start doing it, because it will make your job easier. You will make more money. The business owner will see the initiative that you're taking. They'll appreciate it, and they'll be like, hey, this person might be worthy of some more responsibility. Like, if they care this much to go above and beyond just to, close a couple more deals, I wonder what they could do over here. I wonder how they could help me here. Now, if you don't know how to do it, there's this app, you may have heard of it, YouTube, probably, or there's Twitter or X. There's not really a good logo for X, like a funny one. There's Reddit, a little spooky right there. Google, you can Google anything. And school, like in my community, we talk about a lot of this stuff, but there's free school groups. Think about this. Conceptualize this. Anything, any skill, any talent, any hobby, any profession that you want to get good at, or really good at, or perhaps even great, you can learn this on the internet. Take a minute and process that. Anything, literally anything. So all those little things I showed you in the beginning, I'll be honest with you, like, they're not rocket science. They're very simple. However, there's just one prerequisite that you do need to be aware of, which is you have to get in these companies first. You're not just going to get hired in to do sales operations if you're not a sales operations guy and you've never done that before. No company is going to bring you in and just let you start tinkering around with stuff. That would be very irresponsible of that company. The 2 easiest options, do you remember them? I'd hope so. These fellows right here. Setter, closer. With or without sales experience, these are the easiest entry points for you to get into the company, to start to even consider doing all these other things for the company that's going to help them generate more revenue and get you paid more money. Unfortunately, guys, if you watch my channel, you know, like, sales training isn't going to get you there. Having a 6-pack, not going to get you there either. What does get you there is having a ton of these opportunities just put in front of you every single day. So that way you don't have to go out and send hundreds of cold Instagram DMs or look on LinkedIn or Reddit or wherever else people try to find these jobs, because it's hard there. Why not just go somewhere where these jobs are being shared for you? If you know you can make like 5, 10, 15K per month, maybe you're already making that and you want to make it in this industry, like your time is not best spent sending cold DMs to fitness coaches. Like that is probably the worst use of your time. Getting into a network where things will expedite themselves because the people in that network are serious and they've done this before and they know how to do it well. The community that I run is one of those, believe it or not. And then also not only having access to those opportunities, but then making sure that every single application you put out has the highest odds possible at getting received well. Like the difference between sending 50 applications and getting 2 job offers extended to you and getting 11 or 12 job offers extended to you is literally just a few minor tweaks at the top of the funnel. And there's an order of priority here. You probably can't read this because it's pretty small, but there's a priority here that can make that way, way, way easier. And one of them has to do with getting in front of a lot of jobs. I made a whole video on this diagram and how to increase the throughput of your job application funnel to take the same effort that you're already doing and just get more out of it. I'm going to link that at the end of this video. If you don't see it, just go to my YouTube, look for the thumbnail that has this diagram.
We've got a serious topic this time around. I'm not playing. Guaranteed job placement. It's a lie. It's a lie that they told you to take your money. I'm just kidding. That's kind of dramatic. It's kind of true, but not 100% true. So guaranteed job placement, if you're in high ticket sales, you've probably seen somebody offering this. I'm here to give my unfiltered thoughts on guaranteed job placement, why you should or shouldn't do it, and exceptions and what you should do instead, because honestly, you should probably shy away from this stuff. But why I believe that I'm qualified to speak on this, I've been working with new and existing sales reps and business owners one-on-one in a lot of cases for the last year and a half. I've worked with over 500 sales reps now. I've worked with over 100 business owners now, and I see both sides of the coin. Okay, I see how this space operates. I do help people regularly who have been promised placement but never got it. Like I'm working with someone right now, spent $8,000, never got the placement. And there's many such cases. I mean, oftentimes the guys that I'm working with get on the same interviews, potentially group interviews. They get the same interviews as those who get guaranteed job placement. Okay. I have offered this in the past, and I was offering it as guaranteed interviews versus a guaranteed job, because me, with the connections I have and the people I know, I can guarantee an interview. But I can't guarantee a job, right? Because if you go on the interview and you blow it, sucks, right? So job prioritization exists. Now, someone like myself, I do get inbound requests for sales talent. And if I was a sales rep, well, I am a sales rep. If I was a available sales rep, I would jump on those. But there's only so many hours in a day. I'm not going to take every opportunity that comes. Where does it go? To the people I know, right? So I have in the past offered job prioritization. I have offered guaranteed interviews, but guaranteed job placement, if somebody's offering you that, and that's why you send them $5,000, just be careful, okay? Now, when I did do this, I had a 100% success rate. But I realized, objectively speaking, this is built on a shaky foundation. Because, if I start taking, payment and providing a service for a sales rep who, let's say they come from real estate, and I start putting them in touch with my network when they don't have high ticket sales experience and they're not qualified for the opportunities and all that stuff, it doesn't look good on me. And if I want to be in this space for a year, 3 years, 5 years, 10 years, those are things you have to consider, right? So this is why I'm qualified to speak on it. I've seen a lot of things and I've helped a lot of people. Now, the argument, it doesn't scale linearly. So there's definitely more sales reps than good sales positions. And being that most of the people that are offering this service are sales coaches or they have sales training, they're taking on 10, 20, 50 reps a month. There's just so an increased level of operational drag that is attached when there's a guaranteed placement in place. And honestly, it's hard to fulfill on because there's more sales reps than good sales jobs, right? Because they get you in saying, oh, you can make 10, 15, 20K a month. And then they get you a job interview. It's just an interview. And the OTE is like $3,000 a month. And they're just forcing it because you paid them and they got to get you interviews and they got to hope that you get hired. But it's just a shaky foundation. So when these sales coaches are taking on 50 students a month, I'm sorry, I hate to break it to you. It's just going to be tough for them to swing it. Now, there's also a potential conflict of interest, meaning they're accepting payment from both sides, and this doesn't allow for the best fit in most cases. So on the sales rep side, they're stuck completing or connecting people for the sake of completing a service to any opportunity that comes by, right? The results are typically poor and they lead to short business relationships, and it's oftentimes a square peg in a round hole situation. The sales rep's not getting the role that they want. The business is not getting the sales rep that they want. And because you accepted money on both sides, you're kind of in a tough spot, right? So most don't also have the final hiring say, meaning they can get you interviews. I could get people interviews, but if you get on there and you blow the interview, dude, there's nothing I can do about that. I can't save you, right? I've had in the past, I've gotten somebody 10 interviews. That's not a joke. Literally 10 interviews. Blew them all. So what am I supposed to do at that point? After one-on-one coaching, training, calls, role plays, it's just like, dude, I can't do anything. And so again, guaranteed job placement, that it doesn't account for you blowing interviews, right? So again, many sales reps really don't have the resume or characteristics to be considered for a quality opportunity when starting out, because guys, this high ticket sales space is becoming increasingly more sophisticated as time goes on. Like literally every 6 months, it gets harder and harder and harder. But if you get in and you're good and you start meeting people, it gets easier and easier and easier. So if you come from real estate and you sold $10 million worth of houses in the last 2 years, it just does not translate anymore because there are too many people with a high ticket sales resume that are going to be considered before you. I don't care if you were the best realtor at your brokerage, like I was the best salesperson at my roofing company. It just didn't translate the same. Okay. Now, eventually I made it work. And, I have made it public in how I was able to do that. But yeah, so experience, it matters, right? And if your resume doesn't match, your skill set might be there, but on paper, if it doesn't check out, you can't even get the interview unless you have that referral.
I caught you red-handed looking for your first or next 1099 remote appointment setting or closing job. Good news for you. I shared over 7,000 in the last 12 months inside the serial sales community. So that's the business that I've been running since 2022 that I'm still insanely involved in, but I've brought in also a lot of team to help you get your result, which is go from where you're at, maybe in sales, maybe not in sales, to having an opportunity in this industry to give you a legitimate part-time or full-time income should you perform, okay? We're really, 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 really good at this. We've done it with a lot of people. We have a lot of case studies. You'll be able to see those in our interview playlist on my YouTube channel. And we do everything A through Z, from meeting you where you're at, giving you a custom roadmap, redoing your resumes, your Loom introductions. We do application tracking. We do due diligence on these offers. We talk interviews, everything that you could need to make this happen. Our intention with the whole way that this is lined up is to make it hard for you to fail. So if you're looking for your first or next remote 1099 sales job and you want to do it alongside people that have not only done it before, but a community of people that are invested into this just as much as yourself, go down below, first link in the description, check it out, talk to our team, back to the training.
So you're not really going to make 10K a month starting out in high ticket sales right away, unless you've got a very transferable skill set and experience. So maybe you were an online coach. Maybe you were an agency owner. Those are probably the best things that you could be if you're looking to get into high ticket sales. Maybe you sold for masterminds, or you sold something that was higher price point short sales cycle, meaning like one call close, 1 week sales cycle, Tech sales is good if you're going into like B2B agency work, because it's more like relationship based and it's a little bit slower, more logical and technical. And also door to door insurance, kind of like those fast paced B2C 1-2 call model or 2 call meeting. It does transfer a little bit better than some other things. Now, unless you know somebody who can get you in with a good team and is comfortable vouching for you with no high ticket sales experience, you're not going to make 10K a month in month one. You might. Let me take that back. You might if you compromise. Actually, wrong word. I don't want to say compromise. If you can get in front of the right opportunities, meaning there's appointment setting opportunities out there that I've helped people get into where they make 10K a month, 15K a month, 20K a month. They're usually in the bigger money markets, real estate, business acquisition, stuff along those lines. They're harder to get. Just going to keep it real with you guys. So it is hard to get somebody to vouch for you without sales experience. Because again, if I want to be in this game for the next 5 years, I can't put my name behind someone who doesn't fit the bill. Okay. And if you get lucky, somehow you get on a team and then they have an ad go viral or some marketing campaign that they have just takes off. It's possible. Like I know closers who have made 10K in their first month just because they knew the guy and it was just right place, right time. If they didn't know that guy, they wouldn't have been considered for the job. So again, this high ticket sales landscape is becoming increasingly more sophisticated. And as time goes on and more sales pros, like real salespeople, switch into this space and they have the resources to afford the top trainings to like establish that high ticket sales resume, it's just going to become harder to start, right? Once you get started, once you get some results, it gets easier. But a lot of people don't get started because it's not easy, because you got to do it part-time, or you got to quit the job, or you got to jump to a commission-only structure. So there's easier things. But I mean, just from my time being in here since 2022, January, February, like it's just getting harder and harder. Now, this is the argument, right? There's a lot of factors and a lot of things that could prohibit this from being a reality, but there are things that could make it real. There's not many of them, but you get lucky and you get a one-off deal from someone who is an established recruiter. There are high ticket sales recruiters in this space. I know a few of them. I've connected people with a few of them, but I've never seen the recruiter accept payment to be prioritized for a role. And again, you get back into that conflict of interest where it doesn't end well, right? This person runs sales for multiple businesses and genuinely vets who they accept for the placement service. So I know a few people who run sales for 2, 3, 4, 5 teams at a time, and they do recruitment, they do coaching, and they help those teams out. And if you work with one of those people who they usually don't have some crazy massive sales training program, they can directly place you into these roles. But they're going to have to vet you extremely hard, because if they don't think that you can perform under one of these teams, they're not going to take you on. I'll be honest with you. This is hard to find. I know a couple of people who do it, but they're going to vet you very hard. So yeah, in most cases, they're turning down more people than they bring in here. And there's not too many people that do that, to be honest with you. Another exception is you agree to be guaranteed interviews that meet preset qualifications. This is how I used to do it. I just stopped doing it. It was a headache. Juice wasn't worth the squeeze. Sure, I can get people to pay me money. Sure, I can get them interviews. But putting my reputation on the line, and it's kind of a gray area as far as fulfillment goes, I'd rather put my attention elsewhere. But these are the exceptions, guys.
So 99% of the time, this doesn't exist. Those ads you keep getting for, sales trainings, all this stuff, and they say guaranteed placement. Just be careful. Okay. Now, the reason you probably watched to the end, what you should do instead. Always going to leave you guys with something actionable. This is what you do. Join all the high ticket sales networks that you can for free. Facebook groups, high ticket sales, appointment setting, remote setting, closing, high ticket sales jobs. There's a link to 32 groups in the description here. There's 50 plus groups. There's also a ton of Discords, Slacks, Telegrams. Join all of these. If you want to go on like Instagram, Twitter, type in high ticket sales, go on TikTok, high ticket sales, join these free groups and just like poke around and start meeting people. Start exposing yourself to this. This is free. Now, there's 10,000 people in a free group. How effective is it going to be? Because if a sales job gets posted in there and there's 10,000 people, you're going to be first. You better hope so. And then join all the free groups, right? Facebook, everybody shits on Facebook. I love Facebook. I teach you how to actually do it right and how to not get burnt. That's in the community. But the next thing you got to do, if you want to expedite this, is join one or two paid networks. It's more exclusive, higher intent, better opportunities. Look, guys, it's not required, but it's highly recommended. And I'm saying this as somebody who joined a paid group when I started, and it just made the process so much easier. I would have been stuck probably for months longer without, well, one, the sales opportunity in my face, and then the training on how to like navigate this landscape and like just setting the right expectations. I would have been spinning my wheels for so much longer if I didn't pay to get access to somebody or something. Okay. So join a paid network, but don't join for placement. Join for knowledge and proximity. Because you join for placement, job doesn't work out. In high ticket sales, there's high turnover rate, right? People are in and out of jobs, offers flop, stuff like that. Don't join for like a one-time placement. Join as a commitment to yourself that you're going to make this work. Okay. So join, sure, maybe you get a job off it, but what happens in 3 months, 6 months, 12 months when it's time for something new because the other one went under or you just want to make more money? Well, now you have that network of invested sales reps and somebody who collected money from you who has a duty to fulfill on a service and provide opportunities and do all that stuff. And guys, it's a no-brainer, right? So I paid someone when I started. Yes, it expedited the result and it opened doors that would not have been opened otherwise. It was worth it. And I made my 4-figure investment back in month 1. And yes, I had experience from another industry when I came into high ticket sales. It helped me on the interview, but I would not have gotten the interview without being part of an exclusive network. And yes, by the way, I run a paid network that'll help you do exactly this. Check the description. You can find information there. But I already kind of hit on this, but what's more valuable? 100 people who have paid $4,000, who are committed to making it work, who are all putting their back against the wall, not necessarily putting their back against the wall, but who have all, they all have skin in the game, right? And the chat is alive and people are happy to be there and they're hyped and they're, helping each other out and all that stuff. Or 10,000 people who are interested. They're just all kind of interested, right? In the free groups, there's low intent. I mean, if you go to Facebook, type in high ticket sales, the groups have there's groups that have 10, 20, 30,000 people. And yes, there's job opportunities, but like something good goes into one of those groups, dude, you got 30 seconds to apply. And you're going to have a whole lot of just like people who are not serious. It's just not a good environment. It doesn't make you feel good to be a part of that. These business owners do not want to spend their time hiring from massive unfiltered applicant pools. So the best people for their teams have likely already gotten results in high ticket sales, meaning they're known because of the tight
tight-knit nature of high-ticket sales by the right people. How do you get known without experiencing common pitfalls? Do it yourself or pay someone. Fast way. And make sure the person that you pay actually does what they say they do. So if, just the other day, I'll pop it up here. I had 2 people text me same day looking for sales reps, both 5-figure a month earnings. That shit doesn't go through the Facebook groups. And I've set people up with interviews. They didn't pay me to get set up with interviews, but I did because I felt comfortable vouching for those people, and they have paid me. Okay. So once you join all the free networks, and you join 1 or 2 paid networks, which is not mandatory. Do consistent outreach to people with high ticket sales teams, and you can do this manually or automated. My guess is if you're not already in high ticket sales, you want to get into this because you don't have time to do anything else. So manual outreach is going to be hard. You can automate this. In my community, I help you automate it. I pay for the software. I give you the scripts. I give you everything you need. And we do it on Facebook, Instagram, LinkedIn, Twitter. We pull the data. We help you set up the campaigns. There's probably 2, 3, maybe 4, probably 3 hours of content literally going over this and how you can send 50,000 messages a month to a highly targeted type of person and get a job. So we help you with all that. But you can do it manually too. Go on Instagram, type in fitness coach, send out 100 messages a day. It's going to take you 2 hours, and you're going to send out 100 messages. 80 are never going to be seen ever to the graveyard. 10 you're going to be left on red because your profile is like, I don't know, it's not good. 10 are going to respond. 5 of them don't need anyone. 3 of them, they need someone, but you're not qualified. 2, that you set up an interview, but you don't get it. 1, maybe you get it, but like, it's a lot of time. It's a lot of time. So if you guys have more time than other resources, do this. Do this. And it's good to know how to do it. If all shit hits the fan and you go broke overnight, it's good to know how to do this. So starting here, there's really, when it comes to you getting hired or not getting hired, there's 2 things that are present. One is your effort, like things that are 100% within your control. Did you do them or did you not? If you are not doing 100% of what is within your control, then you obviously have room for improvement. Now, the other part of this that you can't always just snap your fingers and within a reasonable time frame have is experience. So that is a combination of the effort, the independent variable being executed upon over a long enough period of time so that way you can get the experience. If you don't have the experience, you really need to lean on the effort. So something like job is posted. How long does it take you to apply? Is it 10 minutes or is it 3 days? That is 100% an effort thing. Responding fast. You reply and then they reply back in an hour. How long does it take you to respond? The biggest thing by far is the number of applications. If I look at all the hundreds of people that are in the community that have ever been in the community, a common denominator of those who have the most success, the fastest, usually just submitted more applications than those who did not have the same success. So number of applications can really, really negate anything that might be working against you. The quality of your resume is huge. We're going to get into some numbers in a little bit and definitely stick around for that. But the quality of your resume, in the high ticket sales space, it's a lot of kids. It's a lot of people with not any serious professional background. And so all this stuff, not important to the kids or the people that are very short-sighted. So if you do come in with all of this stuff dialed in, like you're going to smoke everybody else. So resume quality, the quality of your actual application, the way that you submit the resume, the messaging that goes with it, the Loom video that goes with it, all that stuff packaged up together. Being prepared, being timely to an interview. I mean, you think that sounds like a normal thing? You would be very surprised how many people are not those 2 things. Interviewing well, interviews are a skill set. It's like going to the gym and working out your biceps. You can work out your interview ability. Now, the experience that you portray, you can work on how to show that in the best light. You can, again, some things you just cannot snap your fingers and have right away, but the ability to interview well and answer questions well and ask the right questions well, 100% within your control. Looking the part, 100% within your control. Being in a quiet room, having a decent Zoom background, a Christmas background like this, 100% within your control. Doing like pre and post call communication, pre when needed, post call follow-ups, all that on interviews, 100% within your control. So really, man, the people that are going to win the most, the fastest, they're going to take this and run with it. They're going to do it like it's their full-time job if they have the time to permit. You can realistically completely change all of this in a very short amount of time with a small amount of time or money. Yeah. So basically, your Zoom background is not that awesome. Like literally turn your desk around and just make it a flat, plain wall. You're not in a quiet room, like literally just go somewhere that's quiet. So pretty self-explanatory there. Now, if I can share what I've seen to really lead to success is the people that max out what is within their control 100% of the time get further than those who simply are relying on experience that they have. Like let's say you're a tech account executive, a couple of years, you got results, all that cool stuff, but you're not maximizing the applications. You're not doing a lot of applications. This person who does this is going to win more times than not. Like appointment setting is entry level, meaning you don't need sales experience to get that. So it's fair game. Like you literally just have to be the best. You have to present yourself the best. You have to interview the best. And that is within your control. It's a muscle. You can work it out. Now let's look at some numbers. I have 3 diagrams that I want to show you here. And this is something that I work very hands-on with the community members on, is maximizing the throughput of this funnel. So the average job seeking funnel in high ticket sales, let's say you submit 50 applications. Okay, well, out of 10 people who apply to this job, right off the bat, the 4 or so who respond the fastest are going to get the most attention. Okay, so there's already a cutoff on just how fast you can apply. Most people are not going to apply fast enough. They're not going to get attention paid to them. It's just the reality of it. Then we get down to the quality of the application. And this is probably the biggest part of it. But very quickly, and I've done a ton of recruiting, run the sales agency. We run a bunch of teams, have a bunch of sales reps. Very quickly, can I see who actually wants this job by the quality of the application submitted? Look at their resume. Did they put any effort in? Did they even submit a resume? Did they answer the questions that you asked them thoughtfully? Did they take the time to film a Loom video? Is the Loom video quality? All these things where you can just literally tell, does this person care or does this person not care? And 80% of people who submit a full application with whatever that entails, I'm going to disqualify in most cases because they were lazy. They didn't take the time. They don't really want this. There's a lot of different reasons. So a lot of people are going to get cut here. Now, if you don't know what you're interviewing for, you're not prepared. You show up to the interview, you don't know who you're talking to, you don't know what you're talking about, you don't remember anything about the role. That's not good. So I would say, every 1 in 5 interviews that I have, I kind of feel like I'm wasting my time. And that's after they get through this.
Can I be honest with you? Watching a 15-hour free training is useful, and I hope you can take things away from this, but what happens after you watch it? You're not going to have access to the jobs unless you want to send cold DMs, which, be my guest, it kind of sucks. I'll just let you know that ahead of time. You're not going to have access to the jobs. You're not going to have access to me. You're not going to have access to other people who are having success with this. No access to a team, no access to live call support, no access to anything. You're going to be solo. Flying solo in a performance-based industry is really, really hard. So it's already hard enough to find the jobs. Well, why don't you just let somebody source them for you, do due diligence, and then help you once you're in the roles to make sure that you're not getting the workaround in this role, to make sure that you're actually in a vehicle that's going to serve you. And that's what the serial sales sales community does. And so if you're watching this training, I take it you're interested in landing one of these remote sales jobs. Our community basically fast tracks the result that you're going to get. Well, actually, the odds are higher with us in your corner, but the results that you want to get, we're fast tracking it. We're making them more certain, eliminating a lot of the guesswork, and honestly, just making it easier for you. So if you're interested in making it easier, because you've already decided you want this, you're watching the training, but you want to make it easier, go down to the first link in the description, check out that page, check out all the information about what we do, how it works. Since 2022, we've been doing it. We're really good at it, and we'd love to help you. So go down below, check it out, talk to the team. Now back to the training.
Now, the actual interview. There's been times recently where I've hired people that I simply just like their character and the characteristics they embody over the experience that someone else might have. And I'll hire that person on because I'm confident in the training that we have. So with the interview, like honestly, 60% is probably generous. Most people aren't going to, 6 out of 10 people aren't going to make it past the interview. It's probably more like 7 or 8 out of 10. And then the post interview, nobody follows up. Nobody stays in contact with the hiring managers, the recruiters, the agency owners, whatever it might be. It's just, honestly, at this point, if you're not doing this, you probably didn't make it this far. So it's just a reality. So with these numbers, and I try to estimate to the best of my ability how much of that application pool gets chopped at each milestone. And there might be more, there might be less. 50 applications in, you can see the odds shrink quickly down to 1.54 offers out, 2 offers, or if you want to round down, it's 1 offer. So I don't know if you had a crystal ball and it said you shook it or rubbed it or whatever you do with a crystal ball, and you said, crystal ball, how many applications do I need to do to get a good high ticket sales role? And it told you 50, and it told you would get this, you would just do it. The thing is, like, nobody knows for sure. But these are this is having the most average experience all the way down the funnel. What if you just simply improve the quality at the top of the funnel without changing anything else? And that's what we're going to look at next. So improving the throughput of this funnel by 100% in those first 2 steps. Now, this is a really big part of what we work on in the community. We're really focused on jobs and opportunity, making transitions from one place to another. But the higher up in the funnel it is, the more important it is for you to be better than other people. Because before, this was 60%. If you just were twice as good as the average person, meaning you responded to this fast because it was posted in a hiring channel where you get a notification, my community, then your odds go from before 30 to 35 right away. You didn't do anything different. You just got a notification and applied faster. Then your quality of application, if you could 2x the shitty resume that you've been using for 3 or 4 years that hasn't been updated, if you could know how to best position your experience, if you could know the types of messages to send with your resume, to fill out on these forms, all stuff that we go over in the community. And instead of your odds being, I think it's, 80%. So 1 in 5, they become 2 out of 5, where you would typically have 6 jobs through the funnel at this point. You now have 21 jobs still in your funnel. Keep all this stuff the same. That spits out 5.38 offers. So from 1.54, same 50 applications, just by doing a little bit of extra work that nobody else wants to do in this industry, which we help people with, you're getting somebody do the math. What is that? 3 times the offers? It's probably more. Okay. Now, what if you worked with someone to improve the entire thing? You got better at interviews. Like, you actually massaged the interview muscle. You learned how to do prep. You learned how to do the post interview. And we improved the entire throughput by 100%. I'm not going to go through all of this again, but 50 applications in, 12 offers out. So if you rub that crystal ball and said, hey, crystal ball, how many job applications do I need to submit to get one offer, and it told you, hey, Dylan, every fifth offer that you submitted, or I'm sorry, every fifth application you submit, you will get a job offer back for. Like, why would you not just go and apply to 500 jobs? Why would you not just go crazy with this? Zoom out, all this effort-based stuff, maximizing this, because you know you could go do the same amount of work. Now, maybe there's a couple hours on the upfront getting all this down, right? Maybe there's a couple hours, maybe there's some relationships you need to build, you need to redo your resume, you need to study some material, and then you can smoke everybody on this. It's literally the difference between 10x, like 1.54 offers and 11.9 offers, 12 offers made to you, job offers, remote contracted sales stuff. This is what we focus on in the community. And not only that, this one that's the most important, the timing, it should add in there exclusivity as well. How many people are applying? I mean, this is all percentage based. So, but I mean, it still is important. How many people? Is it 30 people? Is it 300 people? It makes a difference. But anyways, hopefully this makes sense for you guys. This is something that I work with every single member, every single step of this to go through and make sure it's dialed in. But if you hypothetically were in our community last month and we posted 61 jobs and we had 12 new people join, that's 5 jobs per new member on average. We've been doing this for a while now, to be honest with you. We had 61 jobs. That is almost a record. I think we had more in May and more in October, a lot in July. We did a little migration over here, so the numbers are a little skewed. But 61 jobs posted. And if you were going up, against everyone else outside of the community as well, I'm not just talking about going up against people in the community, but if you were just going up against people out in the wild that don't even have a resume, they don't even know what kind of closing role they're getting into. They don't have an in on the application process. They don't know how to interview well. They don't know how to do any of this, and they're slow. You're going to smoke them. And that's why I'm so big on saying sales training does not get you more offers. Like, sales training, if we go over here, would be in that past experience. Now, if we're looking at the offers where it's like $30K per month plus, sales training makes a marginal difference. But if we're looking to make 5, 10, 15K a month, more applications, meet more people, submit more applications, make sure the quality of the applications is better than everybody else, because that is 100% within your control. And then just make sure you're faster than everyone else. Go where the jobs are posted. 61 contracted sales roles posted in our group last month. Stuff like this. So I literally got this message today, November 11th. Banger post. This is an agency client. Banger posting for the community. Our top client, most recent serial sales hire, did 15K per month within 90 days. And they just said job posting would be huge. So I'm about to toss this into the community after this, to be honest with you. So if you just had inbound stuff like this, and I worked with you one-on-one to help you maximize your funnel throughput, and you got connected with other people that are getting all this opportunity, the only way you don't win is if you don't try or if you don't show up. So that's all I got on here, guys. Hopefully that video provides some insight. I've worked with hundreds and hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of people now, and a lot of them one-on-one. And this is what moves the needle. This is what gets you out of that job. This is what gets you into the other job that you're looking to get into, and making sure that it's quality so you don't churn out and have a bad experience and think high ticket sales is a scam. I'm about to speed run everything that you need to know in order to land a quality high ticket sales role. All the things that you need to do, all the things that you can do to make sure that you land as good a role as possible. Let's get to it, guys. High ticket sales checklist. That's what we're going to call it. We're going to throw a title. Cool. What do you need? First things, education. All right. YouTube. On YouTube, high ticket closing. Honestly, you're already here. Serial sales. That's me. I don't know, go watch Alex Hormozy, right? Go watch Cole Gordon. Just consume sales. I don't know if you have a sales background or if you don't, doesn't matter. Learn the like high ticket sales version of sales. Okay. Also, social media. You're gonna follow me. You're gonna follow a few people. Follow me, and then look at the people I follow. Okay. There's especially on Twitter. There's a lot of guys on Instagram. There's a lot of guys, but Twitter is the best. Twitter or X. Okay, go on there. Look at the people I follow. Follow them. You'll have too much to look at. Okay, it's gonna be good. Okay, so we're gonna learn YouTube, social media. You need to meet people who are in this space who might know more than you. Free groups, paid groups, communities, courses. Guys, if you're still in the mindset that courses don't help you, they're a waste of time, you're so far behind, dude. So hopefully you're not that person. Join groups and get connected to these people. Okay. They could be Facebook groups. I'll even throw that on here. Facebook groups. I was going to say subreddits, but no. Free discords, paid groups. You don't need to technically pay anybody anything to get into this, but it definitely helps a lot coming from someone who's paid other people to get into this. So, okay. So education, we got YouTube, social media, which is kind of YouTube. You need to meet a lot of people. That's it for now. Okay. Then we need to position ourselves. So positioning, right? What does that look like? Well, first things first, we need to get our resume right. We need to display value within a company that's, hold on, increases. Sorry, guys, had to pause. That's increases, decreases, percentages. Oh, that's not even typing. Decreases, percentages, time, money, savings. Like you need to show, hold on. You need to show tangible value, whether it was in a sales context or not. Okay. Then you need to highlight transferable experience roles. Pick most applicable parts that align with high ticket sales and highlight them. This is going to be customer facing roles or support. Then we'll talk about sales experience. If you have it, make it transferable and relevant. If you have sales experience, it's not hard to get into this, but do this stuff. Let me zoom in even one more. Tie to high ticket sales. Okay, now let's talk about your Loom video. Sorry guys, I've got a crazy puppy that's being crazy. Loom video. This is your intro video. If you don't know what that is, literally loom.com. It lets you send a quick recording to somebody so they can see how you look, speak, think, all that stuff. 4 lines. 1, intro, who you are, where you're from, greeting, why you're reaching out, why you're qualified,
CTA. That's it. Sub 60 seconds. Don't make your Loom video longer than 60 seconds. Resume, Loom video, messaging. Let's see. Inbound, then there's outbound, right? Oops, hold on. Outbound. Okay, inbound, meaning they requested applicants. You do the same thing. It's literally this easy, guys. Hey, geez, sorry. Hey, John, are you still hiring a closer for company? Would love to chat if so. And then insert experience if you have it. Super short, guys. 2-3 lines max. Outbound, a little bit different. Not really my game. Would rather make it inbound. But here we go. Positioning outbound. Hey, John. What's the best way to go outbound? Hey, John. Any shot you're looking to add some more space onto your sales team's calendar? You would then go insert experience. Let me know. Either way, I would end it with like a little flex emoji here. Okay, there's so many different variations of this. You can go softer, you can go harder, more direct. Doesn't really matter. I always just keep it short and direct in every sentence that you say. We don't want fluff. We don't want any uncertainty. Straight and to the point. That's what a salesperson should do. So positioning, resume, your Loom video, messaging. Then we're going to go find the roles, right? Actually, maybe that should be up here, right? Positioning, seeking roles, okay? Seeking roles.
A lot of people come to me and they say, I've sent hundreds of cold DMs and I got like 2 positive responses. How do I find jobs in this space? Well, lucky for you, we started the serial sales community where over the last 12 months, we've posted over 7,000 open 1099 remote setting or closing roles for people like you that have the sales skill, but you want to do it in your own way. You want to do it from home or from wherever you want. You don't want the W-2 stuff. You don't want the corporate politics. You don't want your boss breathing down your back. Well, if you have the skill or if you think you could have the skill, we can help you get it. We want to put these jobs in front of you. All you have to do is look at the serial sales community, first link down below, see the types of jobs that we're sharing and take a bet on yourself. Commit to yourself to actually make this happen because you know it's going to give you the autonomy or the upside that you don't have in whatever it is that you're currently doing. That's why you're watching a 15-hour free training. Do you really want to watch 15 hours of free training and then still not have the things that are going to make this easy? Like you can be the most educated person in the world, but if you don't have the access and the proximity, it's still going to be really, really hard. And so if you want the access and the proximity to me, my team, the community of people that are invested in this more so than almost anywhere else, first link in the description, check out the page, chat with the team. But in the meantime, we'll get back to the training. Hope you enjoy it.
All right. So you don't know anybody. You don't know anything. Well, maybe you know somebody, but you're starting from scratch with no connections. Sorry, guys. Facebook groups. Within the Facebook groups, you're going to search high ticket sales, remote closing, appointment setting, inbound closer, DM setter. You're going to search all these keywords and join 50 plus groups. Now, what's really good about these Facebook groups is you're going to connect with recruiters and you should identify who these people are. Join pipelines, send messages, create connections. Do not ask for job, right? away. Do not ask for a job right away. Okay. So you join the Facebook groups. You're gonna see jobs, and you're gonna apply to a bunch of jobs. But you're also gonna find the recruiters. Get in touch with them. Another way you can do this is Twitter/X. What you can do is threads with CTAs, message profiles. Find a coach, agency owner, follow and message their following. You can automate this. This is a side note. You can automate this with there's a software. You can find it. Twitter DM automation. Look it up. Don't burn account. You can actually do that on Facebook too, but I don't even worry about it. Focus on the recruiters. Then we're gonna go Instagram, cold outreach, search, niche, coach. Example, fitness, real estate, crypto, e-com, etc. I don't really like Instagram outreach that much, but again, this is assuming you have no experience in high ticket sales and not really any connections. If you do have connections, then we're going to go network. Honestly, for me now and a lot of the guys in the space, network is the top. Comes from groups, live calls, DMs, and honestly just helping people out. Being the one that's thought about when a role opens on their team. It's that easy, guys. That's how, like, in my community, so many guys get hired just from being in contact with others that are on these good teams. So first you need to learn, then we're going to look for roles, then we're going to position ourselves for the roles. We're adding on to this now. Interview, right? Interview. Ask key questions around data plus numbers. This is going to be revenue, cash collected, sales team earnings, top and bottom, sales team tenure, client success rate, time in business. There's a bunch of these guys. If you want to look like you know what you're talking about, tech stack, KPIs, key performance indicators. It's basically measuring success. It's like the bare minimum, honestly. Tech stack, and then just general interview questions that they want to hear, like, well, what are the common traits within top performers? What do you find the guys that don't make it in this role? What are their flaws, right? So interview. You don't ask the questions in the beginning though. Being interviewed. Look good, sound good, smell good. Doesn't even matter. Quiet room, good connection. Get a mic. Don't be a bum. $40. Get a mic. It makes a big difference. It's not even about the audio quality. It's about the perception. Get a mic. Decent camera. Don't be on phone. Don't have messy room. Be knowledgeable. Know who you're talking to. Do as much research as possible. Okay, so here we are. We're going to learn. Then we're going to go out and find these roles. Guys, I'm I'm hopping around here, but Google recruiting sites, platforms. That's about it. Seeking roles, positioning. Let's even go one step further here. Social media. Don't be a degen. Clean profile and profile picture. Not too personal. Facebook can be somewhat personal because that's normal. A lot of people do this stuff on Facebook, but yeah, Facebook can be somewhat personal, but look like you know what you're doing, kind of. So, guys, this should be $50. I'm just kidding. Okay, so you do all this stuff, then let's say you get some offers, right? Vetting. How do you vet your offers? Well, actually, it's a lot of this stuff. Okay, but there's really a few things that you need. Okay, revenue. Hold on, I'm trying to remember exactly. Give me 1 sec. All right, here it is, guys. It's gonna look a little different. Setting. I don't know how this is gonna paste. Link to spreadsheet. Paste on links. We're gonna. There you go. Setting. That's what it looks like. This is everything you need to know. Closing. Screenshot this. Put it on your own document. Give me a sec. Hold on. The closing one's even easier. Check it out. Hold on. This isn't right. 1 sec. No, I lied. It is right. Sorry for all the pause and play. The only difference here is number of setters versus number of closers. All this is the same. Base pay, commission percentage. The only difference here really is the pay per booking. This doesn't account for bonus structure or anything like that. This is just based on the data. Are the projections realistic, right? So vetting, let me put a little thing for you guys here. Here you go. Closing. Little thing for you guys here. And shoot, guys, this is about it.
What's good, you guys? Making a video this time around on how I landed each and every single one of the high ticket sales jobs that I've had over the last 2 years up until the one that I'm still working today. So I'm going to break it down step by step, give you guys as much detail and insight as to how exactly I managed to land these. Let's get into it. As I was in the roofing sales job and I discovered this high ticket sales stuff, I bought into a program, a social media growth program, and it was $5,000. And, I didn't really intend on landing a sales job out of this. I was trying to grow the Twitter around the sales stuff, and just bumped into a lot of, high level people, business owners who had sales teams or were looking to start them. So once I got inside, I branded myself as the sales guy in the group. I think I was the only one. Everyone else was, a little bit older, had their own businesses, and I was like trying to transition over. Some member in there, he mentioned that he was looking for a closer for an agency that he ran. I messaged him, hopped on some calls, got hired on part-time because it, wasn't a full-time type role. And I started taking this guy's calls alongside the roofing job. And I did this for a few months, but this one didn't really pan out to be that much. I was there for 3 to 4 months. It just wasn't a priority for him. And I went on and I found better opportunities. So the very first one that I got
it wasn't because I went and applied for a sales job. It was because I bought into a network and I kind of positioned myself amongst people who are needing sales talent. The next one, the one that I got in with a YouTube coaching company, this was like the first real high ticket sales job that I had. I was a closer. What I did is I bought into a sales training program, or like a sales high ticket sales program, right? It's not all training, but it was a community and all this stuff as well. I applied to an open role inside. I secured an interview. I originally got disqualified on the interview for the lack of high ticket sales experience, which is something that you guys are going to see today if you're coming in from a different industry. What did I do to eventually get hired on? Well, I followed up twice and I got put on a 1 week trial because we had a good interview. I just didn't have the experience. So they're like, man, we had a good interview. You were the only one who followed up and you followed up twice. Let's put this guy on a trial. So I got on a 1 week trial, and on this trial, I quit my roofing job because I had gotten the proof that I needed that, hey, this is legit. And whether, I was going to make anything close to what I was making in roofing, which was a decent amount, I knew that if I could give this my full attention, and I had money saved up, if I could give this my full attention, I could make it work because I knew there was others who were making it work. So ultimately, the things that played into me getting hired on this when I probably shouldn't have been, they somehow saw my tweets. And at the time I had maybe 1,000 followers. Like I didn't have that much, but I was tweeting about like sales and my experience in that. I followed up twice. Nobody else did. I committed in the sense that I quit my roofing job. I was like, hey guys, whether this works out or not, I'm just showing you that I'm serious and I'm going to make this work, if it's with you guys or if it's with somebody else. I was also thrown in with a referral from the sales training program, which helps a lot. And then I had a close during the trial, which was kind of the test that they put me through. It's like, hey, put you on the trial. If you can close, cool. If not, you got to go. So this is the first role that I had. Made my first like decent money in high ticket sales. And I did this for a little bit here. Then I moved down with the same company as sales coordinator and setter manager. So the team was expanding. They didn't have anyone to oversee the appointment setting. And so started off with just myself figuring out the systems. And then we brought on 2 others. And then I was kind of overseeing that. I was also managing all the calendars of the closers simultaneously here. So we had like 4 or 5 closers, and I was just making sure that all the leads were qualified. They were going to show. And that we didn't really have dead space on the calendar. So I was managing this. It was actually, these 2 was more work than just like being a closer, taking 8 calls a day. But I was already on the team as a closer. There was an opening for both of these roles that presented itself as the team grew. And I did keep closing part-time. Like when there was no calendar space, I would take the calls while I was growing this. But this was kind of an easy entry point. We had a lot of closers. There were some real killers on the team who had been in high ticket sales before. I was closing around 20%, but I wasn't at the top of the leaderboard by any means. So it's kind of a natural progression to move into this. And I was happy to learn like complementary skill sets as well. So eventually I backed away from the YouTube coaching company, just didn't really align with what I was looking to sell 100%. So I landed a job with a real estate coaching company. This one was pretty short, as I soon found out it wasn't the best opportunity, or it wasn't the opportunity that they were advertising. There was a pretty big name tied to this coaching company that if I mention it, I'm pretty sure everyone on here would kind of know of that person. But got into this through Closify. So Closify back in 2022 was a free platform where business owners would go and find sales reps, right? And so you make a profile on there, you put how much you closing percent, a little bit about you. And I was on there. It was free. Closify is still around, but it got sold, and now they charge the sales reps, and they restructured it. I can't vouch for it now, but I can vouch for it last year. Based on my resume, this company reached out to me to schedule an interview. I interviewed well, and I was hired. I can't remember the timeline, but it was very quick. They hired 4 people on. All 4 of us didn't, like, we left after 2 weeks because they grossly overestimated the opportunity. But this is what happens in high ticket sales when you're new and you're figuring it out. Like, this is part of the game. So this one didn't really go anywhere, but
in 2022, I was just like you, honestly. I was doing pretty well for myself, and I saw this opportunity online to sell for internet companies from wherever I wanted, and I was so intrigued. I was willing to take a pay cut down from 180 grand a year to 3K a month in the beginning just to get the proof of concept. In my first month part-time, I made $4,800 or $4,800, and I put in my 2 weeks notice in my door-to-door roofing sales job, and I went all in and I didn't look back. Now, almost 5 years later, the space completely changed the entire trajectory of my life. I have the freedom, both time-wise, location-wise, even financially, to do what I want. And I'd love to help you get to a similar outcome. And so if you're looking into this space because you have a skill or you think you might have the propensity to learn the skill, well, we just make it easy, okay? We go and source the jobs for you so you don't have to do it on your lunch break. We help you do due diligence so you don't have to get into a bad role and waste your time. That's why a lot of people choose to join the serial sales community. I'm very involved in it. I have a team. We have daily calls. We post 7,000 jobs in the past year. If you're committed to making this change for yourself, commit to doing so in a way that's going to make it most likely for you. There's no honor in doing it the hard way just for fun. Make it easy. Go down below to the first link in the description. Check out the page, chat with our team, and we hope to work with you soon.
Another big team that I worked for, or like a big as far as my experience and my progression in high ticket sales, was there's a fitness company. I also found them on the Closify platform, but I applied to their job posting. I hopped on a 30-minute call with the founder. I was hired on that call. I onboarded over the next week and started taking calls. This is the offer that I closed on for most of 2022. It was a really sweet offer, $4,000 price point. I got 17.5% commission. I would take 3 to 5 calls a day and I'd close at like 35%. So I went on, they hired, I think, 3 reps at the same time. Once we kind of saw like who was performing the best, they cut the other reps, they kept me, put an appointment setter under me, and then I worked with them for most of 2022. Great guys. Again, Closify platform. It was free back then. Can't attest to it now, but that's what that looked like. So then I was like, all right, guys, I've got the closing stuff down. I've got my wings. I'm feeling more confident as far as the one call close model. I was like, I want to go sell more expensive stuff. And then I moved over to a B2B lead gen company. And this is where, like, we're about a year in, maybe a little over a year. This is when the network really started paying off. I got connected on Twitter with somebody who was looking for an American sales guy. So it was a company based in Europe looking for an American sales guy. Originally, I think they were coming to me to find somebody else, and I saw the opportunity, and I was like, "Hey guys, like I'm looking to level up here and sell something bigger and better. Let's talk a little bit." So I told him I could manage the role myself. It wasn't really an interview. I started within a week. We just hopped on a call, and he was like, "Yeah, this." By this point, my brand had kind of grown a little bit, but the brand is the resume. If you guys are going to be doing high ticket sales, I'd highly, highly, highly recommend that you just post something somewhere. You don't need thousands of followers, but if you are posting about stuff that and it's somewhat decent, it will help. They don't, and none of these companies, I don't think any of them asked me for a traditional resume. So no interview, started within a week on that team, closed for them for a little bit. And at the same time, we'll get to this, but I actually closed for a B2B content agency. So this was like part-time. This was part-time at the same time. And this agency owner was referred to me on Twitter for sales talent, something I'd usually throw in the community, but I had the calendar space myself and I liked the guy. I had seen him around, like I knew he was reputable. I told him the role was interesting. I'd potentially consider it for myself. Got on a call with him. I agreed, or we both agreed to have me give it a shot. And again, there was no traditional interview. I landed the role right then and there, but it was like, hey, here's some information about the role, so you can tell your guys about it, or tell somebody about it. And I was like, hey man, this sounds pretty up my alley. I have the availability. Why don't I just do this for you? And so I was working this one part-time. At the back end of working both of these part-time, I interviewed for what might be the largest fitness coaching business in the world. A recruiter posted an open role. That role made its way into my community. I submitted my application and had an interview with one other candidate. It was like a small group interview. I leveraged my prior closing and fitness experience from this company, and I think that was really attractive to them. I aced the role play, and I was offered a job that night, but I ultimately did not accept because of the calendar requirements that they were needing. They were needing like 8 to 10 calls a day, and I just didn't have it in me with all this other stuff that I was doing. This is the same role. I filmed an interview with a gentleman named George like a week ago. He's been on this team since January 2023. He's going to make 200K this year. Like, he's made over 20K the last 6 months. And recently I had dinner with one of their closers. He's been clearing like 40K a month there. And it's a really serious role. I'm not gonna name drop, but if you're in fitness, you know who this guy is. So I turned it down, but I wanted to include it just to show you guys like how I got the offer in the first place, right? Next, leading up to kind of present day here. By this point, I've been running my sales community for a while. Community members are throwing their own jobs and opportunities and stuff in there. And a community member posted, I think it was an Instagram story by the founder of this agency. And that guy then went on to go work with him a little bit after the first post. More community members went on to work with him under different roles, closers, setters, different parts of the world. And then they posted an open role for an American closer, where one of the guys in my community made 7K in a week on his 4th week or something. That 7K in a week, I don't know if it was a 4th week, but it was like first month or second month. And he was like, yeah, this is legit. This is awesome. So I got on a call with the CEO and the original poster of the role in my community. And it was super chill, super relaxed. It wasn't even an interview. It was like, oh, so you're interested? Like, when can you start? And that, it's kind of a byproduct of building the brand and getting connected, because for, this role, I didn't really have a traditional interview. I kind of came in off of the brand and a warm introduction from people that I knew. So now to this day, I'm not closing for them anymore, but I was until I became like head of sales for them. So now we've got like an 8-person team that I'm kind of helping oversee and grow and all that stuff. But, I was doing decent as a closer. I was doing pretty solid work. They kind of knew that I was tapped into these sales teams. I've seen a lot, and I was pretty familiar with growing the sales efforts amongst other offers. My calendar space, because of the other stuff that I'm up to, was not as open as the other closers. So I pulled somebody from my community, replaced myself as a closer, and then once I freed up that space, I moved up to head of sales to kind of alleviate some of those duties from the CEO. So this is where we are. I'm about 2 years in. I've had, for a long time, I was with this company. For a long time, I was with this company. And now for a while, I've been with this company. All these other ones is kind of transitory, but again, just showing you guys how I landed these roles, how you can land these roles. I would say the biggest things that you're going to need are familiarity. Like, you have to be able to talk the talk, walk the walk. You need to know people in the space, because the best stuff, it doesn't just get thrown into a Facebook group. I mean, there is good stuff, and I know guys making great money working Facebook group opportunities, but the best stuff comes to guys like myself or other people in the space who have networks like this, because these business owners don't want to interview 1,000 people who aren't qualified. This video, I want to talk about something that's top of mind over the past, I would say month especially, but like 2 weeks. I've hired maybe like 6 or 7 people, a few of them for teams that I'm on, that I manage, and a few just for like helping other teams out. And I wanted to talk about how I hire salespeople, kind of how I hire almost anyone, but like more specifically salespeople, because that's probably who's watching this.
So let's talk about appointment setting and closing. And I'm going to kind of generalize here, but the first thing that I do when I'm hiring for a role is like whether I'm managing it or someone else is I have a form that I will have people fill out or I'll fill out. And it very clearly outlines the role, the expectations, earning potential, growth potential, all this stuff. Because the number one thing in the high ticket space that just is a big waste of everybody's time, the biggest problem that I see is just like short tenure on these high ticket sales roles. So my goal is to eliminate that, to avoid headache with the offer owners, with the sales reps, with myself, and so I can guarantee the service too. So, I mean, any paid recruitment engagement that I do, I put a guarantee on it. I want to make sure everybody's happy, so nobody leaves. So, let's talk about sourcing talent. So once I define the role and I have something to post out to people, then I kind of think, okay, well, where are these people and how many of them do I want? So initially, I always start with either my community or my network. If it's a really difficult role, no, not difficult. If it's a role that requires a lot of experience, that's usually a network play, or the community, depending on how long the members have been, the members have been in there, how long they've been doing this. If it's not so much like of a, high experience required role, then I'll definitely take it to my community. I'll usually start there and just be very clear on who should or shouldn't reach out. If this is something where I know I'm needing a lot of applicants to find the right one, it's a social media play. And I have people in my network who can help get this out to more people. I've used LinkedIn before. If I'm ever looking for someone with more of that like corporate background, LinkedIn recruiting, done it before. I can usually find those people through social media though. And then other sales programs too. There's a lot of guys out there running good programs who have good, hungry people. Usually, I don't usually go to other programs for like experienced people, because I have enough of those in my network. But if I just need mass volume of applicants, like I can get job postings in other sales programs, and that's why it pays to be in those programs. Now, depending on, like, for example, I had one that I hired for. It was a women's coaching program. Believe it or not, they wanted a woman, which, like, I said believe it or not, it's sarcastic. But there's tons of dudes in this space, so it's not very often where they're, like, seeking out a woman specifically. But depending on, something like that, or, hey, I need this amount closed, or I need someone in this location that speaks this language, that has this experience, whatever, that kind of dictates, how I start receiving applicants. So I'll a lot of times put together a form where applicants can submit answers, and based on their responses, if they're not a good fit, they will be routed as like disqualified. That would turn into a spreadsheet, and then I go through the spreadsheet and I highlight, it's a Google sheet, I highlight the rows of the people that I want to speak to, and then I set that up. In other cases where I get less applicants, but it's more of like an entry-level role, I'll probably set up like a group interview. And on the group interview, I don't really care, too much about the paper resume at that point. I just want to see how they speak, how they carry themselves, how confident they are, how competent they are, because that's a lot of sales, to be honest with you. I'll hire someone many, many, many times over if they are like a likable person with good energy, they're competent, they're smart, and they're wanting to work, than somebody with like some crazy resume, but they're not fun to speak with. I want you to imagine this. You watch this entire free training over the course of 4 days if you're committed, right? And you have all this information in your head, but you're still not even one step closer to being where you want, which is inside a 1099 work from home, remote setting or closing job. You might feel like you're a step or two ahead. And, knowledge wise, sure, we're closer to where we want to be, but knowledge does not equate to action. And action is what's going to get you in this. Now, when you realize like, oh, I need to source these opportunities, and you realize that, hey, cold DMs is something I have to do. I have to set aside more time just to hope to have a chance with a team, not even to know if they're high quality or not, but just to have a conversation. Like, please don't watch this entire free training and do that. Okay. Like, if you're so committed to watch a 15-hour free training, I'd hope that you're committed to doing this in a way that's more likely, easier, more sustainable, not going to run you up a wall. And that's through the first link in the description with the serial sales community. Information is not a moat in this space. It's all out there. I post it for free on YouTube. What is a moat is the access to jobs, access to people that have been there, done that, and are willing to help you get there and do that. If you're interested in that, go to the first link down below. We've been doing this since 2022. We've been very good at it, very positive public track record as well. And we'd hope to work with you soon.
Because that's a reflection of the offer. Now, when it comes to like actually speaking to these people and getting on interviews, I don't really like, maybe I'll do 2 rounds. Well, if it's a group interview, yeah, definitely. Maybe I'll do 2 rounds. Depends on what the engagement looks like. Maybe I'll do a round and then pass them to the company. Maybe 2 rounds, pass them to the company. Very dependent. But what I look for, like if I have the final say on hiring, these are some of the things that I'm looking for. Number 1 is just willingness to do the role. Like, someone comes in and they're excited for the opportunity to work in this role and earn this money, that person's always going to outperform the one who's like, I just thought I'd apply and, I already make a lot of money. I'm good. Like, I don't really need this. So willingness, the drive that somebody has, like, that says a lot. Experience is definitely another factor. Like, experience gets us on an interview. But in a lot of cases, unless it's like very, very relevant, experience, doesn't get you past the first interview. So experience is one. I would also say referrals. Like if one of my good buddies in this space vouches for somebody else, like that gets you pretty far as well. I wrote on this little sticky note, just some bullet points here. Swagger, like how likable are you? Do I want my prospects to speak to this kind of person in regards to this kind of service? Example, I'm bringing on closer for my community. 1, he's been in my community for over a year. He's made a lot of money, gotten like sales manager jobs, all that. 2, he fits the persona of exactly who I want to sell this to, which is like former corporate guys turned remote high ticket gunslingers. So in that case, I was looking for someone who was good, who fits the persona, and ideally had been in my community for a while. They can vouch on that. Another one is someone who's enjoyable. We just hired someone for one of the B2B clients that we have, and he actually knew somebody else on our team. So there's a little bit of a vouch there, but he's an enjoyable guy. And he was willing to do the work. It seemed like it was well within his wheelhouse, which goes down to experience. But he was excited to do the work. He saw the potential. He saw who was like part of the team, and he was excited. And I chose him over other people that were a little bit, maybe less committed, less willing. Besides that, availability plays a huge part. I don't, for the most part, don't want to have people juggling around too much. I don't want there to be a chance that my project or the one that I'm recruiting into goes on the back burner compared to something else. So a lot of times I want people with like as open availability as they can. Ideally, if this is their only offer, that is awesome. Following up on interviews is big. That's big. And yeah, really problem solvers. I mean, a lot of business owners, what they want in this high ticket space is they want peace of mind to know that they can go off and work on the product. They can go off, work on the systems and all the back end stuff or the results and all that, and not question whether or not
John, the closer, is going to handle it, right? Or David, the setter, is going to handle it. They want peace of mind to know that, oh, my setter David, like he's going to handle it. If anything goes on, he's going to handle it. That's just what David does. Same with John, the closer. So they want someone who's competent, confident, wants to work, is hungry, wants to improve and add value to the company outside of just like earning their commission check and dipping out. So that's kind of some of my insight around hiring, recruiting salespeople. Dude, I'm coming into this space. I'm joining the Facebook groups. I'm doing my Instagram DMs. I'm doing my outreach, but I just can't seem to find a good offer. Like the offers that I know are out there, the ones where everyone's making $10,000, $20,000 a month commissions. And it can be frustrating. Maybe you've been hit with the bait and switch of like, yeah, I got this crazy offer. They get back to your message suspiciously fast, and come to find out you actually need to buy their training in order to qualify for the offer, which is a really strange funnel that some of these people run to sell their training. But anyways, either you have sales experience and you're like, dude, I have experience. Like, I just don't understand why I'm not finding the good offers, or you've been in the space for a little bit now. You've had an offer, 2 offers, and they're just shit. Like, they're not the ones that you know are out there. It's frustrating. So this video is going to be on why the industry's best remote appointment setting and closing jobs are solely found within exclusive networks and paid groups. And if you're watching this, unless you just love watching my videos, you're probably not in any of these yet. So hopefully some good insights for you guys here, but let's dive into things. And I put a lot of like prep into this. So I tried to like really step by step break it down, build it out, and show you guys why this happens and where the value is for you as a sales rep. So we're talking about, in the high ticket space, we're talking about coaching, consulting, service-based companies that are high cash flow. We're talking about the ones where you go in as a sales rep, and without a doubt, if you perform, you're earning $10,000 plus per month in commissions. These companies are, a lot of them are bootstrapped. They're high cash flowing, high ticket. Time is literally money for these companies. And so a lot of them are spending thousands of dollars, sometimes tens of thousands of dollars per day in ads. And they're collecting a lot of money in return. Like, they're profitable on their ads, or they wouldn't be doing this. And, you know, if they're doing 30K per day, they're doing 900K per month. Those are the good offers, right? Like I'd say 750K per month and above into the multi-millions. Those are the offers where without a doubt you get in there and you're going to make some money. Okay. So high cash flow. They are continuously cycling between scaling and hiring, and amidst the cycle of scale, they always are facing the same problems. It's either one, they're lacking calendar space because they've pushed too many dollars into marketing and now they have too many leads, or the lack of closed deals. Both of these lose the company a lot of money. A lot of money. Like if we have one day where we've upped the ad budget by, we just boosted the ad budget $3,000, and we don't have the calendar space, like we just lost $3,000. So time really, really is money for these companies that are doing $750K a month plus. This is a problem that needs to be fixed ASAP, because if the ad spend is still deploying at scale, it's a bad situation. So solution, hiring more sales talent. However, hiring the right sales rep can be difficult, and it can cost a company a lot of money if done incorrectly. So, you know, they have to train people. They have to invest time into each new hire. They have to hire people that can plug in and go. Like, they understand the industry, the niche, how to do this, how to provide the service. They understand how to manage expectations. And this goes both ways, right? Like, the sales reps have to have proper expectations of the business, and the business vice versa. And they have to find talent, because there's a lot of good salespeople out there, but a lot of them are too tied to their
their cozy base and their benefits and all that stuff. There's nothing wrong with that. But they need to find people that they're cool with going 1099, which is difficult in some cases. So this is a process that can take 1 week, 2 weeks for a manager to complete, which is probably not the best use of their time. Or they go to people in the space who have a network of setters, closers, sales reps who are ready to go, such as myself. These are people who understand the 1 or 2 call structure very well. They have manageable expectations around being a 1099 rep or being commission only. They've already bought into finding success. So if they've paid to get into some exclusive network, they are more incentivized to make this work than someone who is in car sales right now and like kind of wants to do high ticket sales. And they're expecting the 1099 aspect. They're okay with little to no base. Again, a lot of people just aren't okay with that. They're not cool with leaving the cushy corporate job. So finding people that are off the bat, everyone you speak to is cool with that. It's valuable. Now, other perks for the sales manager / offer owners in this case, people like myself, we have reps on tap. Like if someone came to me and they had a badass closer role to fill, I could send them 20 applicants within the hour of people who have closed X amount, right? There's less time for them vetting candidates on some of the preliminary stuff. Like, are you cool with being 1099? Do you know this is commission only? All that stuff. It's a win-win-win situation, which is like a really, really big part of this. But the business wins because they get a sales rep that makes them money. The sales rep wins because they're making money. They have a packed calendar. And the person who makes the connection, usually the program owner or the coach, win because their student is making money. So it's a win-win-win situation. Everybody wins. And the reps can plug in extremely quickly. So they're already trained up on how to run this type of sales process. They can ramp up in, let's call it 3 days, versus someone who's coming from a different industry is going to take a lot longer. Because not only do they have to learn the thing that they're selling, they have to learn this model of the high ticket 1 or 2 call close. So at this point, there's no longer a need for sifting through a shit ton of applications as a manager, because that sucks. Selling people on the concept of 1099 sales, wasting time with Trojan horse candidates who, you know, on the outside looking in or on paper, they look good, but you get on a call with them and you're like, dude, can this call end? We don't want that happening. And you don't have to worry about people not hitting KPIs and then having to spend more time, well, not only offboarding, but finding someone else, onboarding, training them up. And you don't have to split your focus between hiring and sales efforts. So like, this is overall just a pretty low leverage task for a sales manager to be doing once you get to the point where time literally becomes money, like it is with these big companies.
Pop quiz. How many jobs did we post in the serial sales community over the last 12 months? Option A, 70. Option B, 7,000. Option C, 10,000. Option D, 500. If you chose option B, you were right. It's a little bit more than 7,000. These are selling for businesses that are online coaching, consulting, agencies, service providers, events, masterminds, boot camps, software companies, everything that's online that's expensive, where they know how to drive inbound leads through content, Facebook ads, meta ads, any kind of paid ads, cold email, automated DMs, whatever it is. Somebody booked into their calendar and now they need you to have the conversation with that interested prospect. And that's what we can help you do. We can help you source the jobs, vet the jobs, leverage into better and better and better jobs beyond just the first one. It's really hard to do that on your own. It's just the reality of it. So if you want it to be easy and you know you have a skill and time is money to you, then we can help you. We've been doing it since 2022. We've worked with, I've personally worked with 500 people one-to-one to get that first sales job. We have a playlist of 20 plus hours of interview content working with people. We're really, really, really good at what we do. And I'd hate for you to do it the hard way. So just go down below, first link in the description, check us out. Back to the free training.
So scroll up, got another column here. So instead, the company can maintain their growth trajectory and they're no longer burning their ad budget by going to people with these networks who are already warmed up and coached up. So what does this mean for you as a rep? Absolutely, yes, you can do this as a lone wolf, but getting into exclusive networks pays off 100 times over because you then have inbound flow of quality job opportunities, which is, arguably the most valuable. You've got a network of reps who are on these opportunities, who are making the 10 to 15 to 20 plus K per month. These are switched, but you've got recommendations into these desired positions, which is massive. And you get to learn from people who are a step or two ahead of you. Now, when a high-performing team is hiring, and let's just go for the sake of the example again, $750K a month and above. When they're hiring salespeople, this is what they do. It's one of these three things. They'll probably start with this because it's the easiest. They're gonna ask their existing team if they know someone who's good, because that is the easiest for them to do. They just send a little Slack message, and a lot of these guys have friends who would jump at a good opportunity. So this is what they start with. Next, they're going to go here, which is, again, it's a matter of sending a message, a text, but asking program owners for a recommendation, asking the owners of a community to post something in there or refer someone over. This is free and it's fast. The last thing, if it's a difficult hire to make, instead of spending their time interviewing and training, well, they have to train either way, but interviewing and making the job postings and screening and all that, they're going to hire someone to do it for them, like literally a done for you service. The last thing they want to do is spend their time hiring, blasting a high quality opportunity out to a Facebook group or a broad audience is extremely low leverage. This is what I mean. So these are some messages that I've got. I just did a quick keyword search on Twitter, some iMessage. Hey, Dylan, hope all is well, man. We're looking for a couple setters and 2 closers if you got some in your community. I'm looking for killer appointment setters right now with real experience. OTE is 10K. On target earnings, 10K per month. This guy made a tweet over here. Setters earning 6 to 8K. Closers earning 20 to 30K. Anyone you love for this right now? He literally sends me the tweet and asks. Tons of leads. Setters aren't there. You got someone. Another guy who needs an AE closer. Looking for a new closer for this. 5 to 10K ticket size. We'll pay 15% commission. There's a lot of these guys. A lot of these. And even, hey man, my reps consistently hit 50K a month, and it's getting quite difficult to find the best reps out there. Any chance you can source that caliber. And this is just as a result of like having a presence online. Because like if you're lone wolfing it, you're not getting this. Right? So there's definitely value in that. Now, scrolling back up here, guys. If you're newer or not yet where you want to be in this space, the first thing I would do is I would establish a network of people doing this. And when I came into this space, I spent loads of money doing this. And I think that's why I found success pretty quickly. It took me less than a month to get within my first role. It was a trial. But establish a network of other people doing this. You get in proximity to big accounts with inbound requests. A lot of this stuff, guys, is ran off social media. So getting close, getting on first name basis with someone like myself and a lot of these other guys, it pays off. Becoming known, don't be a ghost. When somebody comes to me with a closing role that has a 15K per month OTE, there's always like 5 to 10 guys that I think of right off the top of my head that I want to run this by, because I want to help people out that are, showing up, contributing. So if you can become one of those people that are considered immediately, not even just with someone like myself, but like with other sales reps, like huge value in that. And then you need to like become consumed. You need to apply yourself, apply to jobs, go hard, like become obsessed with this stuff. The guys that come in and get the best results, they're lunatics. Like they come in and this is all they eat, sleep, and breathe. Don't take it from me though, guys. Take it from Sham. He's 19 years old, just hit his first 18K month closing. He posted in the community his win here. Stick with it, guys. 9 months after getting into this space, 4 offers later, I landed an offer last month and cleared 18K in commission. He's 19 years old, dude. I don't know what the hell I'd do with 18K at 19 years old in a month. He also posted a thread here. Go give him a follow. If you're in high ticket sales, I couldn't break past 5K for 9 months. Last month, I made 18K. Here's what I wish I knew before I started, and continuation of the thread. The very first thing, network. In this space, network matters more than anything else. The best / most lucrative opportunities are being found through private groups and connections. Literally the title of the video or the headline or whatever. Find your balls, pick up your credit card, invest in yourself, join these networks, but make sure they're reputable. And this is what I did when I came into the space. Now, Sham, that's his story. But, Vance, another guy, came into the community, landed a role within 12 days, took it to Twitter. 12 days in, lots of connections. One of the first things that he says, accepted an offer to work with a $5 million per month company. Rest of the community, straight wizards, cool. But this opportunity, while it was good, it wasn't necessarily the one that he was looking for. Kept applying, landed a closing role. Literally week 2, bro. $8,000 commissions. We did it big this week. 4 PIFs, $8,000 commissions. Second week live at a high ticket sales closing offer. Although this may seem braggadocious, I just want to share so you know the value that this community has and let the new people joining us know that they can. Typo here, but yeah. So value this community has. No, lots of connections, value of the community. And Vance he's a lunatic. Like, he came in and just went crazy. So good example there. But for you lone wolfers, this video's over. It's time to go send more cold Instagram DMs to fitness coaches. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. It's time to go do that again. It's time to go dig through the Facebook groups and message people who don't know what the hell they're doing. I don't even know.
But I had a huge recent unlock that I want to tell you guys about. Why you should listen to me on this. So through my community, we've been running it for about 3.5 years now. We've worked with over 500 people to land remote sales jobs. I also just went through a process of interviewing 40 questions to 11 sales managers and recruiters in all different industries, the people behind thousands of sales hires. So, in my community, I've worked with hundreds of people to break into this space. I'm also in touch with sales managers, hiring managers, people behind many hires. I've also built and sold a sales agency where I was like the primary recruiting guy. I was driving the talent. I was interviewing the talent. I was hiring the talent. I'm going to start a little general because this generally applies to anybody who's in the application process for a new job. Doesn't matter what kind of job. And then I'm going to niche this down a little bit more to the high ticket 1099 remote setting or closing space. Here's the big idea. When recruiters, hiring managers, sales managers are going through applications, they are not looking to hire you. They are looking to disqualify you. Let that sit. When they have hundreds of applications and you're just one in a sea of many, and they have no reason to like you over the next person, they are not looking to hire you. They are looking to disqualify you. Now, what does this mean? That sounds kind of weird because I applied to a job. Of course, they're looking to hire me or hire somebody, right? I want to put you into the lens of a recruiter, a hiring manager, or someone like that. But let's imagine a full-time recruiter. Their entire job is to find good candidates for certain types of roles. So much of that job consists of them going through candidates that are not good fits for the role. So if the end goal is finding square peg, square hole, what's the fastest way to get there? Especially when we have so much in front of us. It's to disqualify. It's easier to trim the fat. It's easier to sculpt a marble statue out of a block of marble than to go and find the needle in a haystack. Some good analogies there for you. Finding the needle in the haystack is daunting. It's time consuming. It doesn't always happen. However, to give ourselves the best chance of finding the perfect fit and to do that predictably time and time again, trimming the fat and disqualifying people instead of qualifying people is how you can sustainably do this without driving yourself insane. Now, what does that mean for me? I'm in the job market right now. I'm submitting all these applications. I'm hitting the LinkedIn easy applies. I'm hitting the Indeed applications. What does this actually mean for me? Like, what am I supposed to do with this? Well, you need to know that These people are going to pick up on things that are common traits of people that are not to be taken seriously. And if you replicate some of these traits, even though you might be someone who should be taken seriously, you will not even be given the opportunity to be considered when you should. And so I could summarize all this and say, just don't be lazy. But I'm not going to do that. I'm going to give you a little bit more detail. Something as simple as this. I've seen this firsthand. Recently was recruiting for an account executive role for an AI company. And we asked for something as simple as attach your resume. Most people attach a resume. Most of them are not that good. But there's people that don't attach resumes, or they say, I'll send it later. I do not care how much experience they have. I do not care how they could be the best fit in the world for this position. If I don't know them and they're one in a sea of many and they don't attach a resume or they don't follow instructions, this is one example, they are out. Plain and simple. We play the game of probabilities. So you as a sales rep, you as someone who's in the hiring pool, you need to follow instructions to a T. It might be boring. It might be monotonous. It might take more work. But if you want to play the application odds and be the person who gets hired over people who might be more qualified, you need to gamify the system. Resume is a good example of that. I'm not even talking about quality. I'm talking about following instructions when other people don't, when it's easy for other people to skip them, to then get presented with opportunities like interviews that you wouldn't have otherwise gotten. So much of hiring, so much of landing jobs you want or being considered for jobs you want is not messing up the application process. The bar is really low, at least in the space that I'm in, the high ticket 1099 remote sales space. The bar is really low, genuinely low, meaning if you can be somewhat average or above average, you have a bigger leg up than you think. If you like doing things the hard way, I want you to keep watching this entire free training, all 15 hours or whatever it comes out to, and then go and try this yourself. If you like doing things the easy way, still, sure, continue to watch the free training if you got some free time, but the easy way is going to consist of you checking out the community that we run, that I've been running since 2022. That's the first link down below. We help source the jobs. We help you vet the jobs. We help you land the jobs. Doesn't matter if you have sales experience or no sales experience or some or a lot. We've worked with people, all walks of life, all parts of the world, all backgrounds, different languages. I mean, really anything that you think that could make this hard for you, we've probably worked with someone who had it harder. And the process that we run is proven. So we've got a full support staff to help you go from complete beginner, if that's where you're at, to in your first job where you're likely to make X amount of money. I'm not going to talk about that on here. But yeah, I would just hate for you to do this the hard way. I mean, continue watching the training, but when you realize you have to send cold DMs to get in touch with these companies and you don't even know if they're hiring, or you don't even know if they're hiring, if it's quality, and you have a job and you have financial responsibility, like you don't have the time to be pitter-pattering around. Make it easy. Time is money, especially when you have the propensity to earn a lot like salespeople do. Go down below, first link, check out our community, and now back to the training. There's that saying about, I think it's a bear, where it's like if you're with a group of people and there's a bear chasing you guys, you don't have to be the fastest person. You just need to not be the slowest person. And unfortunately, that's kind of the way the hiring market works. There's exceptions, 100%. And you should be the best applicant you possibly can be. But you need to keep in mind that if you're not getting the fair shake that you feel like you should be getting, it's because there's a chance you are skipping things. You are not coming with the quality in certain things that seems little to you, but is the exact way that these people start to filter out applicants. If it's 100% controllable and it's effort-based, doesn't matter if it's a resume, introduction video, a written section, and you half-ass it, you will be cut, even if you're the best applicant. They are not looking to hire you. They are looking to disqualify you. Now, once we get into second, third, fourth round interviews, they might be looking to hire you. They are a lot more likely to hire you at that point. Let's say that. But as long as you can be above average, and this doesn't even require any experience. Some of the guys that I know that come with the best preparation, and in our community, we work with people to be the best applicants. I see these guys beat people out that are far more experienced than them all the time. I'm talking beating people with more sales experience. I'm talking beating people with more industry experience. I'm talking teenagers and college kids beating out 10, 15, 20-year career professionals because they think their experience will sell itself. No, we have to sell the experience. The death of a lot of good companies and ideas boils down to them thinking the product will sell itself if it's so good. And if that were true, why do the best products in the world play offense when it comes to selling? It's not true. So what I would do if I were you, again, this is coming across thousands of data points. I have a recruitment database for the agency I used to run, thousands of applicants. And the very first thing I would do is check to see what kind of role they're applying for, where they're based, like the main criteria that's non-negotiable for a client or for the role. And then I look to see if they actually completed the application with some decent effort. And then I get into the quality of the application, the introduction, the Loom video, the resume, how the experience might actually match up. So many people are focused on experience being what gets them hired. Think of your hometown. It doesn't have to be your hometown. Think of the city where you live. There's probably a restaurant close to you or in the city somewhere that you think is the best restaurant ever. And you're like, dude, I don't know why this restaurant isn't busier. It's so good. Every time I go, the service is so good. The food is so good. I just want to tip 50% plus, but they have like 4-star rating on Google and they might go out of business soon. Well, that's because nobody knows about them, or not enough people know about them. Not enough people know how awesome they are. And that's what you need to do with your job application. You need to present yourself as the awesome option. You need a lot of people to know you're awesome. You need to do shit that doesn't scale. Plain and simple. You need to send follow-up emails. The bar is really low. I told you guys I was hiring for an account executive role. We got like 30 applicants, which was super low. I posted to 400,000 people, 30 applicants. One person followed up. 6-figure account executive, remote sales role, legit company, flexible schedule. That's my message for today for you guys. When you're going into the hiring process, just remember, they don't want to hire me. Just like when you're going into dating, they don't want to marry me. They have their guard up. It would be weird for upon the first interaction for them to want to hire you. I'm not saying it doesn't happen. It does for sure. But there's a process. They're going to follow it, whether you want to play the game or not. And your best odds are going to come if you play the game that they're playing. Now, in the high ticket space specifically, guys, the bar is so damn low. Super, super, super low. Everyone's focusing on sales training when they need to be focusing on career strategy. They need to be focusing on being the best applicant, being a consistent applicant, tracking applications. Sales training doesn't get you hired. Playing the game of getting hired gets you hired. And in the high ticket sales space, the 1099, inbound, remote setting or closing space, the best, highest earning people aren't the ones that can handle a spouse objection the best. They're the ones that sell for the best teams that drive the highest quality volume of inbound leads because they were an attractive applicant who beat out all the other applicants. Put the guy with 50K in sales training into an applicant pool where he half-asses it. He's not going to land the job he wants. Put the guy that goes all in on every single application as if it's a representation of them and their ability to do the job. And he will land the job that the guy with the 50K worth of training should probably land. We're showing you a lot of different ways to get hired. And actually, if you stick around to the end, you should know based on all the literally 1,000, 1,200 possibilities based on what you've done, what you have, everything included. What is the best path for you? What are your weaknesses? What are your strengths? And what is the lowest hanging fruit in terms of what you can do right now to increase your odds to get considered for a 1099 high ticket sales role? So that's what we're going to get into. Now, if you kind of really look at this, I boiled it down into the 4 main things that determine that each of these things can send you on a different path. If you guys have ever seen those videos of people gambling, I think it's called Plinko, and they drop the ball on the top, and there are all these pins, and the ball hits one pin and it goes this way or it goes that way. These 4 things are basically those pins that can seriously route you in a different direction than if the answer was the opposite. So your sales or relevant experience, whether you have literally no work experience, some customer facing, some outbound SDR, some closing, some sales management or business ownership, all of those are going to start you in a different place. And then, how deep you've gone into one of those or many of those puts you in a different place, which again, towards the end of the video, I'm going to show you kind of how that works out. The next thing besides just what have you done is how, not experience necessarily. Experience is ideal, but your familiarity with the high ticket industry. Do you know nothing? Is that a whole nother week that someone has to train you when you get onboarded to show you how this works? Do you know something? Do you know a lot? Have you worked in this industry before? Have you built your own business in this industry? So again, sliding scale, how well do you know this industry is, in my opinion, right behind the actual experience that you have on your resume or the work that you've done. Next is the proximity or network.
because high ticket sales and 1099 sales is kind of more of an underground scene. It's not going to be blasted on LinkedIn, Indeed, Glassdoor, all that. Like the proximity and the network that you have to be timely when these roles open up, to see them before they get blasted into Facebook groups, to get that like backdoor connection with someone who's on that team, like that plays a really, really serious part in your ability to be considered for roles quickly and at a high frequency. And then the last thing is availability. And honestly, when we skip to the later part of the video, you'll see I kind of start with availability, because that is the only one of these that it's a little bit more binary, because if you have zero time, then there's zero possibility of this working. So we break that up as well. So I got into kind of projecting out all the different scenarios, and you can see here's an example experience, and I basically broke it down into none. We got the customer facing, whether you have a little, a fair amount, or a lot. We have the outbound SDR, a little, a fair amount, a lot. Same thing with closers, sales manager, business owner. This is assuming you have a sales team. But within one of these, there's, if you have a little SDR experience, then there's the question of, do you have any industry experience? I have a little SDR experience. I have either a little industry experience. This is supposed to say a fair amount, or this probably is wrong too, a lot. Now, based on what you have, if you're extremely familiar, if you've been an SDR in the high ticket industry for 2 years, you're again in a completely different league than someone who is an SDR at like a software company that was not high ticket, completely different structure. So based on that, you get put into another division. And then the next thing is proximity. So let's say you're an SDR with a little experience. You have a fair amount of industry experience. You've done setting for like 6 months, 3 months in a high ticket role. And you have a lot of proximity. You either have a lot of proximity, you have a fair amount, or a little. A little is like, hey, I'm on an island. I know nobody who does this. I don't even know where to start seeing these jobs if they were available. That's a tough spot to be. A fair amount is like, hey, I have like 3 to 5 people I kind of know through social media. I have one guy's number. We talk and they seem to be doing well and I can ask them questions. A lot is one of the biggest needle movers. It's basically I have a usually a paid community, an invested group of people who are doing this at a high level, who are in front of opportunities. Now, proximity is not just proximity to people, but it's proximity to opportunities. And again, whether you have that a lot or whether you have that a little bit, it really, really does determine where you go after that. Then it's the availability. And this is the last big thing. And we can get even more granular here. But if you have a lot of proximity, but hardly any availability, it's going to be hard. Like, honestly, if you have, doesn't matter what else you have, any kind of these experiences up here, if you have 0 to 15 hours available per week, it's going to be hard. Getting up to 15, doors open a little bit, but like under 10 it's probably not even worth your time. Now, 15 to 30 hours, it's like medium. You can definitely get some good opportunities there, but 30 plus is going to put you into a league of your own. If you're going up against somebody for a role and one person has this and one person has this person's going to win 9 times out of 10. So as you can see, there's a lot of potential realities here. There's actually 1,296. And with working with all the hundreds of people that have come through the community in one-on-one or small group setting, these are the things that we really dive into. And if you project those out, so just imagine if you have no prior work experience. There's this many outcomes. And I started going through and highlighting like, what are your strengths? Based on if you have no work experience, no industry experience, a lot of network, and 15, 30 hours of availability, what are your strengths? What do you lean into? What are your weaknesses? What are your blind spots? What do you need to be aware of? And I started doing this through everything. So getting into the customer facing role, like let's just say you have a fair amount of customer facing work experience. That's like cashier, retail, not sales, but like you're dealing with people. So you have a fair amount of that. you have little industry experience, you have a lot of proximity because you paid to get into a community, and you have medium availability. Well, you have some leverage because you know how to talk to people. Your strengths, you have a network, and because you have a lot of proximity, this can carry you if you let it, if you use it. But because you only have medium availability, you might want to reprioritize to open up the funnel down at the bottom. The best scenario is going to be, again, for this customer facing person. Let's go over here. And see, this was taking me a really long time. I was like, there has to be an easier way to simplify this, which is going to be at the end. But let's just say you have a lot of customer facing experience. You have a lot of industry experience. You have a lot of proximity and full-time availability. This is the best scenario that you can be in. You're pretty much closest to having that sales experience. You have industry expertise, which is not something everybody has. You have the network that will carry you. Now, there's a difference in the network that can carry you and a network that will carry you. So just know there's a difference. And you don't have the reprioritize. Like, this person is primed to get the best role, the best opportunity.
Hey, quick break in the free training here to tell you about the serial sales community. If you're watching this, there is no doubt, you cannot deny that you're interested in a 1099 work from home remote sales job. This could be setting, it could be closing, kind of depends where you're starting from. Well, the serial sales community, the business that I started in August of 2022, we help people do that. We post jobs, we work with y'all one-on-one to get to the point of being ready to apply, to be positioned correct in the marketplace. And we give you the support and the accountability to make it all happen. We help do due diligence on roles. We've got calls every single day. It's a pretty awesome product. I put my first and last name on it, blasted everywhere, and we've had a lot of great results come through. We're currently on the road to 100 $10,000 per month testimonial videos, which you can see in the community member playlist interview thing that I got. But yeah, I stand behind the product, and I think you should go down below to the first link to check it out if you're in the ballpark for your first or next remote work from home sales job.
So I was gonna go down the line, but just for this one piece of work experience, I think there was 81 outcomes. And I was like, this is taking me way too long, man. I don't have all day. I got other stuff to do. And if you see here, all different possible outcomes, I'll actually zoom out, all the different possible outcomes. So I was like, I need to simplify this. So this is what I did. Let me move my head. So this is the exercise that I want you guys to do, and feel free to pause it, screenshot. But this is what I would do if I were brand new, getting into the industry and trying to become aware of what my strengths are, what my weaknesses are, what I should focus on. So you start from the availability perspective. And if you can, take a screenshot, draw your own arrow. I did the arrow for the sake of the example. But let's say you have medium availability. You're not really connected to people. You do have a lot of industry experience. Let's say you were a client success manager for a high ticket company for 2 years, but you don't really know people in the sales space. You don't really have access to these businesses. And honestly, this actually doesn't even make sense. I'm going to change this up. Let's say you have a fair amount. So medium experience or medium availability. Maybe you have a part-time job. You're not very connected, but you did buy a course that teaches you, about the industry. So you understand it a fair amount, nothing life-changing. And you just so happen to have sales experience in another industry. Let's say you were an account executive for a software company. Let's say you were selling cars, you were medical device sales rep, solar sales. It could be many things. And you have a fair amount of experience there. So these are the main things that, like, you see these green triangles, the more downward that you are into the larger green portion, the more leverage you have within that. Now, this one is a little bit interesting because just because you're a business owner doesn't mean you have more leverage than an outbound appointment setter. You could actually have less. So that's why I added in this one, which you can see here. This positioning, or it says positioning here, is less important than the positioning here for roles with sales experience. So this is arguably more important than where you fall on this, if that makes sense. So let's take I wonder if this they won't work. But pretty much like you just become aware of this, all the different outcomes, and then if you come and put the same arrow pattern here, you can start to see your weaknesses, your strengths, what you should focus on. So let's say I'm middle of the I don't even know what to call this, the likelihood of success area. I don't know. But I'm just going to follow the pattern generally. If I have medium availability, I should probably consider reprioritizing or making more room to get myself closer to here. If I can't do that, then I know that there's potential for that to be a bottleneck or create friction for me versus someone who might have 100% availability. So this is all about just being aware. Okay. So if I come through here, hey, my bottleneck might be that I don't have full availability. There are people who have that. I'm aware. Next thing is proximity. The arrow comes up this way. I'm disconnected. I don't have anyone. I'm not quite on an island by myself and stranded, but I'm disconnected. Like I got in this group and I don't know, like it's not active. Nobody's actually having success. So I'm disconnected, but I need to be aware that there are people in communities such as the serial sales community, quick little plug, that have a network that will quite literally carry them if they show up and talk to them. Like if they're just known, if they get on a first name basis with 5 to 10 people who are where they're at or ahead. So if you're disconnected, know that, it could be a little bit worse, but you might want to focus on getting into a network that can carry you or a network that will carry you. And it's not all through like paid communities, but, depends how fast you want it to happen, because you can do this organically. You can go and message people on social media and find people and vet them and this and that, or you just make it easy. Then getting into the industry. So we go from disconnected down to industry understanding. You bought into this course and they teach you about the industry. Cool. You're not quite an expert. So again, be aware of the blind spot because you haven't done it yet, but you are a little bit ahead than someone who knows nothing. Because if you know nothing, these companies are going to be very hesitant to hire you, because then your onboarding is potentially twice as long, or there's a situation in which you don't catch on, so they have to fire you, and business owners don't want to risk that. So if you're disconnected, but you have somewhat of an industry understanding, that's going to help you a little bit. And then down here, I should have probably, let me see here. Let me see if I can make a real-time edit. Let's go send it back. This is going to go here. Valuable. So this one, again, this is why I added the second one, the second arrow here, because this is not as black and white as these three are, because being a business owner isn't inherently better than being an appointment setter for what we're trying to do. So just understand that, if you come down here to AE/closer/sales rep, that is valuable. The market is most crowded down here. From setter down, specifically customer facing and down, it is going to be the most crowded. There's too much noise. There's not a high signal to noise ratio. When you get from like setter up or closer up, there's a higher signal to noise ratio. There's less people. But if we're looking at like a bell curve, like the middle of the bell curve where most of the populace is going to be customer facing and down, or setting and down. So just understand like where you exist within this, but then understand like, look, if you've been a closer, like we go down to closer and you've only done it for a little bit, like it's really not going to have as much weight as if you've done it a lot, because that's impressive. So like some people, hypothetically, if we look at like outbound setter or SDR or appointment setter, they would rather have an appointment setter. Let me show for the sake of the example. Some people would rather have the setter that's here than the sales manager that's here. Or some people would rather have the setter that's here versus the sales manager that's here. So it just depends on the role that you're applying to, what they value, how confident they are in their systems and their ability to ramp you up. And also like where you are in your career, because people like to invest into people that they believe are going to be around for a while, that are going to really help their business. So just be aware of that, guys. But just so you guys know, and I'm a really big, like, I like to break it down and make it black and white, simple. Everybody's situation is different. I was going through and filling these out, and I was like, okay, yeah, a lot of these are familiar, but there's some of these that I've never seen before. So just know that your situation is unique to you, and it requires a unique approach. So what I would encourage you to do, I'll actually zoom out right here, so you could screenshot this or just pause it and like take your mouse and go over this. And based on what your weak points or your strong points are, I don't know, take a piece of paper, open your notes app and write this down, because if you want to get into this, this is going to be the path of least resistance. All right, guys, it's here, pretty straightforward. I'm going to show you guys how to film the most perfect Loom video for the high ticket sales space, so you can quite literally 3x the number of interviews that you're going to get, because the bar is really low in this space. And we're going to cover a few things here. One, why you should listen to me. Two, what is a Loom video for the complete beginners, why they're important to the business, why they're important to you as the sales rep, the real objective of a Loom video, the ideal audio/video setup, do's and don'ts, the perfect Loom video structure, tried and true, and then how to personalize a Loom video to your benefit. I'm going to show you guys an example of the last one that I filmed that got us in contention for a sales manager role against Iman Ghazi's old sales manager. And lastly, some insider tips and tricks for further optimization, higher click-through rates, higher watch time. Now, what is a Loom video? Loom, for again, a complete beginner here, Loom is an app that lets you record your screen. It's what I'm recording this video on right now. You can use your screen, camera, and mic simultaneously. You basically just hit record, captures your screen while showing your face in a bubble that you can adjust the size of here. You can make it big, small, turn it off, whatever. There's a lot of things you can do. So when you're done, it automatically uploads to like basically the cloud. And then you have a shareable link. So there's no editing, exporting, or uploading. You literally press the stop button here that you can see, and then I can take the link, send it to someone that can watch the video without dealing with uploads. Now, why Looms are important. This is my personal Loom account. I have 901 videos in here. If every one of those videos was 1 minute long, that's 15 hours of time saved, meetings saved, explanations saved, that we did asynchronously, because Loom is awesome. Now, not all these videos are 1 minute long. In fact, many of them are much longer than that. So I just want to show you Loom can be used far and wide. If you're not familiar, it's super popular, but very, very good tool. And it's very important to know how to use effectively for this purpose as well. So why are they so important for the business? They're going to get to see the way you look, think, act, and speak all at the same time. Within the first 5 seconds, they're making hundreds of micro judgments on you. And they get to do this without committing to a full 30-minute interview where, maybe 2 minutes in, they realize you're not the guy, and then they have to either be rude or sit through an interview they don't want to sit through. So it saves them some time while they can make all these judgments. They get to make these judgments, which inevitably make their hiring process just faster and more efficient. They find their person sooner, and then they get to actually in real time, like, visualize what their customers will experience, since you as a salesperson are going to be the representation of their company. And then they get to see in real time how well you can sell. So if you can't sell yourself, why would they believe you can sell their product? So this one video that might be 60 seconds long is showing them all the good, all the bad, all the ugly, and it's giving them enough to make a judgment on whether or not they want to speak to you some more or push you to the side. Now, why this is important for you, and I think this is honestly maybe the most important thing, the biggest, most highest leverage point in this application process, you get to compete on attributes that are not just sales experience. Because on traditional paper resume, if you don't have sales experience, you're usually going to be disqualified. Now, the video lets you compete on things such as effort, charisma, attention to detail, the way that you appear in the video, the way that you speak, the way that you put your words together. There's usually 3 buckets which you're going to be judged upon. One is sheer amounts of sales experience. 2 is effort and how good of an employee you would probably be. 3 is niche experience. So that's like, if you're a realtor before and someone's looking for a closer for a real estate lead gen offer, you'd be able to compete based on that. So you can do this in 100% effort-based manner, despite, maybe being more introverted like myself. So just by putting together a clean Loom video with good presentation, you'd be surprised how many people want that over someone who's closed $10 million but put in barely any effort because they are maybe jaded to the space. So you get to convey the effort and the desire for the role far more than what you can on a paper resume. This would come into effect with like the camera angle, lighting, background, what you're wearing, how you structure your video, the research that you did. All things considered, they're showing characteristics of a good employee who genuinely wants the role. And Loom videos are so high up in the application funnel, with such high discrepancy in the average submissions quality. The average submission is very damn low, unfortunately, that the biggest opportunity for most people to land a job that they shouldn't otherwise get lands here and in the resume. I have a video, this one I uploaded about a week ago. This video breaks down the application funnel, and the Loom video is one piece of that funnel, okay? But it's a very important one. If you haven't seen this video and you want to land a job that you're not qualified for, keep watching this one, and I'll recommend it to you after so you can see it. It'll be like the next video. Click here and watch that. The real objective of a Loom video is not to get hired. A lot of you guys might think, oh yeah, I'm going to send this Loom video and hopefully I get hired. I mean, kind of, yeah, but when we're looking at the steps of a funnel, the very next step of the funnel is to land an interview. And so the way that you make a Loom video when you're trying to get hired versus land an interview is kind of 2 different things. You're going to do this through creating enough intrigue to prompt a further conversation. You don't need to dump every last bit of information on yourself. They'll feel like they already know you, and at that point, there's no point in interviewing. Once you reach the interview stage, no matter how you competed to get there, you're working on the most level playing field possible. You will be competing against people that have more sales experience than you, and you won't get there unless you crush the Loom video, unless you crush the resume. Mostly everything prior to that is now out the window, so it's time to win them over. I'd say the hardest part is getting to interviews. If you can get to interviews and you can speak well and put yourself together well, it doesn't matter how much sales experience you do or don't have. If you're the right person for the job, they will hire you. So ideal Loom audio video setup. This is Angel from inside my community. We have an interview. You can watch this. It's a little, it's a year old, but this is a setup that every Loom video that he sends before he opens up his mouth, people already want to book interviews with him. Okay. For every Loom video that he submits, he gets interviews for. Yes, he does have experience now in the space, but before he had that, the setup carried him. Okay. So I'm not saying you need this. I'm actually going to show you some examples of what would work and what wouldn't in a second here. But this is perfect. This is a professional YouTube grade setup. Obviously it took some time and effort and some money to put this together, but you don't need this. Okay. I want to show you here on my laptop, like traditionally, Loom videos, you're going to take up the whole screen. You're not going to screen share, but let's just say that I'm filming a Loom video here. This background right here, if I had a plain collared shirt, hair back, no hat, this is perfect. This is completely perfect. It's a nice painting in the background, not too much noise. Now I just want to kind of mess with the angle a little bit and see how things change. See how if there's distractions in the back, see how the lighting changes. This is okay, but I like the other one better. Now, what if I took this up and put it more eye level? Does that change things? Now, what if I was eye level, what if the camera's eye level, but I'm not in the frame right? This changes things. This is not good. If you don't know the rule of thirds, you want to try to be eye level like that. So something like this. Now, if I spin around here, this is not that great. I actually don't like this too much. There's, a window behind me. I don't like this. The lighting here versus here Much better. Okay, now this, there's a hallway back here. Seeing the reflection and cars go by and people walk, I don't like that. Um, Something like if I just flip around, I'm in a little co-working space right now. If I just flip around and I have like this TV behind me, it's not bad. However, you can see the reflection. It's kind of weird. When in doubt, you guys go with a blank white wall. You can find this in a bedroom. You don't need a setup like Angel has to do this well, but it's the little stuff, man. Like if I was like this versus this versus this versus this, all makes a difference. Now, audio, I'm just using my MacBook. That is completely fine. If you have a mic, it is going to help you. If you can have a mic visually in your video, that is going to help you look more professional, more like you do this. I'm trying to think of some other scenarios. You want to always use your computer, not your phone. Even if I have this cup, I'm going to set it on here and change the camera angle. Like, this is perfect. If someone submitted a Loom video to me with this like setup, this background, this orientation, I would probably be inclined to speak to them further unless they bombed on what they said. So Mike is going to do more visually than it does audibly. I think that's the right word, to show that you really do this. Any kind of background lighting, I try to stay away from like the neon lights that make you seem childish. But if you have some nice like lamps, room lights, do that. More is less. It's easier to get by. I'm sorry, less is more. It's easier to get by with like blank background and not too many distractions than having like all this stuff in the background, cool shelves or whatever. It can be distracting if not done right. So that's a little bit on the ideal setup. You don't need a crazy professional setup to do well. Now, some do's and don'ts on the Loom videos. Let me move this over here. Do's. Do film custom Loom videos 99% of the time for each role that you're applying to. There's nothing worse than getting a Loom that was filmed, and you can see this as a business owner. You can see when they filmed it. You can see how many people viewed it. If I get a Loom from someone that was filmed 2 months ago and has 30 views, before I even press play, I'm thinking, what's wrong with this guy? Why doesn't he have a job? And immediately you're a lot closer to being sorted towards the bucket of not getting an interview. It's a game of odds, you guys. We can control this 100%. Film custom Loom videos. Not only will it help you minimize the downside, it's going to help you land more interviews. Next, optimize all controllable visual components to the best of your ability. If I can choose, let me see here. If I can choose so easily to have, lighting behind me like this versus spin around lighting like this, choose the higher quality thing, even if it takes you, a little bit more prep, a little bit more effort. If it's within a 2-second spin of the chair, choose quality. Okay. I promise it makes all the difference. Just your ability to recognize that the quality could be bigger and then take action, or the quality could be better and then take action on that, shows that you are a mindful individual. Okay. Next, be well researched on the person or company that you're sending this to and show that in your video. We're going to talk about little customization in a sec, but most of these people sending Loom videos don't even know, anything about the company that they're reaching out to or the person that this is going to. And if you can set yourself apart there, aside from you just competing on sheer amount of sales experience, you're going to show them that you're an individual that can pay attention to detail. And that's a good attribute of someone they might want on their team. You do want to have solid structure, which we're going to talk about after this. And you want to hold some momentum that makes it easy to watch. If you guys, all of you guys scroll on social media, I'm sure if you don't do it actively, you have before, but when you're watching like Instagram Reels or TikTok or whatever, there are certain Reels that because of the structure, you're almost like pulled in to watch it, even if you don't care about that topic. It's because it was formulated in a very specific way to keep and hold your attention. That's what we want to do here. And the momentum, by keeping this like pretty fast-paced, upbeat, just helps us reinforce their mind to stay longer and watch the whole thing. Then you do want to bridge the gap between any past experience interest that you have and what it is that they do. If you're just another guy with sales experience that doesn't really stand out in any other way, that's exactly what you are. And if they have 50 applicants, you're not going to stand out. You're just going to be another guy, with your name in the hat.
I caught you red-handed looking for your first or next 1099 remote appointment setting or closing job. Good news for you. I shared over 7,000 in the last 12 months inside the serial sales community. So that's the business that I've been running since 2022 that I'm still insanely involved in, but I've brought in also a lot of team to help you get your result, which is go from where you're at, maybe in sales, maybe not in sales, to having an opportunity in this industry to give you a legitimate part-time or full-time income should you perform, okay? We're really, 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 really good at this. We've done it with a lot of people. We have a lot of case studies. You'll be able to see those in our interview playlist on my YouTube channel. And we do everything A through Z, from meeting you where you're at, giving you a custom roadmap, redoing your resumes, your Loom introductions. We do application tracking. We do due diligence on these offers. We talk interviews, everything that you could need to make this happen. Our intention with the whole way that this is lined up is to make it hard for you to fail. So if you're looking for your first or next remote 1099 sales job and you want to do it alongside people that have not only done it before, but a community of people that are invested into this just as much as yourself, go down below, first link in the description, check it out, talk to our team. Back to the training.
Now, don'ts. They're supposed to pop up one by one. Do not use Loom. This is a very simple test of following instructions. If you send a link to a Google Drive folder or some Microsoft thing or something else that does the same function, but it's not Loom, they are seeing that and making judgments that, one, you either don't know how to follow instructions, or two, you don't know how to use Loom, which is a very easy application to use, which is a red flag. Okay. So these recruiters, they have so many applicants. They're not looking for reasons to hire you. They're looking for reasons to disqualify you. And so if we can just follow instructions, that's one more box that you don't have to worry about. Do not send the same Loom video to 20 companies. Again, they can see the date, they can see the views, and they can see the general formulation of the Loom video. A custom Loom video with their name, their company, and all the other things I'll show you in a second is going to go so much further in getting you increased interview odds than just like some one size fits all. Hey, my name's Dylan, I'm a sales rep, hire me. Okay. Do not film in vertical format. This is a YouTube video that you're watching. It is going to be in landscape format. You always want to film in landscape format because that is very likely what they're going to be seeing, or what their customers are going to be seeing. They want the most accurate representation of what it is their customer might be seeing or experiencing when speaking with you. Don't film on phone. Now, there's some caveats to this. Generally speaking, you want to film on your laptop like I am filming right now. However, if you don't have access to your laptop, you can use your phone. If you do it, try to prop it up, try to get the right angle, the right lighting, all the same stuff, film it in landscape. I would rather film something quality on my phone and get it in faster than wait 2 days to when I get back to my laptop because I'm out of town for the weekend. Okay. So try not to film on phone, but I'd rather you submit something than nothing at all. Don't use filler words. So a lot of you guys filming this Loom video for the first time, getting used to talking on camera, you might take 20 to 30 tries, and that's normal. That's okay. It sucks. But if you can, we're going to get into the framework soon. If you can minimize filler words and maximize the momentum that you keep through this short video, I promise you, you're going to see a night and day difference in how many interviews that you get. Okay. And you could edit out filler words. You could use the AI features on Loom, but just try your best to follow this framework that we're about to get into and minimize filler words at all costs. Do not spend time on downsides. So you're going to be sending about a 60-second video. The last thing that you want to do is focus on reasons why you're not qualified. I see this a lot with people that come from different industries. They're like, hey, I don't yet know high ticket sales, and most of my experience is in this industry, but I would be interested in the role. That is the complete wrong positioning. You need to hype up what you've done in another industry, whether it's sales experience or not, and just lean into it and blindly send that application as if you're the best applicant in the world. That confidence and the conviction in your ability is going to get you so much further across a bunch of applications. The last don't act like the prize. Man, you're one in a sea of many. I have application pool from our agency that's 1,000+ reps. And if you act like you should have the confidence that you are the guy, but if you act and like you are arrogant in the presentation, if you're arrogant before I even know you, how are you going to be with my customers? How are you going to be with me? How are you going to be with my team? It's just not a good look. You want to be cool, calm, and collected, have conviction in yourself, but don't act like, this role is potentially beneath me. I figured I'd do you guys a favor by submitting an application. Like, nobody wants that person on their team. Now, the perfect Loom video structure, the moment you've been waiting for. This is the default structure that will give you the highest odds of acceptance in the interview if you execute properly. And assuming they did not request something specific, if they ever request something specific, you need to disregard what we're about to cover and give them exactly what they asked for. Again, a large part of this process is seeing if you can follow simple instructions. Okay. So that's also why we don't use the Loom alternatives. Like I mentioned, don't submit a Google Drive link unless you legitimately cannot access Loom, which in my opinion is kind of a red flag. So in its simplest formats, here's the Loom video structure. You want it to be 60 seconds. You could range down 45 or up to 130 if you do it right. However, the less time you spend, the easier this is going to be for you to film, which means you can get more out. And the shorter the video is, the less opportunity there is for you to mess up the video, which means you get more out that are higher quality to more opportunities. So 60 seconds is a sweet spot. Now the structure is very simple. There's 4 parts. 1, who you are, and we're going to go through examples of this. Who you are, why you're reaching out, why they should consider you, a call to action. That is it. That is it. Now, 1, who you are. Example. Hey, John, my name's Dylan. I'm 27 years old. I live in Austin, Texas. Next, why you're reaching out. I caught wind of your open closing role through the serial sales community. And after doing just a little bit of research on you guys and what you're up to, I decided I wanted to get something to you ASAP. 3, why you should be considered. And don't take this script word for word. If everyone starts using this script, it's not going to be a word on it, or it's not going to be good. I honestly just made this up. The format has been the same, but I just freestyled this script right here. So it's decent, but it's not perfect. But anyways, why you should be considered. Hey, based on my past experience in real estate, wholesaling, and Section 8 properties, I thought there's a ton of alignment between my past experience and what you guys are looking for. I closed on 25 wholesale properties last year over the course of just 10 months in my current role, which put me number 1 in the office for all of 2025. But now I'm looking to level up into something with a bit of a higher ceiling, more solid systems for scale. And honestly, I'm a little bit tired of cold calling. And then a call to action. If you're still looking for the right person for this role, would love to chat with you some more. I'm free anytime after 11 a.m., Monday through Friday, if that works for you. Thanks. Look forward to speaking to you some more. Boom. All that was 60 seconds or less. Now, how do you personalize this to your benefit? Who you are, why you're reaching out, why they should consider you. It's all the same stuff, right? The 4 sections here. 1, the title. The title you can literally put when you text this over, and there's a little, imagine iMessage. You send a link through iMessage and there's a little thumbnail. Well, the thumbnail is going to be the thumbnail of the video, but then also the title that you write. And if I can write something that has their name, their company, that is not just if you guys ever film a random Loom video, it gives them random titles. If I put a little bit of effort and put, let's see, real estate companies next remote closer, next 10K plus remote closer, that is going to get a higher click-through rate. So 1, or you could write Loom video for sales manager name. Something like that is going to get a higher click-through rate. The second place where you can personalize these is going to be right in the beginning when you directly introduce yourself. Hey, John, sales manager. My name is Dylan. So, hey, John, my name is Dylan. Address the person by name, and then the company is going to be more in this second one. So you want to make the world smaller here. I always try to name drop, if I know, where I caught this from. Was it the sales manager? Was it a closer that I know? Was it a community that I'm in? Was it a recruiter? I saw you guys at a real estate company were hiring through your closer, David. I actually know him. We closed on a previous offer together. love the guy, and then get into it, right? So you're already kind of like making the world smaller, bridging the gap between you and other applicants. Another applicant, they could have all the sales experience in the world, but if you know David and you took the time to personalize this and they click through and watch the whole video, you're going to have higher odds. And then why they should consider you. This is where you're going to want to tie in any kind of experience, interest, familiarity that you might have into what they do. Example, if it's a real estate program and you have previously been in wholesale real estate and you've done good numbers, like mention that. Okay, now let's say it's a fitness coaching program. You weren't a personal trainer, but maybe you've been going to the gym for 15 years and it literally changed your life and saved your life. That is a reason you would get hired over somebody else if everything else checks out. So those are really the 4 main points where you can like personalize a video to not only show more effort, but also what's it called? I'm sorry. Show more effort, but then also show why you're a better fit over someone else aside from just sheer sales experience. So now I want to show an example Loom video that I personally filmed. This one, super off the cuff, got us into contention for a big sales management role head to head against Iman Gadzhi's old sales manager. We ultimately did not get this role because the guy was cheap and didn't want to pay us what we wanted to be paid. So whatever, but it got us there. And I filmed this on the fly. This was a second take Loom video. So I messed up the first one in the first 5 seconds. And then this was the one, second take, filmed it, sent it fast. I was at a family barbecue in the backyard. Was it perfect? No. Did me getting this out ASAP negate it not being perfect? Yes. Do you get more points on the board when you shoot more shots? Yes.
All right, little Loom video section for you guys. I'm going to review this Loom video that I sent that landed us, final contention for a big sales management client. And I'm going to pause and play and just give you guys some feedback on it.
How's it going, man? My name's Dylan. I'm from Austin, Texas. I am on the go right now, but I still wanted to get something to you. And I'm also not...
All right, so very first thing, I was outside. I was on my phone. I pre-handled the objection. First thing out of the gate. I didn't talk about anything else except who I am and where I'm from, and then straight to pre-handling objections. But you see how, it could be seen as a negative, but I framed it in like a positive light. I was like, hey, I know I'm on the go. I don't usually film from this place, but I had to get this to you guys ASAP.
Sure if you're looking for what we do, but Dan from WAP sent this to me, so wanted to...
So we're running a sales agency. We basically would outsource the sales management role and the sales team. So I'm, again, pre-handling the objection. I'm not focusing on why we're not what he's looking for. I'm focusing on reasons why he could or we could be what he's looking for.
Get our name in the bucket. I've been running a sales agency for...
Made the world smaller. I mentioned the lead where we got, this caught wind of this role. So, if he likes this guy, which I was under the impression that he did, if he likes him, maybe he'll like us.
About 2.5 years now, we've driven a lot of results in a lot of industries. A lot of our teams, we are starting from zero. We've scaled them up to $1 million a month. We've done it multiple times.
So with the experience, I started broad. I made sure we're talking about, sales agency, the niche. Started broad, and then I'm going to get into more like granular experience here. Notice how far we're like 20 seconds in right now. I'm already talking about experience.
My partner's done 0 to 15 mil in the first year, scaled the team from 1 to 6. We've scaled a couple of teams now from 3.
By the way, guys, I'm wearing a North Face hat. I'm wearing a faded t-shirt. I wouldn't typically wear this in a Loom video, just a heads up.
3 to 7, 2 to 6 that we're actively running. So again, I don't know if you're looking for this, but we've done it time and time again. High ticket funnel, paid ads, organic, doesn't even matter. And I run a sales coaching program that helps people land jobs specifically.
So that's, as far as like managing sales team, I wanted to show that we could do that. This guy just so happened to run an offer that helped people get jobs. And so I wanted to sprinkle this in there, which is like, hey, I have this experience that other people might not have. That could be useful to you.
So I know how to sell to those people. I know how to train people to sell to those people. And I know how to recruit the best salespeople because they come to me for that. So appreciate you watching. Hope to talk soon. Bye.
The one thing I messed up on there was I didn't do a CTA. I could have said, hey, I'm free to talk further at this point. But the point I wanted to get across here is like, it doesn't have to be perfect. As long as you are fast and it's good enough and you do that enough times, right time, right place, you will find opportunity.
All right, guys. And lastly, some insider tips and tricks here. So Loom has a ton of features that can be used to further personalize, which is going to lead to higher click-through rates, more watch time. You can customize those titles, put their name, put the company name, hype yourself up as a closer. You can change the thumbnail. So you can literally like put their company page in the thumbnail, or you can make a thumbnail. Nobody does that. Will make you stand out. Then there's timestamps. You can put chapters in the video so they can like scroll and see what you're going to be talking about, when you're going to be talking about that. And that's going to just increase the likelihood that they actually get to what is important to them. You can add descriptions. So not a lot of people know this, but just like this YouTube video, you can add a description, and in that description, you can link your resume. You can link call recordings. You can link a custom site that has testimonials of companies that you've worked for. You can put your LinkedIn there. So nobody's taking advantage of this. And this is like a way to front load more stuff. You can also screen share while recording, only if relevant, which will make you stand out. So record, through their funnel. Hey, I noticed this. I think this could be better. On my past team, we did this and it increased this and whatever. Like, you can get creative. You can also recommend a playback speed by default. So in the settings, after you film, you go to the settings, and when they press the play, it's going to say, do you want to play this at 1.5x? If they press that, they are 1.5x more likely to watch the entire video. So if you can make it 60 seconds and then they can watch it in 1.5x speed, you're making a shorter video, has momentum. They're going to get through it all the way. They're going to be like, wow, this guy knows how to articulate his value in a very short manner. I like this guy. I want to talk to this guy. And that's it, you guys. So that is how you make the perfect Loom video. What's more important than being perfect is just high quality at scale by far. You want to land a job that you want using some pretty proven methodology, keep watching. And you can even do this if you're not qualified. So what I had people do when I first went up there, I said, all right, raise your hand if you are making the exact money that you want. You don't want to make any more. You're working as much as you want. You don't want to work any less. You have reached the pinnacle of success in high ticket sales. Raise your hand. Nobody raised their hand. And second bucket of people that is here, you're here because you know you can make more money in less time, get more leverage. You know that there's room for growth for you in this space. Everybody's hands went up, 100 plus people. So really quick, some context on who I am before you just blindly believe that I know what I'm talking about. I'm Dylan. I'm based in Austin. I quit a high-paying roofing sales job right out of college to go into remote sales. I recreated a six-figure income within 6 months working part-time. That's when later that year I started a $9 per month group chat, which is now the Serial Sales Community, the business I still run. I did one-off, or in this time I was doing like one-off B2B recruiting, consulting, sales process stuff, just helping business owners out. That eventually turned into Serial Agency, which is the business that I went on to scale a bunch of offers from being an idea to $500K to $1 million per month. That agency itself, we scaled from $0 to $700,000 in a month. After that, I did sell the agency. I sold my share to the partner in it, and I scaled our community to $100K per month. But most importantly, just so you guys know, I kind of know the space. Most importantly, I've worked with a lot of sales reps, one-on-one or in small group setting, to land jobs. Like, that is the specialty here. And before we really get into this, I want to set the record straight. These three gentlemen who were at the event, who were speakers, that's Trey Childress, owner of salesreps.com, Johnny Mao, owner of High Ticket Syndicate, Cole Angel, owner of Next Growth Sales Agency. If you want to learn how to make $50,000 in a month as a sales rep, I'm not your guy. I've never done that, and I'll never claim to have done that because I haven't. I've done it in business context, but not as a sales rep. Learn from those guys. You also can learn that from these guys. I'm sure you guys know who these people are. I've spent hours and hours with their stuff. Wouldn't be surprised if you have too. So my best recommendation, if you want to learn how to go from good to great at sales, learn from them, because my focus and the community's focus has always been landing the best jobs that we can. And that's doing that without, all the pitfalls and the downsides of the high ticket space if you don't know what to look out for, because that stuff is not fun. But instead, we do that through using a combination of these, which we're going to call like data points, unique positioning that is unique to you, nobody else, which we're not going to spend too much time focusing on. But then also this is the part where I ask the crowd, can someone tell me what this is? It's a funnel. Wow, great. You guys are probably familiar if you're in sales with this, which is a sales funnel, right? But we're not talking about the sales funnel. We're talking about a job application funnel. Now, I love funnels. And by the way, the presentation here on YouTube might be different because I have to pick up my head and move it around here on Loom. But I love funnels. They help me break up complex topics, illustrate in chronological order, and then understand statistics. I'm kind of a nerd, even though I'm a sales guy. I am more of a mathematical type. So they let me hyper-focus on increasing throughput, make more effective decisions, and ultimately get what I want. So side note, before we go on, you should use funnels. They help you solve hard problems. They help me a lot. I want to talk about this, which is the intersection between the job application funnel and the low-hanging fruit method. Does anyone watching this video not know what low-hanging fruit means? Okay. I think whenever I asked that on the stage, everyone knew what it meant. But basically, just to define the term before we go on, it is like the most obtainable thing right in front of you. It makes the most sense to go for this because it is the easiest outcome to achieve. So the problem in the high ticket space when it comes to that intersection of the job application funnel and the low-hanging fruit method, nobody knows how to identify where the low-hanging fruit exists. Fairy dust, if you will. So we need to turn this from an arbitrary thing into something that is structured and tangible, like the 2014 San Antonio Spurs. I told you I was from San Antonio. So this is the funnel. We got the steps in chronological order, but something is missing. This is where I asked the crowd, what is missing? Go around, nobody guessed it. It is the weight. Okay, weight equals the importance or the opportunity that lies at each step of the funnel, because not all funnels are created equally. In this funnel, we have 5 steps that are all equally weighted or appearing to be equally weighted. This, for example, this is a funnel, 4 steps, all equally weighted. This is a more accurate representation of, a funnel in this regard that we're talking about it. So now, how do we calculate and find out which parts of the funnel are most important for us to focus on? And the short answer is like you really can't. Like, there's not a very black and white answer to that, but there's a longer answer. So by default, the earlier stages will have more importance because they're easier to access. Those stages might have more people in them. That does not mean they are more competitive. So we want to use our unique positioning, all those data points that are unique to you, combined with an assessment of the role and the applicants, to make an assumption on the weight of each step and where the largest opportunity lies. If we combine this with a deep understanding of the high ticket sales hiring landscape, which is my brain, this will allow you to implement the low-hanging fruit method and land the job you want with ease. So similar to, if you've ever ordered like a martini, you take a sip at the top, doesn't really go down that much. You take the same size sip at the bottom, goes down a lot. Not all steps are visibly created equal in these funnels. So that was a lot of words. What the hell am I talking about? Good question. I like pictures. Most people like pictures. They're easy to understand. I'm talking about, for the sake of this example, this green step and the blue step. There's always going to be people at the top that are outliers. There's always going to be people at the bottom that are outliers. They might as well not have even applied, but the average is pretty damn low in this industry. How do I know? Because I've looked at hundreds and hundreds, thousands of applications to make a bunch of hires and to help people get hired. So if you could be this person that is further away from the average and closer to best versus this person who's below 50% and closer to average, which one would you want to be? I think it's a simple answer, right? It's this one. You want to increase the distance from average. That is where the most opportunity lies. And if you can do that at every step of the funnel, let's call it 5 steps, across 20 jobs, you could imagine the throughput of the funnel is going to be much more.
Can I be honest with you? Watching a 15-hour free training is useful, and I hope you can take things away from this, but what happens after you watch it? You're not going to have access to the jobs unless you want to send cold DMs, which, be my guest, it kind of sucks. I'll just let you know that ahead of time. You're not going to have access to the jobs. You're not going to have access to me. You're not going to have access to other people who are having success with this. No access to a team, no access to live call support, no access to anything. You're going to be solo. Flying solo in a performance-based industry is really, really hard. So it's already hard enough to find the jobs. Well, why don't you just let somebody source them for you, do due diligence, and then help you once you're in the roles to make sure that you're not getting the workaround in this role, to make sure that you're actually in a vehicle that's going to serve you. And that's what the serial sales community does. And so if you're watching this training, I take it you're interested in landing one of these remote sales jobs. Our community basically fast tracks the result that you're going to get. Well, actually, the odds are higher with us in your corner, but the results that you want to get, we're fast tracking it. We're making them more certain, eliminating a lot of the guesswork, and honestly, just making it easier for you. So if you're interested in making it easier, because you've already decided you want this, you're watching the training, but you want to make it easier, go down to the first link in the description, check out that page, check out all the information about what we do, how it works. Since 2022, we've been doing it. We're really good at it, and we'd love to help you. So go down below, check it out, talk to the team. Now back to the training.
Now, the last variable here that we need to account for is the time or effort that you must put in to increase the separation in each step of the funnel. Now, the pros of this is people are lazy, they want it easy, they think experience sells itself, and the bar is basically in hell. You can really compete in other arenas aside from just sheer sales experience, because the premise of inbound remote sales by default doesn't bring in the hardest working people ever, except you watching this YouTube video. Now, the cons of this being the reality is the stuff that actually moves the needle is pretty boring, but you will win, and it will be far easier for you to do so. So let's talk about the actual high ticket sales job application funnel. I've built this over the years and refined it. We're going to start with timing, how fast you apply to jobs, the quality of your application, how prepared you are when it comes to applying and interviewing, the interview itself, and then the follow-up. The weight is going to look something like this. And let's run a real life example, right? So let's say there's a job hiring and they have 50 applicants. Timing, let's assume it's a competitive role. The last 40% of applicants are probably not even going to be really looked at because they've already found some that they like in the first 60% that they're already going through the next steps of the process with. Okay, so just doesn't even matter what kind of experience you have. Just by being faster than other people, you are getting more opportunity. So if 60% of people make it through this step, that leaves us with 30 applicants. Then the quality. 80% of the remaining 30 people did not put much effort into their application. They might have good experience, but their resume sucks. They didn't submit a Loom video. Their messaging was bad. They seem entitled. That wipes out, down from 30 down to 6, okay? 6 people that I potentially want to interview. And then being prepared. Some people, they're not truly interested. Maybe they're busy. They didn't show much effort. They don't even know what the role is. 20% of the applicants are going to get scooted out because they're just not taking it seriously. The interview is the next biggest step, but it is more down the funnel, so the weight isn't as significant. Most people by default are pretty bad at interviewing. Interviewing is a whole skill in itself, but 60% of people are going to fail this stage. So we go from 4.8 applicants to less than 2. And then the follow-up isn't going to land you a job if everything else was messed up, but basically nobody does it, and it could be the cherry on top for you that does get you, that 1% that lands you the job. So if we look at all the steps here, source, trust me, bro, quality of your application is traditionally where the biggest opportunity lies for you in this space. This is the part where I do a little crowd work. I point at sales agency owner. I say, sales agency owner, of these 3 resumes, which one of these guys would you be more interested in hiring? I mean, you guys are looking at the same thing I am, or not hiring, let's say interviewing. We have resume on the left. Before I even read it, I'm like, well, shit, this guy knows what he's doing. This looks good. Effort, clean, attention to detail, very well written up, articulated well. Then we have the middle guy, 2 years experience. I don't know. This looks kind of bad. 1 million in revenue, but like it just looks bad. This looks elementary compared to this. This guy has way more high ticket sales experience than this guy, but I would rather talk to this guy. And then this one, I click on the link, I don't even have access. Dude, like this guy is out. He is out because of this. He could have the most experience, but he is out because of that. Then we go to the Loom videos. This guy submits this. I see, nice lighting, good angle, put together, collared shirt, looks like a quiet room, front and center in the camera. Awesome. But then I see this guy, hoodie on, low angle, maybe a bedroom, open closet. This guy could have twice the experience, but before I press play on either of these, I already like this guy more. And if he does well, I'm going to consider him more than I would consider this guy. If you are watching this and you're either one of these guys, sorry to roast you. And then we have stuff like this. Oh, broken link. This guy is out, immediately out. He could have more experience than both of them combined times 5. He is out. This person, we ask for a Loom video. They say, call me. Out. Doesn't matter the experience. If you can't follow simple instructions in an application, how do I know you're going to fill out your end of day reports? How do I know you're going to update your CRM? How do I know you're going to follow up with your leads? This is really, it is a test to see how well you can follow instructions. And if you have the experience, then you're the person. So this stuff is very important. Like if I just had, let me go back here. If I had this resume and this Loom video for the same applicant, he is in the top 1% of consideration for anything. So just know that the bar is very low. Also, the way that we reach out with the messaging, this is where I ask, is there any Yogi guys out here? Yogi, heard you're looking for an appointment setter. The worst possible message you could send. Use some proper English, put some thought into this. Hey, Dylan, still looking for an appointment setter? Have a ton of relevant experience. Happy to shoot you over a resume, Loom, if so. Thanks in advance. Short, sweet, to the point, precise, not too assuming, not entitled, not undermining your experience that you do have or you don't have. Just clean, man. There's a big difference here. And then the submission itself. Are you following basic instructions? Are you completing everything? Are you making this difficult? Are you being thorough? All of that stuff combined with some sales experience, if you can max those out, I promise you're going to increase the throughput. So guys, crazy idea here. Instead of worrying if you're making the cutoff at each step of the application funnel or thinking you're not getting hired because you don't have the experience, most of these big significant changes that are going to move the needle for you are effort-based and only need to be done one time. So better resume, effective Loom framework, good lighting, no skill, just effort. If you can be top 10% of every 5 or all the 5 funnel stages, not even talking about sales experience here, your number of offers across 50 applications goes from 1.54 to 26. Now, are you going to get 26 offers from 50 applications? Probably not, because I told you the calculation isn't perfect, but assuming you're applying to stuff that is within reason and you have the experience to back it up, like you can just see here how the difference of the application throughput is night and day. So as the competition goes down, offers go up. You do the boring work early. Don't focus on getting hired. Focus on making it to the next step of the funnel one at a time. You may have heard of this saying, a square is always a rectangle, but a rectangle can never be a square. Well, here's my rendition of that. A highly valued sales employee does not need to be the best salesperson, but the best sales employee can't do it without being great at sales. So to be clear, I'm not telling you to not be good at sales, but what I am saying is that through a combination of using funnels, low-hanging fruit method, and a little bit of effort, a lot of companies, more than you'd probably think, would consider a great employee / teammate over the next coming of Jordan Belfort. And you can still make a lot of money being a highly valued salesperson on a good team without even being the best. So my message to you is lean into what's within your control, the experience you do have, the effort you can make. And before you know it, you're going to end up like this gentleman here. I'm not reading that text down there because that's a mouthful. But that is the low-hanging fruit method and how it applies, to the concept of the funnels
maximizing the throughput of the funnel, and then focusing on what is actually the low-hanging fruit, which the most low-hanging fruit is the quality of the application. Notice how I barely talked about sales experience in this video. You don't need it to make a good income in the remote sales space, okay? One thing that I've seen pretty frequently lately is people having a harder time than they probably anticipated getting the sales job that they want in the remote space. And this is for maybe a few different reasons for each person. They all have unique situations, but I just wanted to share a mindset shift, a perspective shift that might help you if you're currently going through that. So here's the easiest one. Hey, I don't have experience, so they're not picking me. Okay, well, I can tell you this, there are jobs out there for beginners. There's a lot of jobs out there for beginners. I've had people tell me this before. I look at their application tracking sheet in our community, and they're only applying for $10,000 to $20,000 per month jobs. But you have to take into consideration the average applicant for those has maybe already made that kind of money or been closer to that than you. You're like kind of shooting out of your league if that's the situation. There's this practice, I'm blanking on what it's called, but it's basically like, okay, I can't get a job because I don't have experience. What would make that untrue? Like if you had to find a way to get a job without experience, what would you do? Just start thinking of things, right? I would apply faster than people. I would seem more put together. I would film better Loom videos. I'd have a better resume. I'd talk to more people. If you do all of those things and you stack those things in your favor and you do them better than other people, which I want to get the video uploaded from my presentation from the meetup, because I made a whole presentation on this. At every step of the application funnel, there's, let's call it like 5 steps. The bar is very low in most of those steps. And if you can just raise the bar and like create as much separation as possible from the average person at all of those steps across 20 or 30 job applications, you're going to have something. So sure, you could go into it thinking, oh, I don't have as much experience, so, why would they hire me? Well, I'll tell you this, everybody in this industry at one point didn't have experience. So if that's the way that you want to see it, don't be surprised when you don't get the outcome you want. On the flip side of that, you can know that in the back of your mind. You can know that other people might have more experience. You can know that I don't have any experience. But if your goal is to get the outcome, which is get a remote sales job, start making a remote income, it literally does not serve you to actually have conviction in that belief. So you need to, and sometimes have a sense of delusional belief in yourself that you, despite not having experience or despite having less experience, you are the person for the job, and people can read that off of you in interviews and everything. It kind of goes back to a more general topic on just people who are, optimistic versus pessimistic, right? And I know, if you're thinking that you're not intentionally being pessimistic, unless you are, and you should stop that. That's not going to serve you. But you might just be going through a tough time. And if that's the case, like, realize that. No, like, you're looking into this because it's possible. Other people are doing it. You've probably seen some of our community member interviews, which if you haven't, go watch them. But if you've seen those, you're like, dude, these people, they don't seem any different than me. And you're right, because they're not. Maybe a little bit more experience, but some of those people, like I could think of a few, literally had experience driving a pizza delivery truck, and that's it. So just control what is within your control. I've been saying this a lot lately, but these companies, dude, they want good employees more than they want good sales reps. And a good sales team with good sales infrastructure should have confidence in their ability to train the right person into the role. Okay, now there's these advanced sales roles where they're going to want you to have experience, and that's okay. That is what it is. Don't go for those if you're having a hard time. But the roles where, the bottom players are making just under 10K or 10K per month, they're out there for you. You might not be able to get those just from the jump, but they're out there. And so how do you get into that? Just control what's controllable. Your effort, your enthusiasm, the confidence that you have in yourself, or at least the manufactured confidence, resumes, how much you're talking to people, Loom videos, follow-ups. That's a big one, follow-ups. I've mentioned it earlier, but we have an application tracking sheet. We can actually mathematically see what is working and what is not. I'd recommend you do that if you don't. Dude, this lighting is not doing me any justice here.
A lot of people come to me and they say, I've sent hundreds of cold DMs and I got like 2 positive responses. How do I find jobs in this space? Well, lucky for you, we started the serial sales community where over the last 12 months, we've posted over 7,000 open 1099 remote setting or closing roles for people like you that have the sales skill, but you want to do it in your own way. You want to do it from home or from wherever you want. You don't want the W-2 stuff. You don't want the corporate politics. You don't want your boss breathing down your back. Well, if you have the skill, or if you think you could have the skill, we can help you get it. We want to put these jobs in front of you. All you have to do is look at the serial sales community, first link down below, see the types of jobs that we're sharing, and take a bet on yourself. Commit to yourself to actually make this happen, because you know it's going to give you the autonomy or the upside that you don't have in whatever it is that you're currently doing. That's why you're watching a 15-hour free training. Do you really want to watch 15 hours of free training and then still not have the things that are going to make this easy? Like, you can be the most educated person in the world, but if you don't have the access and the proximity, it's still going to be really, really hard. And so if you want the access and the proximity to me, my team, the community of people that are invested in this more so than almost anywhere else, first link in the description, check out the page, chat with the team. But in the meantime, we'll get back to the training. Hope you enjoy it.
When I look at these sheets, there's almost nobody who's doing follow-ups on the actual interviews. I'm sorry, follow-ups on the applications. People will follow up on the interview. It's a little bit more rare for sure, but hardly anyone's following up on applications. And I think just doing that alone, you know, even if it's just once or twice, is going to start setting you apart from other people. So where can I set myself apart from other people? You've probably heard me say this before, but this is not some, you know, speculative new business model that only works when things outside of your control, the 1% of the 1% happens. This is a sales job on the internet. Sales job, internet. These are not foreign things to anybody. You or me, anybody. And so at that point, if you have the belief that this is something that is within reach for you, but you're just not there yet, reverse engineer it. How do we get there? And I promise you, not having sales experience is not the only thing holding you back. It's probably all that little stuff that is within your control that you might not be aware of. So hopefully I made you aware of it. And then it's just doing the boring work. I tell people, you know, from here on out, we get to a certain point in our call structure in the community. And from here on out, don't do sales training, don't watch YouTube videos, don't do role plays, mock calls, don't do any of that. Just apply to jobs. 5 to 10 per day over the course of a week through our community. It'll usually get you some positive traction, something to talk about, something to follow up on, or hopefully an offer. Like, honestly, if you are applying to the jobs that we kind of pointed you toward, and you've done the resume, you've done the Loom, you've done all the things that we work with you on, it's pretty unlikely after about like 30 applications to not have something there for you. One last thing that really served me, mentioned a little earlier, but having that belief that if they can do it, so can I. You know, I came into this industry from roofing sales. I was doing pretty well in roofing sales. And I just saw these like kids, man. I saw these kids doing 10K, 20K, 30K per month from home. And I was like, if they could do it, so can I. And I had reason to believe that. I was doing well in roofing sales. I was like the top guy. I was making good money. But still, I could have had that reasoning of, well, I don't have closing experience. I don't have remote closing experience. I haven't worked from home. I don't have any experience selling coaching. I've only sold roofs, and we do like insurance and all this stuff. Like it's so different. Like for that reason, I'm not gonna be able to compete. I could have the doomer mindset, right? The doomer mindset never got anybody what they wanted if that thing that they wanted was good or positive. You need to have the opposite of the doomer mindset. So instead of thinking of reasons why this might not work and letting those reasons dictate where you apply, how you apply, when you apply, become aware of those reasons. Try to get a pulse on how relevant and how much influence they actually have, which could be hard if you're so in your mind. You need to zoom out and try to like look at everybody else, collect as much data as possible, and see if this actually matters, because it might not even matter. So you make yourself aware of that, and then find your strengths and focus on the strengths. Whether that's effort, whether that's how many applications, whether that's how many people you know. Dude, we had a guy join the community recently, 7 years in door-to-door, knocked 67,000 doors. 67,000 over the course of 7 years in pest control. I open up our community today. He messages me, hey dude, I got on this offer. They do $500,000 a month. And I know people on that offer. And so, you know, he literally went from joining our community, a couple of live calls, to messaging me about having an offer. Could he have said, oh, I've never done like phone setting. I don't know the online space. There's a lot of competition. I keep getting denied. No, like honestly, I don't know how many jobs he applied to. He just hit me up with a job, and it's a good one that someone I know in Austin actually closes for and does decently well there. Point being, you guys, be aware of the reasons why this shouldn't work. Stop giving them your attention. Don't put your bandwidth into the reasons it shouldn't work. Put it into the reasons it should work.
or that it could work. And the North Star, in my opinion, and I think this would serve you, is just know that it's possible. Again, sales job, internet, nothing new. Everybody knows both of these things. You put them together, it's a matter of time. And you might not get the 10K, the 20K a month job from day one. You can get something decent and something that sets you up to later get that job.
The message that I wanted to share with you guys is, above being a sales rep, there's something in my mind that I think is more important that's going to help you land more jobs, be more competitive in the marketplace, and overall get where you want to be faster. I use this personally. People in my community use this, and hopefully if you've watched enough of my content, maybe you're using this as well. But I want to talk about it head on right here. Now, when I first got into sales, I was in roofing sales, and I was like the opposite of a sales guy. I was like the skinny, awkward skater kid. Very to myself, but once I saw the vehicle that was sales and what I could get from it, if I applied myself, I couldn't unsee that. And so I pursued it. I put everything aside, went after sales. The last year that I was in roofing sales, a little before halfway through the year, I was pacing 180 grand on the year when I quit. And the 12 months prior, I was the top sales rep by a lot every single month. And it's not because I had some innate charisma that I just switched on. It's not because I was the most likable and jolly person that all the leads got to speak to. In fact, I was kind of the opposite of that. But what I did was I focused on something that was in my control, and it is in your control, and it is above being a good sales rep, being a good employee, being accountable, being organized, being on time, representing the company well, being dependable, being prepared, bringing good morale, helping other people, and being a net positive for the organization as a whole. Now, how I did this in roofing sales, I was a CRM, I was a pipeline demon. No follow-up fell through the cracks with me. I was always on time. I always looked the part. I was always going and taking initiative and helping other departments, even if it wasn't necessarily my responsibility. And that turned me into a massive, massive, massive asset for that company. Because let's be real, you guys, like sales frameworks, they're not that hard to train. It's harder to teach somebody how to want something than it is to teach them, some objection overcomes and to rehearse those a little bit. You can't make somebody want to fight tooth and nail for their first $100,000 a year. Like they have to find that in themselves. You have to find that in yourself. In fact, especially getting into the remote high ticket space, a lot of these offers should have the infrastructure to train you into the exact type of sale that they want you to perform. This is an inbound sales role, right? So the sale, transparently, is kind of the easy part. The hard part is getting into the quality inbound sales roles.
In 2022, I was just like you, honestly. I was doing pretty well for myself, and I saw this opportunity online to sell for internet companies from wherever I wanted, and I was so intrigued. I was willing to take a pay cut down from 180 grand a year to 3K a month in the beginning just to get the proof of concept. In my first month part-time, I made $4,800 or $4,800, and I put in my 2 weeks notice in my door-to-door roofing sales job, and I went all in and I didn't look back. Now, almost 5 years later, the space completely changed the entire trajectory of my life. I have the freedom, both time-wise, location-wise, even financially, to do what I want. And I'd love to help you get to a similar outcome. And so if you're looking into this space because you have a skill or you think you might have the propensity to learn the skill, well, we just make it easy, okay? We go and source the jobs for you so you don't have to do it on your lunch break. We help you do due diligence so you don't have to get into a bad role and waste your time. That's why a lot of people choose to join the serial sales community. I'm very involved in it. I have a team. We have daily calls. We post 7,000 jobs in the past year. If you're committed to making this change for yourself, commit to doing so in a way that's going to make it most likely for you. There's no honor in doing it the hard way just for fun. Make it easy. Go down below to the first link in the description. Check out the page, chat with our team, and we hope to work with you soon.
Let's say right now you're 3 months deep on Jeremy Miner's NEPQ. Not hating on NEPQ, but for the sake of the example, every single business is going to have a certain way to sell their product to their audience. So many variables to where, I've seen in a lot of cases after running this agency, managing 30 reps, doing a lot of paid recruiting, getting paid over $10,000 to place sales reps and having all these hundreds of sales reps get hired. So many of these people just want effort. They just want someone who wants it, man. Because if someone who wants it we can figure out all the rest. That's an afterthought. You get someone in that knows how to riff off some word tracks, but doesn't really give a shit. That is a cancer to your organization. And a lot of business owners know that. Especially, again, in the inbound remote sales space, you don't necessarily need to be Jordan Belfort. Like, they're driving inbound leads to a product or service that people already want. A lot of this is just about not messing it up and being able to handle the volume that they can drive you, just being ready for it. So on the front end, how do we show people that we are this person, the person who's driven, the person who wants to go the extra mile, who's going to out hustle someone who might have more experience? It's just by doing the boring shit really well, guys. It's applying fast, having the best resume presentation wise, having very clean, concise Loom videos, doing what you can to meet people in the company, get a referral, get some good word of mouth rolling, being more researched on the company when you show up to the interview. It's just doing stuff that other people aren't willing to do, because in this space, and maybe it's because of all the biz ops that are sold around this space, but a lot of people are entitled. They think that because I went through this training, I deserve 20K per month. It's just like not how it works. Maybe it worked like that 5 years ago when not everybody had training. Now a lot of people go through trainings, which leads me to the fact that sales training doesn't get you hired. Don't focus on sales training if you're trying to get hired. You're going to waste a lot of time that could be spent towards applying, towards talking to people, towards getting into opportunity, and you're going to regret it. So above being a good sales rep, you guys, people need good employees, and a good employee on the right team will turn into the exact sales rep that they were hoping for.
I'm going to break down 3 methods on how to find contracted 1099 remote sales roles in ways that the other people that you might listen to, the other people you might learn from, probably aren't talking about. These ways are rather untapped, I would say, and I've oftentimes found that where you can get in and present yourself in the right way with the least competition in front of quality companies, you can have a pretty good outcome by doing that. Before we show you these 3 examples on how I would do this, there's some key considerations that you want to take into mind. Imagine a successful company, whether it's coaching, consulting, service, info. They're a company worth working for. They have an existing sales team and they're doing revenue. Just think about this, like, where do those companies exist? So that's one thing I took into consideration. The next thing is, where can you reach those companies? Because in some of these places where they might exist, you might not be able to reach them without doing deep research on those companies, which as a salesperson, that's a good skill to have, but let's just make it easy. Let's go find them in places where we can just directly reach out to them. And then lastly, how do you make sure that they're worth your time? How do you make sure that they're a legit company? How do you make sure that they actually do what they say they do? How do you make sure they're going to be around longer than the next 6 months? Those 3 things taken into consideration, the methods I'm about to show you are going to help a lot. All right, guys, we teleported inside so we could put this on the big screen to show you the methods. Before we show you the methods that are creative and take time and require a lot of timing and accuracy, I'll show you this method. It's my Twitter here, Serial Sales. Follow me if you don't. But I posted today these jobs in our community. So going back from like 3 p.m. today, it's the 23rd, to the 21st, which was a Sunday, I asked our CSM in our community, I said, can you tally up all the jobs we posted in the last 3 days? So our column here goes down to 32 minus the top row. So 31 jobs in the last 3 days, like halfway through today. You can kind of see the on-target earnings. There's a range for most of these because not everyone's a top performer, but some really good like monthly earning potentials, man. 16.5, 240 per year, 10K per month, 3 to 6, 4, 3 to 5. There's some entry level stuff. This one down here is 24,000 to 48K per month plus bonuses. A lot of 5-figure earning stuff, and you can see closer, setter, sales rep, all different titles, but setters, closers, all 1099 contracted stuff. So into the methods. Method number 1 in finding these 1099 remote sales jobs in ways that other people probably aren't are through community platforms. Example, there's 2. 1, school.com. School.com, if you actually go to discover communities up here, you can search for anything, right? Let's say Airbnb. Airbnb is a really common program, service, coaching that people offer. And you can literally come in here and see like how many members are inside, how much it costs. Not all the costs are gonna be accurate, but there's 1,000 results for Airbnb, and I guarantee you these people have sales teams. If not all, I mean, definitely not all of them, but a good amount. Like they say free, so ours, for example, says paid. It doesn't say how much it is. So some of these that say paid or free or they're private, you could assume there's a paywall on a different site. But discover, and then let's just say fitness. You're about to see 1 million results. Let's see Adonis Gang. I think this is the largest school community, and you can click on it, and what you can do, straight up come on here. 1, you can find all the owners' socials. What I would do in this case is I would like search up all the things you want and then find like the owner. In this case, it's
Nate Belmar. We're on his profile, and then they'll usually have like social links in here. This guy doesn't have too many, but the one I just showed you had some. So that's one method. The other platform when it comes to community platforms is this one, WAP.
I want you to imagine this. You watch this entire free training over the course of 4 days if you're committed, right? And you have all this information in your head, but you're still not even one step closer to being where you want, which is inside a 1099 work from home, remote setting or closing job. You might feel like you're a step or two ahead. And, knowledge wise, sure, we're closer to where we want to be, but knowledge does not equate to action. And action is what's going to get you in this. Now, when you realize like, oh, I need to source these opportunities, and you realize that, hey, cold DMs, something I have to do. I have to set aside more time just to hope to have a chance with a team, not even to know if they're high quality or not, but just to have the conversation. Like, please don't watch this entire free training and do that. Okay. Like, if you're so committed to watch a 15-hour free training, I'd hope that you're committed to doing this in a way that's more likely, easier, more sustainable, not going to run you up a wall. And that's through the first link in the description with the serial sales community. Information is not a moat in this space. It's all out there. I post it for free on YouTube. What is a moat is the access to jobs, access to people that have been there, done that, and are willing to help you get there and do that. If you're interested in that, go to the first link down below. We've been doing this since 2022. We've been very good at it, very positive public track record as well. And we'd hope to work with you soon.
So WAP has a lot going on. If you're in the online space, you've probably heard of WAP. They have this clipping thing, this content rewards. They have live streaming. They have just like communities that you can join. So what I would do, potentially go to, let's say, leaderboards up here, and then most money made. One of our clients is on here, old clients. I'm not going to tell you which one. But you can see most money made in 278 pages of it right here. So if I went to like MF Capital, Tailored Growth Solutions, I have no idea what this is. #1 on WAP. You can send the creator a message. You can connect with them here. Probably find their email, learn a lot about them, create a custom outreach message. Same with the Market Lens. There's so many trading ones on here, which are really good for closing because people make a lot of money. You can charge a lot of money. There's 278 pages of people that you can reach out to on here that are making a lot of money. That's method one, using these communities, these paid community platforms to outreach people. Method #2 is Facebook ads library. So this one, some people know about, some don't. Anyone who's running any kind of Instagram or Facebook ads, you can look them up and you can see how long they've been running them, what platforms they're running on. You can see a lot of details. But if I go up here and I type in e-com coaching, there's a lot of different ways you can filter this. I know personally that the e-com wolf has a big sales team. Okay, and look how many ads they're running. If you have a name of someone that you want to see if they're running ads, you can just type it up in here and find it. But just generally, e-com coaching, Brooke Hiddink. I know people on his sales team that made $20,000 per month. They're not running ads for fun. They're running ads to make money. And running ads doesn't really work with low ticket. It's mostly high ticket. This is an example for e-com coaching, the way that you could just go to this Facebook page, send them a message, go to the link tree, send them messages. I'll pull up another example here. It's a little bit more broad, but if you go up here and you type in lead generation, you want to sort through like what is online versus offline. Innate Social, one-of-a-kind lead generation for life insurance leads. They are definitely selling a high-ticket, probably recurring solution. It links to a Calendly, which is probably a sales call. It's definitely not a free consultation. HVAC leads. They are definitely selling leads. Not all these are going to sell high-ticket, but most of them are if they're running ads like this. B2B Rocket, I've seen them. I believe they're high-ticket. And that's a general one. So here's a list of I just brain dumped niches of things that people sell online, high ticket. There's no commas in here, which makes it harder, but like accounting, ads, affiliate marketing, agency, Airbnb arbitrage, Amazon arbitrage, go down here, mental health, personal brand, personal development, photography, there's career coaching, marriage counseling, all this stuff, man. It could be a hobby, a profession, a service. You can put any of these into the meta ads library or any of these into school or WAP and find stuff that other people are not finding. So that's method #2. Method #3. One of the things I mentioned was, I mentioned revenue, I mentioned sales team, but the other one I mentioned was reputation. And there's this platform that people use online, one of them, which is called Trustpilot. So Trustpilot is like a third-party review platform where people usually go when they're not happy about a service, unless you tell them to go when they are happy. And if you come up here, I had already searched it, but if you come up and search marketing agency, there's email, phone, website, all this, but you can see the trust score, you can see the ranking, how many of these reviews they have. You can go in and sort. What I did is I sorted 4.5 stars and up and 100+ reviews. Marketing agencies are really good companies to sell for, especially if they have a good product with a lot of good reviews. And these are worldwide. Just got some Australia, Hong Kong. I wonder if you could also check claimed, which is like the company claims these or they don't, because people can make a Trustpilot page without the company's approval. Once they claim it, they're like, hey, these are ours, we own these. Look, they even give you other things to search for. You could literally scroll through 25 pages. If I go to, let me think of another, options trading, just like random example. Options trading, 4 stars, number of reviews, 50+, JG Wentworth. Warrior Trading though, like this is a big one. Look how many reviews they have. I mean, Trading Academy, these are huge, dude. These definitely have sales teams. You don't get this many reviews and not charge a lot of money. All right guys, so those are 3 methods that I promise you not that many people are doing. The bar is going to be really low there versus trying to go to LinkedIn or Indeed, be, easy apply, 1 applicant out of 100.
All right, friends, in this video, I'm going to show you how it would be unreasonable for you not to land a remote setting or closing role if you want one. This is what I tell people in my community, and this is how we basically, obviously can't guarantee anything, but make it, again, unreasonable for them not to land anything. I'm going to show you 4 examples, then I'm going to show you 3 reasons or 3 things that you kind of need to look out for that might make this harder for you. And we're just going to flow, man. I don't have a script. We're just going to flow. First things first, I need to get rid of this. This is some valuable stuff. If you want to learn what I was talking about in terms of the 4 criteria in which you're graded upon and the 3 buckets that you will fall into when coming into this industry, click the link on the video that's recommended after this one. But not yet. Watch this video first. Also, I'm working with a little lighting situation. I'm trying to avoid, you see, that light. So hopefully you guys can see all right. I said we were going to discuss 4 scenarios. We're actually going to discuss 2. One is going to be the minimum viable, unreasonable situation. And the other is going to be the maximum, in my opinion. This is probably not all going to fit on here. If I'm being honest, this is not all going to fit on here. We're restarting. All right, you guys can see that, right? This is the minimum viable scenario. So when people are coming into my community, everyone has a different background. Some have sales experience, a lot, a little bit, some have none. And this is basically the system that we use to manage expectations and get them close to the outcome that they're coming for. The reason why this works is because there's only so many variables. It's not rocket science. It is getting a sales job. You learn the skill of sales, and then you learn that to get a job. It's not like an agency where you need to do lead generation, web design, fulfillment, sales, marketing, this, and that. So we tell people, and I'm going to put this down here. There are 3 things that could add variables to this. That's a 1, 2, 3. If you can go for a week or a week and a half, in this case, it's a week, 7 days, and apply to 3 to 5 jobs per day. In this case, 3 jobs per day. Didn't have space to show you all the examples. Then you're probably going to get the result that you came for. And here's why. Because the first thing that we break down for people is this roadmap. I don't know if you can see that. Roadmap is basically, we go through their unique situation. We have them fill out a form. We get to learn everything about them, where they want to be, what they've done. And then we point them in a direction that makes the most sense for them. So that might be a setting role, it might be a DM setting role, it might be a part-time setting role, it might be full-time phone setting, it might be closing, it might be a little bit of both. It might be a 20K per month closing role, but we want to make sure that people come in and they're not delusional. So this strategy is based upon the understanding that they've gone through this roadmap with us. We've pointed them in a very particular direction that would be unlikely for them not to be able to secure job-wise, and they take action. So if they do 3 applications a day for 7 days, if you're being conservative in terms of what we recommend here, let's just say appointment setting role, then we would love to see 1 interview for every 5 applications. And there's another variable here, adding time. This is also assuming you are applying to jobs that are fresh, brand new, posted now, hiring now, low competition. Assuming you're fast, assuming you're not delusional in what you can accept, you do this, we like to see 1 interview for every 5 applications, meaning 1, 2, 3, 4,
And this is hopefully at minimum, right? 5, interview, 6, 7, 8, 6, 7, 10, interview 2, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, interview 3, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, interview 4, 21. So now you got 4 interviews. You could have 6 interviews. Who knows? If you are being conservative, we like to see 1 to 5 on the interviews. If you're swinging for the fences, you're playing a little bit aggressive because based on the discussion, it makes sense for you to play a little bit aggressive. We like to see like 1 to 10. Anything beyond one interview for every 10 applications, you're truly just a little bit delusional, and you need to figure out if you want to spend your time being delusional.
Pop quiz. How many jobs did we post in the serial sales community over the last 12 months? Option A, 70. Option B, 7,000. Option C, 10,000. Option D, 500. If you chose option B, you were right. It's a little bit more than 7,000. These are selling for businesses that are online coaching, consulting, agencies, service providers, events, masterminds, boot camps, software companies, everything that's online that's expensive, where they know how to drive inbound leads through content, Facebook ads, meta ads, any kind of paid ads, cold email, automated DMs, whatever it is. Somebody booked into their calendar and now they need you to have the conversation with that interested prospect. And that's what we can help you do. We can help you source the jobs, vet the jobs, leverage into better and better and better jobs beyond just the first one. It's really hard to do that on your own. It's just the reality of it. So if you want it to be easy and you know you have a skill and time is money to you, then we can help you. We've been doing it since 2022. I've personally worked with 500 people one-to-one to get that first sales job. We have a playlist of 20 plus hours of interview content working with people. We're really, really, really good at what we do. And I'd hate for you to do it the hard way. So just go down below, first link in the description, check us out. Back to the free training.
Now, you made it unreasonable based on the applications to not get interviews. And now, what are the numbers for interviews? Also, I messed up. I forgot to include this third thing, swinging. When I say swinging, I mean swinging for the fences. So it is assumed if you're fast, you're not delusional, and you're applying conservatively based on what you can realistically compete for. Again, kind of going in this direction or 1 in 10 at a maximum, then these numbers make sense. Now, we like to see, and again, this is me running the numbers, for it to be unreasonable for you not to land something. We like to see for every 3rd interview an offer extended at minimum. If you're going beyond 3 interviews and you're not landing an offer, then we need to refine the process. Maybe you suck at interviews and we need to dial that in. Maybe you're swinging for the fences too hard. We need to be more conservative. So that being said, 1, 2, 3, 1 offer. Look, guys, this is not the case for everybody. Again, this is the case for the average person. I would say if you can do 21 applications, I know 4 interviews, you're probably going to get 1 offer, assuming timing, you're not being too aggressive, you're not swinging for the fences. But then there comes in another variable, number 3 or 4 in this case. And it would be this, due diligence. Because not every offer is good. Not every offer is validated. Now, how do you do due diligence? Well, if you're in our community, you just bring it to us. Maybe you use our OTE calculator. Maybe you join a live call. Maybe you post in the group. Maybe you see if someone else already works there that you can get feedback from. But here's how I would do due diligence if I were you. I have a lot of videos on this, so I'm not gonna make this a whole thing. To keep it super, super simple, revenue. Get their revenue over a month, the quarter, the year, whatever you can. The more the better. 2, number of reps, number of sales reps. Those 2 data points are, let's call them independent variables. Those are things that cannot be, they can be lied about, but like revenue is revenue, reps is reps. Can't really mess that up unless they're just lying. And then we get into like the independent or the dependent variables, which is, okay, well, now that I know these 2 numbers, let me kind of cross check, right? We're going to go comp. What is the comp plan? How are they paid? Knowing this and the number of reps, and also you might want to find out here, setter versus closer, because they're going to be paid differently. Reverse engineer revenue by number of the reps by the comp. Also, you can also come down here and get earnings, and my handwriting's getting terrible. If you can get these 4 things, revenue, number of reps, the comp plan, and the earnings, you can actually run these two, reverse engineer, see if they make sense, see if they add up to the same numbers. If they don't, they probably won't add up perfectly, but especially if they have like bonus structures, but it'll give you an idea. So that's the number side of the due diligence. I'm going to just use this space that I have. Let's talk about the social / public side. So we're going to go, maybe we start with their lander. So we go to their landing page, we just scrape it, see how it looks. Testimonials, are they good? Are they legit? How long has the company been in business? What are they offering? Is it crazy? Does this look professional? Does this look in line with a company that makes X amount of money? Then we could go to the founder and do deeper research there. Go to his social or his or her socials. Go to look him up on Google, look up name of the company and the founder's name. There's this cool thing that, shout out to Brandon Harris. If you guys have the latest Google Chrome update, there's a Gemini feature where you can like search the page, and if you go and you can like select tabs for it to like read and interpret. If you open up their lander, the founder's socials, anything you find online, open it up, tell Gemini to search it and just be like, give me an FBI level deep dive review of this business, this person. Dude, it's freaky, okay? I'll save that for another video. Shout out Brandon, but it can save you a lot on the social side. Another thing I like to see on here, trust pilot / well, that looks bad. Edit. So if this checks out, then we want to look at the founder, checks out. Then we want to look at like third party, Trustpilot, Reddit. You could also, I mean, you'll find this on Google. These things index really high on Google. And so if there's negative stuff out there, you will find it very easily. Reddit is usually like a top 3, I guess, tool that people use for evaluations on stuff like this. So there's all that. Now, I'm not going to erase all this, but this is the minimum scenario. 21 applications, 4 interviews, 1 offer. You could do 7 applications and get 2 offers. Okay. I'm not saying that's not possible. However, if you know that you're swinging for the fences and you want it to be extremely unreasonable, that you don't get what you're hoping to get, you can either bump this up to a week and a half, make it like 12 days, and then imagine how the numbers progress. Or you could send 5 applications per day. What I don't recommend doing is batching up and just doing like 20 on one day and then not doing any for like 2 weeks. I don't recommend that. Here's how the applications go though. By the time you're applying, let's say on day 4, these applications, 1, 2, and 3, are just starting to move to the next stage. And what do I mean by the next stage? I don't have any more room to write. When I push a job out, I'm going to let it float out there for like 2 or 3 days before I really start looking at candidates, because I don't want to go through that first initial process over and over and over. I'm going to let all the applicants come in. I'm going to do this one time. I'm going to move to the next step. So for the first 1, 2, or 3 days, or 2 or 3, honestly, like it would be unreasonable for something to happen. It would be unreasonable for you to have that offer. And that's why, you know, what you can see here is the numbers and how it breaks down to 1 offer. But what you don't see is this 1 offer is probably coming at like day 12. And that's why you need to like focus on the compounded efforts of this, because let's say it's day 3 before they start lining up interviews. They book your interview on day 5, and then they're taking interviews until day 6. And then day 7, they get back to you and they're like, you're the one. And that was something you applied to all the way over here. And that could be the 1 offer that you get. And so just know that, you know, day 6, day 7, it would be unrealistic for you to get an offer until like almost the end of next week. That's why we need to focus on 3 a day, 3 a day, 3 a day, 3 a day. You're going to get to a point like my boy Gene here, pop it up, where you just have way more interviews than you know what to do with. And you know how you get a lot of offers? A lot of interviews. You guys, the only real variables in here, actually, there's another one in here. It's access to jobs. It's access to this many jobs, because if you're in Facebook groups, if you're sending cold Instagram DMs, you're not getting access to quality gigs, at least this many of them. That's what we do in our community. In this high ticket, remote setting or closing, inbound sales space, the hard part is not selling. It is getting access to these jobs because everybody wants them, because they're inbound and they're sexy and they're easy. Not really. That's the hard part, and that's what we focus on. So if you want access to however many jobs you can need, and you want to be able to apply fast, you want to be first, you want to know if you're being delusional or not, you want to know if you're being conservative, if this makes sense, if it's sustainable,
or if you are going to take the aggressive approach and swing for the fences and you want help doing due diligence, including the actual numbers side of things, using calculators, tools, my brain, all that, and the social side, plus community, plus being able to ask people who maybe have interviewed with this team, maybe have been on this offer, know the founder, know someone that's been there. Time is money. Okay, look, if you're getting into this industry because you want to make 5K, 10K, 15K per month, if you're not making that, you're actually losing that, especially if you're making a lot of money in sales. This is your insurance policy. Doing due diligence is going to save you more money than it's going to cost you.
Today, this video is going to be all about the high ticket sales resume. Now, if you're already in this industry, you might be thinking, they don't really ask for my resume that much, but when they do, you don't have it ready. And this video, I'm going to show you what should be on it, what shouldn't be on it. That way, you're actually considered for way more of the roles that you apply to when you apply. And this is coming from someone who's hired a lot of people in this industry. I had 30 sales reps under management in my sales agency before I sold it. So I'm telling you exactly how I would look through resumes. This is what people are doing. There's 11 things we're going to dive into, so stay tuned for all 11. It's 4 things that you do not need on your resume that you might think you need, and 5 things in order of most importance that you 100% need and that you should focus on. That's what we're going to get into. So, you guys, things you don't need, 4 of them, from the perspective of someone who used to do a lot of recruiting. Noah, you did recruiting, right? A little bit?
I did hire some people indeed.
All right, well, imagine this. A recruiter has your resume up in one tab of 30. They have all these resumes up. They have no idea who you are. They have no idea who these other people are. There is nothing besides the actual content of your resume that is going to make you stand out. That's why this is so important. You are literally just a number. They have no idea who you are. This is just one position they're looking to fill. They have 30, 50 resumes pulled up, not to mention the 5 other ones that they need to fill this week. So like, this is why it's so important to not do the bad stuff and focus on doing the good stuff. These sales agencies, these recruiters, business owners, for the most part, they don't use those like AI resume readers that they use in the corporate space. So you can just eliminate a lot of the keyword fancy talk stuff that doesn't actually mean anything. So the first thing that you can eliminate is the stuff about like career objective. In my opinion, doesn't really actually mean anything, because people in the high ticket space, because it's so performance based, they want to know what you've done, not what you want to do.
Very true.
So the career objective thing, like unless you just have space to fill, you don't need it. The next thing is, a lot of times on a corporate resume, you'll see people put single word like skills. They'll put communication, leadership, management, scheduling, organization, all this stuff that actually does not mean anything, because I could put leadership on my resume, just single word leadership. Noah could put leadership on his resume, and the guy over there can do it on his. They don't know who you are. Like, it all means the same thing. So like, save that space, get, I don't know, 5, 6 lines back in your resume, and build value in the actual work experience that you have. So that's number 2. It really doesn't mean anything. I don't know, in the corporate space, like they have these AI resume scanners, and like they will look for these keywords. In that case it helps, but not in the high ticket space. Another one that you can just like disregard, because most people just don't ask for it, is cover letters. Every once in a while you'll get someone will ask for a cover letter, and you know it's going to be pretty standard stuff. You know, like talk about the company, why you want to work there. Yes, talk about yourself a little bit, but like show that you're focused on, you know, helping the company get the outcome that they're hiring you for, not the outcome that you want the job for. There's a lot of people that try to like front load proof of the work they've done in their resume. They'll like hyperlink call recordings. They'll put like screenshots on a resume, which is the worst thing you can do. You don't need to do that. Like you don't need to hyperlink a Google Drive folder with all your screenshots of the CRM and your stats and all that. Like, it's good to have that, and when they ask for it, include it, but that doesn't need to be on your resume. If anything, if you're being so front facing with that, it could almost raise like yellow flags. Like, you know, if I see someone who's doing that, it's like they're almost trying to compensate for something, or like that's my default reaction because I don't know them. Guest feature.
Yeah, so just because we're talking about resumes and everything, I was watching a podcast about this, I think it was yesterday, about like the corporate space specifically. And a lot of people, when they get into high ticket sales, they try to mirror their corporate resume, like their corporate sales resume or whatever, and do it in high ticket sales. And to kind of talk about it from the other perspective of why it's so important to have a good resume in high ticket sales, and why it's almost futile to have a good resume in corporate sales and corporate like in general. If you look at any good role worth having, there's thousands of applicants for it, right? And for sure, they're using those AI data checkers and everything, and they're reading through your resume at light speed. And if you don't have the right keywords, you're not going to get picked. But the people that actually end up getting picked for corporate jobs, like no recruiters, they cold call people in management chains and everything. In the high ticket space, you're probably competing against 20 or 30 people for a role, and 15 of them probably aren't that great if you already have sales experience, which is just another reason to dial in your resume and tailor it more for the high ticket space. And honestly, like, stop thinking about resumes the same way you would with corporate, because at this point in corporate period in any job, like, you have to know somebody to get behind the fold, which is kind of the truth of the high ticket space, which is why there's private networks, there's communities that you can join, but they don't have a high ticket network to join, so you can go be a software engineer at Adobe, you know?
If you like doing things the hard way, I want you to keep watching this entire free training, all 15 hours or whatever it comes out to, and then go and try this yourself. If you like doing things the easy way, still, sure, continue to watch the free training if you got some free time, but the easy way is going to consist of you checking out the community that we run, that I've been running since 2022. That's the first link down below. We help source the jobs. We help you vet the jobs. We help you land the jobs. Doesn't matter if you have sales experience or no sales experience or some or a lot. We've worked with people, all walks of life, all parts of the world, all backgrounds, different languages. I mean, really anything that you think that could make this hard for you, we've probably worked with someone who had it harder. And the process that we run is proven. So we've got a full support staff to help you go from complete beginner, if that's where you're at, to in your first job where you're likely to make X amount of money. I'm not going to talk about that on here, but yeah, I would just hate for you to do this the hard way. I mean, continue watching the training, but when you realize you have to send cold DMs to get in touch with these companies and you don't even know if they're hiring, or you don't even know if they're hiring, if it's quality, and you have a job and you have financial responsibility, like, you don't have the time to be pitter-pattering around. Make it easy. Time is money, especially when you have the propensity to earn a lot like salespeople do. Go down below, first link, check out our community, and now back to the training.
At the gym, we talked about 4 things. Noah added a 5th thing that you just don't need on your resume in this industry. Again, resumes, not everyone's going to ask for them, but the ones that do, for you to be the most prepared, to get it the fastest and it look the best, it's going to put you in a league of your own because nobody else has them ready. We're going to go in ascending order from the least important to the most important. And when I say least, it's still important. These are the top 5 most important things. Number 5, and this might not make so much sense like in the ascending order right now, but number 5, I put down other things / your edge. So there's things, think about the main components of a resume. You have your experience, where you went to school, trainings, your contact information, and then there's like a lot of other things you could put. You could put languages that you speak, you could put softwares that you know, you could put interests or other skills or hobbies. So number 5, I like to kind of assess what is most valuable that you have and put that on there if you have room. And again, this is weird because we're going in ascending order. A lot of times I'll have people put their interest on a resume. So let's just say they have 2 lines left on their resume. We'll do like real estate, entrepreneurship, reading, fitness, swimming, I don't know, like things that make you sound productive, because those are conversation starters. And if the offer that you're applying to just so happens to be in the niche of something that you're interested in, people will see that and they'll like it and they'll take note of it. So hopefully that kind of makes sense now. But if you speak Spanish, that should be on your resume. If you speak another language, it should be on your resume. If you have software proficiencies that are like relevant to the high ticket space, you need to make sure they're relevant. So like CRMs, Close, Go High Level, Pipedrive, not really, maybe HubSpot, not really Salesforce, Calendly, Go High Level, like scheduling. It's not even worth putting on your resume Microsoft Word or Microsoft applications or whatever. So that's the 5th thing. Other things, or like your unique edge that other people do not have. The 4th thing is formal education. I always tell people, man, I've got a bachelor's degree from a Division I school. That has not landed me a single job. It has not even landed me an interview in this industry. So you should absolutely include it, because it shows that you can commit to something for 4 years despite what you might have studied. But it's not going to move the needle. Like in the corporate space, that will get you an interview, especially in like a tech sales role or something like that. If you went to a good university, I have people in my community that went to like really, really good schools. I mean, it doesn't even make a difference. Like, I would rather see someone with a lot of sales experience than someone with a big university name on their resume. So number 4 is the formal education. Put it on there if you have it. If you don't have it, don't sweat it. Number 3 is relevant education or sales education. So in my opinion, after hiring a bunch of people, looking through a bunch of resumes, helping people build resumes to get them hired, they love to see that you have some sort of like sales training, education, whether it was on your own or through a company, whether you paid for it or not. There are certain trainings in the high ticket space that if you put them on there, you put the name of who runs it, you're gonna get a lot more traction on your resume. That's why in the community, we have people put the community, the serial sales community, on their resume, and it helps them a lot. For one reason, like a lot of what you're selling in this space is coaching, consulting. It's like a service to other people, and a lot of these sales trainings are kind of that. And so one, it looks good because you yourself believe in the power of investing in these things to get better, but also it's a way to connect the dots. I always talk about, there's 2 main things that we're assessing. It's 1, do you have sales experience? 2, do you have industry experience? If you don't have that much sales experience or you don't have that much industry experience, you can kind of bridge the gap by having these trainings under your belt. Example, like Cole Gordon's RCA, Jeremy Miner's 7th level, the serial sales community. That'll help you a ton more than any kind of formal education. And I always title that either like relevant education, sales education, high ticket sales education. Even if you've gone through something that's like an agency coaching program and you learned sales through that, put that on there. If you've gone through a copywriting program and they taught you how to sell your services, put that on there because they love to see the alternative education. So that's number 3. I'm doing this as well in the order that it should go in on your resume. So at the bottom is usually interest. If you speak a second language, I would put that at the top. And then we go formal education is towards the bottom. The relevant education I put towards like the middle. And these 2 things, the last 2 things are the most important by far. The second thing being your work experience and the way that you write it up. So in an ideal world, you have sales experience. Not everyone has that when they get into this. That's okay. Just how you should be accepting jobs based on data, not projections. These companies want to hire based on data, not projection. They want to know that you have done the thing, you have driven quantifiable results to any kind of organization you're a part of, sales or not. If you have sales experience, it's going to make it so much easier. If you don't, it's all about showing how you made a difference in a company in a quantifiable way, whether you were saving them time, saving them money, increasing efficiency, hiring people, training people. The big thing that you want to make sure that you do is you want to make sure that you're writing this in a way that's understood to someone who's not in your industry. So I always tell people, write this out as if you're trying to talk to your like 10-year-old cousin and show them how good you are at the job. You have to give all the context around it to show that you're better than most people or you're better than what they expect of you. So that looks like comparing yourself to teammates, comparing yourself to quotas. Because if you just say you were in car sales, let's say you're in car sales, you say I sold $5 million of cars in my first year. If you come to me and you're trying to apply to a job with me, I've never sold cars. I don't know if that's amazing or if that's why you got fired and you're looking for a job. So you have to provide context like sold 5 million cars, ranking first out of 12 sales reps in the dealership. Like that means something. Or beat my quota by 140% in year 1. That means something. 5 million in cars by itself. I mean, it sounds good, but I have no way to really know. That's the experience. If you don't have sales experience, focus on the quantifiable results. If you do have sales experience, make sure you're comparing yourself to metrics or to like things that anybody in any industry can understand, not just sales volume, not close rate. Those are all metrics that depend on other metrics that people don't have insight over, so they don't mean anything unless you explain it. And if they just open your resume, you're not going to explain it. They're just going to not know what you're talking about. Experience the write-up. This is honestly, when it comes to like the content of it, that is the most important part. That's always the first thing I put on the resume, right under the contact. 1A right here. So one is the big one, but 1A is that contact information. First and last name, city, state, phone number, email. If you have a good LinkedIn, put that, hyperlink it. It could be 2 lines. That's pretty simple. Don't that up. Name should be bigger. Try like 16-point font or 11-point for the stuff beneath it. The number one most important thing for your resume is the formatting. It is, how does this resume look when I open it up? Does it hurt my eyes and my brain after I've already been looking at 10 or 20 other resumes? When you are one resume in a sea of 20, 30 resumes for a job, they're skimming resumes. They're not reading everything. So like even if your experience is written up super thoroughly, but it looks like shit, they're gonna think you don't pay attention to detail. They're gonna think you are not aware enough to know that the presentation of this is not good, and that is a reflection of you as a sales professional. It's the same thing like with the Loom videos. You could be the most well-spoken person on earth, if you pull up on your Loom introduction video and you look like shit and your hair's crazy, I probably have crazy hair right now, but your background's messy, before you even open your mouth, you're gonna be judged. If I had to actually tell you guys what that looks like, it's like same font all the way around, same font size, same section. So like the title section should all have the same font size. Maybe that's a little bit bigger than the body section. When you're writing up your experience, I always go single line. We don't want lines running over. I'll actually link in the description a good resume template for you guys and a tool to help build your resume and to write it better. I don't usually share these, but I will for this video. And we're talking like, you know, bold fonts where we can, italicized fonts where we can, making sure your dates are all backed up to the right side of the margin on the page. Like this is an art. And even if you don't have that much experience, we've seen people who do this formatting thing to a T that get noticed, they get recognized, they get interviews despite not having sales experience. Like, should I actually read this or just skim it or go on to the next? Like, this is the most important thing. If you have like 2 resumes, one is, let's say you don't have that much sales experience, but you have 2 resumes. One is formatted to the nines. It's perfect. The other one is not that good. It's sloppy, different fonts, sizes, all this stuff. I mean, if you send that into 50 applications, all the other stuff doesn't matter. That's literally the difference of you getting 10 interviews and 2. This is so top of funnel, you submitting your resume, that if you're not maximizing that, you're severely limiting the throughput of your application funnel. So yeah, make sure your resume is formatted. That, in my opinion, it's totally an effort thing too. Your experience that is actually on the resume, sure, you have control over that, but you can't snap your fingers and make it perfect. The formatting, you can. And so like, it's a display of effort. It shows your attention to detail or lack thereof. Why not maximize this if you have the opportunity? What is more important than the resume itself is knowing the right people that can refer you into roles or get roles in front of you before 100 people submit a resume to be considered. That way you can come into the application funnel sooner. You can come in warmer off a recommendation, because to be real, a lot of these top-notch roles, they're not asking for resumes. Again, we want to be prepared when they do. The reality is they're not asking for that. They're getting referrals. They're getting people who come from the serial sales community, because the serial sales community has like a good name in the space. That is more important. Again, not saying don't do the resume, don't pay attention to it. Focus on the highest leverage things, like being in a network where you can be referred into roles is the highest leverage thing.
It has literally never been easier to win in high ticket sales. If you're a salesperson trying to get into the remote 1099 contracted sales space, the bar is so damn low. I'm about to show you in this video why that is and why that's good for you. But recently, I came out of retirement for a friend who has a very high quality role. In the high ticket space, it's not hard to make a lot of money. I'm not gonna say it's easy, but what is truly difficult is making a significant amount of money with stability and doing it over time. That's pretty rare in this space. And so he comes to me with his role, 6-year-old company, rare in the space, solid founder, great track record, amazing service delivery, great results, a very high quality, full cycle DM setting closing role, proven by revenue, on target earnings with a bigger base pay than you're gonna get anywhere else. And so I said, you know what, dude? I would like to help someone take advantage of this opportunity. I'll do some recruiting for you. And if you see my dog's nose, yeah, that's my dog's nose. She's literally right here in front of me. So multi-7-figure business. They're also scaling an AI company, chasing 9 figures. It's a great opportunity for someone to get into something stable, good amounts of upside, learn from an awesome founder, be tapped into AI. It's honestly an opportunity that I think a lot of you guys watching would be super down for. What it is not is some inbound closing only 30K per month part-time role. It is not that, but it is something that leans more on the side of stability and just consistent high earnings. This is a 6-figure per year remote job. I'm gonna pop it up on the screen, but just so you know the applicant pool that we got in front of. Combined, we got this in front of over 400,000 people. Think about that, 400,000 people. That is a city all interested in remote sales work. Some of these people more interested, some of these people more invested, some of them not very. But there is some level of interest. So I posted it in my community that I run. I posted it in the group chat for the Austin, Texas meetup that we had. I sent this to my personal email list, posted it on my personal Instagram, my personal X account, and my personal LinkedIn. That section alone was 46,000 people. Then I took it to Because of Sales, my other brand, and I put it in one of our emails, and I put it on our Instagram. That's about 7,500 people that we posted it out to. And then I took it to other connections or groups. I took it to over 10 Facebook groups with a combined 350,000 people. I took it to a recruiting partner who then posted it in a ton of different communities with invested high ticket sales reps. As it currently stands, I have 21 applicants over the course of 2 days. So 21 people out of 400,000 applied to this. And this role is not for everybody. We're looking for a specific person, but I just want to show you guys how low the bar is. I want to give you some hope that this is possible for you if you're not already in it. I tried to change the scene and this is what we get. So I'm gonna pop up on the screen, blur it out. The general lay of the land with the applications that we received. Blue is gonna be strongest candidates. Green is strong. Yellow is contender. Orange is potential contender and red is poor fit. The red highlighted box is people in my community, the serial sales community. So now that you know generally the sentiment around most of these applicants, let's look at the form that they filled out. Oh, you don't have that many applicants because the form was super long and nobody had time to do it. No, dude, it was like 7 questions and more than half of them being almost one-word answers. We've got their full name, their email address, phone number, where they're from. By the way, this was a US based role, or we're looking for North or South America. And if I count here, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 people out of 21 that were immediately disqualified because they are not in North or South America. Now in a traditional case, they usually have a little bit more leeway, but because this is a paid recruiting gig that I'm doing, they said North or South America. I am not giving them anyone outside of North or South America. I am following their instructions precisely. Then I try to get a pulse for current obligations and availability now and once they're ramped up. This is just so I can kind of gauge who I should talk to when. And then I ask for a link to the resume. And surprisingly, I have 21 resume links, either Google Docs or Google Drive, which is pretty rare. If you guys know me, I'm gonna link a video after this talking about what's really important when it comes to applications. Resumes are up there, even though they're not asked for all the time. They're up there because they're not always asked for, not that many people have good ones. So when they are asked for, that is such a good opportunity to stand out, regardless of sales experience. So surprisingly, I have 21 out of 21 applications. Usually some people will leave that blank or they'll say, I'll send it to you later, something that doesn't really help them. Next, Loom video. And on the resume one and on the Loom video one, at the bottom of the form, you'll see it on here, I literally say, don't follow instructions equals auto DQ. So maybe that helps. But on the Loom video, I have 19 Loom videos. I have someone who sent me a YouTube link. I have someone who sent me Streamable. No idea what that is. It's the same thing. Before I even open this, I am already thinking negatively because they don't know how to do something as simple as use loom.com. They could be the best applicant ever. If they either can't read or can't figure out how to use loom.com, that is a red flag. And then I also listed the Loom framework that I want. Some people sending me videos 2 times, 3 times as long as I asked for, red flag. Most of them, resume and Loom video wise, surprisingly followed the right format. They gave me what I needed, so that was good. And then the last thing I asked for is why you? And this is kind of an opportunity for me to see who really wants it. I don't really have many negative things to say about this, to be honest. There's some pretty good responses in here. Someone said because I want to be one of the best. The only way this answer is really gonna sway your application one way or another is if you put literally nothing or you extremely half-ass it. So overall, surprisingly, a lot of people adhered to what we asked, but there's some outliers. Again, I have a video. This is actually the presentation I did at our Austin, Texas meetup, and I'm gonna link it at the end of this one, but I'm gonna explain to you why some of these things have more weight in the application process than others and how you can instantly, regardless of experience, become a top contender for most sales roles out there. Watch that video after this one. It's really good. I put a lot of time into it. Now, despite people following instructions for the most part, I could not help but notice how low quality some of the submissions were. Let's start with this, for example. I will throw the screenshot up here in addition to this tweet from a good homie, Sam. If you can't work out how to get on a Zoom call without a bed in the background, you're not going to be able to solve the sorts of problems that people pay other people hundreds of thousands of dollars per year to solve. The role we're hiring for is selling to CEOs and business owners a solution that is going to solve a 6-figure, 7-figure problem for them in their business. If this is how you show up in the interview process where you are supposed to put your best foot forward, where salespeople traditionally wear suit and tie and walk into an office, and this is how you show up for a closing role, meaning you will be on camera selling to this business's prospects,
What the hell are you doing?
Hey, quick break in the free training here to tell you about the serial sales community. If you're watching this, there is no doubt, you cannot deny that you're interested in a 1099 work from home remote sales job. This could be setting, it could be closing, kind of depends where you're starting from. Well, the serial sales community, the business that I started in August of 2022, we help people do that. We post jobs, we work with y'all one-on-one to get to the point of being ready to apply, to be positioned correct in the marketplace. And we give you the support and the accountability to make it all happen. We help do due diligence on roles. We've got calls every single day. It's a pretty awesome product. I put my first and last name on it, blasted everywhere, and we've had, a lot of great results come through. We're currently on the road to 100 $10,000 per month testimonial videos, which you can see in the community member playlist interview thing that I got. But yeah, I stand behind the product, and I think you should go down below to the first link to check it out if you're in the ballpark for your first or next remote work from home sales job.
I had someone a long time ago ask me, hey, should I wear a collared shirt in my Loom video? Why are you asking me that question? Yes, it's not required. I'm not gonna not hire you if you don't have a collared shirt, but if something's so small in your control and it takes nothing but 5 seconds for you to do it, why are we not just doing it? Why are we not just turning the camera away from your dirty ass laundry? So this is something I got. Next, that's a Loom, right? There were some good ones. Honestly, there were no Loom videos besides one that really stood out to me. And the one that stood out, the guy did not even have that much sales experience, but he's being considered because he presented himself well. Next, listen to the audio on this Loom video. By the way, this dude is not from the US. He was immediately disqualified, but still watch the Loom video. Listen to the first 3 seconds.
Hey, what's up, G? My name is and I'm based in Lahore and London.
Dude, what the hell are we doing? In what world do you show up to a 6-figure per year sales job interview and say, yo, what's up, G? I have no words. I actually have no words. Yo, what's up, G? That's awful. That is seriously awful. The next, I'm gonna pop up a few resumes here. Do any of these resumes, kind of blurred out because I don't wanna dox anybody, but do any of these resumes scream competent individual that can problem solve expensive problems? No, it screams Google search, first resume template that pops up, hasn't been updated in a long time, not really paying attention to detail, looks like everybody else. In high ticket sales, it's very performance based. It's all about numbers. It's about performance and your ability to make a difference in the role that you're in, regardless if that was a sales job or not. Some of the way that these experience blocks are written up, they look like job descriptions. A job description versus your unique experience in the role are 2 different things. And if you're expecting to stand out by putting a job description-esque write-up of what you've done, forget about it. Another thing I want to mention here is the overall speed of applicants. So I did a pre-release to my community. And by the way, in my community, we post 20 to 30 jobs per day. So I wasn't really expecting to get a super high volume of applications from that. And honestly, we post jobs at higher OTEs. This one is just a little bit more valuable on the stability side of things. But I got 1 application in. The 1 application I did get in, aside from them just being in the community, they are one of the strongest applicants. But within 6 hours of blasting this, basically in front of 400,000 people, and I know it was in the middle of the workday during the week, it's a good role, but it's not a 30 to 50K per month role, which most of these, hardly anyone in here is qualified for that. Within 6 hours, I had 10 applicants on a 7-question application form. So just so you know, that's where the bar is. And maybe half of those people were not even in the region where you're looking to hire, North or South America. Let me refresh here. Now it is now the 2nd day. I have 2 applications in. We are halfway through the 2nd day of this being posted, 12 hours through. I have 2 applications in. And I understand there's a lot of other jobs out there, but I'm just showing you guys to give you a realistic insight into this is a quality role. This is what the lay of the land looks like. This is where the bar is. Here's how you can win these jobs, regardless of sales experience. One mistake that I want to point out that somebody made, and I'm not going to put the video up, but this woman, good results, sales career, I have reason to believe she's competent. She shows up, she's got a coat on, like a suit jacket. I'm like, cool. Her background is not synonymous with what she is wearing and how she is speaking. And so now I am more distracted by the messy, cluttered, unprofessional background, and I'm making judgments. And it's not just me, it's everyone. Every hiring manager, it's like when you wash a car that has faded paint, dented bumper, cracked window. It's from afar, it kind of looks good, but when you really stop and think, you're like, wait, is this what I think it is? So make sure that in your Loom videos, on your interviews, when you're working these roles, that you're not you're not polishing a turd. General rule of thumb, make sure that you're not just putting all your focus into your appearance when your background is extremely contradicting, or vice versa. So you guys, right now I have like 3 outlier candidates for this role. And honestly, some of these outliers aren't even because of the relevant sales experience. Relevant sales experience is such a small part. There's certain criteria that I think will get you ahead of other applicants. One, sales experience. It does matter. Industry experience, your why. Like one of the later Loom videos I got, she mentioned how she has a mortgage, kids out of the house. She has nothing better to do than to go all in with this opportunity. And having a why will really set you apart. Not just like, I want to be the best, like the one guy said, right? I want to make 100K per year. It's like, I have a mortgage, I have responsibilities, and I have time. And that, especially in the high ticket sales space, it's a little bit more rare. That's going to help you out a lot. If you have kids, that can help you. Another thing that will set you apart but will not get you hired, I was just talking about this on a live call today, is how hungry you are. Because if I have 2 people that are equal skill level and one of them is more hungry, one of them has a stronger why, then I'm gonna pick that person. However, if you are in Nigeria and I'm looking for a North American based person, your why is not enough to get you considered or hired. Again, this is a different situation because I'm being paid as a recruiter to go and find a very specific person. Usually, if you're in my community, I tell you this, the US thing is a preference that you can get around if you're good enough. Okay, the reason why people don't want to hire outside the US is because it's easier to hire in the US. Here's the reasons why. One, they think their prospects won't take well to it, probably because of accents. Newsflash, there's a lot of people in the US with accents from all over the world. So we can get over that objection. 2, the time zones. They're afraid that because you're on the other side of the world, you cannot work the time zones they need. Well, I mean, that's either a yes or a no. Can you or can you not? If you can, then we can get over that. The third thing is actual employment status. Given the fact that we are 1099 contractors for the most part in this industry, that should not be a real bottleneck because contractors can work across the world. And so as long as your English is understandable and you can work US time zones, and this is a contracted role, the only thing that's preventing you from being actually considered is fear that you are not the person for the job, which we got to figure out how to get around. Some of the best closers I know work only for American companies, and they are in Asia, East Europe, Australia. They figured it out. Obviously, it's possible. And the last thing that I think is going to put more weight on certain applicants, and this is across any role, is how are you connected to this role? Are you a cold applicant who has nothing to lose in terms of relationships and reputation? Or were you referred in by someone that if you did wrong by this person, you would take a big hit to your reputation? That is definitely a determining factor. Also, for those that are invested in trainings, if you've invested, let's say a high ticket price point into your development, you are clearly going to take this more seriously than someone who has not, hopefully. So those are some things, aside from just general sales experience, that will make an applicant stand out versus another one. This is how most people are showing up on their Loom videos, by the way. So all in all, yes, we're still hiring for this role, but if you're catching this video beyond a week, we're probably not hiring for this role. This is a quality role, and I just want to show you, for a 6-figure per year remote contracted sales role, this is your competition. For one of the stronger companies in the space with a bigger track record, which is a desirable thing because there's a lot of fly-by-night people out there, this is your competition.
At any given point in time, there are thousands of people hiring sales professionals for their business. And if we just snapped our fingers and they knew about you, you'd probably have a pretty good shot at more than you think. But one thing that I've been talking about a lot is the fact how, one, if we just snapped our fingers and more people knew about us, you'd have more opportunity. But 2, the whole concept of telling the story. So we have this college kid in our group, entry-level appointment setter. He's in the most congested part of the market. He's trying to be an entry-level appointment setter alongside everybody else who wants to start this. But I told him, dude, you have to cut through the noise by telling the story better. The story as to why you would be a better fit for the position than everybody else who also doesn't want a corporate 9-to-5 job, who also wants to be in sales and realize the upside. You're not just an appointment setter who's hungry. You're an appointment setter who saw through a difficult 4-year degree, got the corporate job, had the golden handcuffs, quit it, disappointed your parents, and has a chip on your shoulder with something to prove. That's someone I want on my team, man. Definitely a lot more than the appointment setter who's hungry and filmed a one-size-fits-all Loom. Actually just recycled a Loom video when they applied. So much of this sales role stuff is literally just doing the effort things a little bit better and stacking that over the course of 10, 20, 50 applications, even if you need to. If you are fast and you appear to be quality, the presentation is good of yourself and what they could reasonably foresee to be the presentation of their company to their clients, your sales experience is not as important as you actually probably think it is. I had this guy ask me one time, dude, I have an interview. He's a young dude, but I have an interview. Should I wear a collared shirt? In what world would that make things worse for you? If you know that that's a matter of taking 2 seconds, stepping to your closet, putting it on, and it increases your odds compared to everyone who doesn't have a collared shirt on, why are we even thinking about that? So if we could snap our fingers and more people know about you, and you present yourself with the right quality, and you possess the right traits. Now, not everybody possesses the right traits, to be honest. And you present yourself with this authenticity, because above everything else, dude, people can feel the authenticity or the lack of it. Even if you don't nail the interview out of the park, if you bring the right energy, it doesn't have to be super hypey and like just all over the place, like charismatic, whatever. But if you bring energy that exudes the conviction that you have in your ability to figure it the hell out, that's someone that they want on their team. And I've been doing a lot of different stuff lately. I've been very busy with our community. We've got our new head of client success. In 2 days, we're launching our sales training, which we just sold. I posted out. We've got 2 people into that already. But like this same theme has been popping up in my business endeavors in terms of we're good at what we do. And if more people knew about what we did, we would make more money. And at that point, man, it's like, stop all the speculation, stop the what ifs. How can it be more efficient? This, and that. Because if you're at the ground floor, you're an appointment setter, or you're starting a bootstrap business, you just kind of have to like eat shit for a little bit and do what's required so people know that you're there. Everyone who's ever had a sales job before and who has a sales job now, at one point did not have a sales job. At one point did not even work a customer facing job. And so like getting into sales, guys, it's truly not rocket science. Like watch 3 videos on my YouTube channel. I think you'll get a good gist of it. It's like all the things that keep holding people up or scaring people away or making this process take longer for people. It's not even about the sales experience. It's about like the conviction that they have and their personality traits and their confidence in the fact that this is possible for them and the fact that they can compete and win these roles. I'm a very analytical person. And by nature, dude, I like to think, and I like to think and think and think until my brain tells me I shouldn't do something. And your brain might be the same way. Your brain might be looking for an out. It might be looking for an easy way or a way to say, I'll do it later. Sometimes you just got to turn that off, man. Like you have to give it some thought. If your heart tells you that you need to go in this direction, turn your brain off and go in that direction until you hit a dead end. And if you truly hit a dead end, then turn your brain back on.
I caught you red-handed looking for your first or next 1099 remote appointment setting or closing job. Good news for you. I shared over 7,000 in the last 12 months inside the serial sales community. So that's the business that I've been running since 2022 that I'm still insanely involved in, but have brought in also a lot of team to help you get your result, which is go from where you're at, maybe in sales, maybe not in sales, to having an opportunity in this industry to give you a legitimate part-time or full-time income should you perform, okay? We're really good at this. We've done it with a lot of people. We have a lot of case studies. You'll be able to see those in our interview playlist on my YouTube channel. And we do everything A through Z, from meeting you where you're at, giving you custom roadmap, redoing your resumes, your Loom introductions. We do application tracking. We do due diligence on these offers. We talk interviews, everything that you could need to make this happen. Our intention with the whole way that this is lined up is to make it hard for you to fail. So if you're looking for your first or next remote 1099 sales job and you want to do it alongside people that have not only done it before, but a community of people that are invested into this just as much as yourself, go down below, first link in the description, check it out, talk to our team, back to the training.
But some of the best salespeople that I know, and not even in terms of skill, but in terms of what they mean to the team and the money that they get in return. Like I know appointment setters do $20,000 a month. They're just good, hardworking people, man. They're not Jordan Belfort, not Jeremy Minor, probably above average for sure. But like, how many appointment setters do you know that make $0 a month? Probably a lot. I also heard something cool recently, I think from maybe Jeremy Haynes, online marketing, digital marketing guy, in terms of like a success rate. Because people we'll sometimes ask, like, with our community, what's our success rate? Well, success isn't like a binary metric. It's like, well, for success for someone might be side income, while success for another person is like $30,000 a month. Two different things. So like, it's hard to measure. That I heard him, a really good way that I heard him position this was like, it's already hard on its own. And if you're determined to make it happen, like genuinely determined, you only win by doing it with people in your corner that have done it. And if you don't do what's required to get those people in your corner, if that exists, then you don't want it and you shouldn't do it. You shouldn't half-ass it. You shouldn't kind of do it. I'm about to go get drinks with an Australian friend at an Australian bar and another friend in New York City. Two people who I met through Twitter who are both in the sales space, actually the tech sales space, that I literally met them both by putting myself out there and making people know about what I do. And that's it. And we've done work together in different capacities. Our resume template is from one of these guys. Our vocal coaching is from another one of these guys. And who knows where this leads? Not like us meeting in an hour, but like the relationship, man. I was thinking about the eighth wonder of the world, man, compounding, and how it's really hard. Like, you could tell people all day long about compounding, but like, it's really hard to like really grasp it unless you're on the receiving end of it. Easter egg in the video right now, off the compounding efforts, I have a stock portfolio, some high risk, some low risk. It's a moderate risk account. It's up like $80,000 in the last 45 days, and I don't even really pay attention to it. That's kind of what had me thinking about compounding, and then how compounding as it applies to like your reputation and your word of mouth and your experience. Like, but compounding, like, I only was in the position to have that stock portfolio by getting in the damn arena and literally pushing into uncharted territory. Like, I pushed into a very uncomfortable situation of not knowing what the hell I'm doing, running multiple sales teams, running an online business, getting into sales in the first place. And that's the part that just people are time and time and time again. And honestly, until the end of time, people are going to do that. So if you can think what would make it reasonable, and then iterate on that thought and think what would make it even more reasonable for your outcome to come true. Turn off your brain and head in that direction until it either comes true or you get a very clear sign that you are not heading in the right direction. No half measures, man. What is that from? Breaking Bad? I think that's a Breaking Bad episode. Half measures kill dreams, dude. Let people know that you want to work. Let people know that you're driven, man. Let people know that you possess skills that are valuable to the marketplace or valuable to a team. And I'm not even talking about objection handling. If more people knew that you were willing to do what you are willing to do, you would probably be in a better position in your career, your finances, maybe in the way that you even see yourself, because of the proof that you've been able to pull out of the market. I mean, I know that's something for me, dude. I'm a decently prideful person, but because I've had businesses that have had success, I go into other businesses knowing that I'm capable of success and holding myself to a higher standard because of that. And because of that, most of my stuff works out now. And then you add that to the compounding relationships, social stuff, your body of work, and there comes a certain point where it really just becomes hard to lose. And I did a presentation one time on, you have to like get little wins long enough, avoid catastrophic failure, and before you know it, compounds in a way that you couldn't comprehend. It's the same thing with sales jobs. It's the same thing with online business. It's the same thing with relationships, money, everything in life, dude. Work hard. Don't overthink it. Do it for long enough to where you can start to see the compounding benefits, and expect it to be hard. And I'm not saying you have to be excited when things get hard, but like, prepare for that and know that that's normal, and anything worth having is going to be hard, or else everybody would have it.
I was recently getting back to some people in the community, talking to people about, high ticket sales, as I do. I'm working with people that are coming from all different backgrounds, and everyone's situation is so unique. And so I've been thinking a lot about, let me shrink myself, this topic of how to bridge the gap between your current job and the job you want. So you can get hired and leave the job you don't like and make the money you want. And I'm really trying to like boil it down to math, because my brain likes math. My brain doesn't like all these unknown variables that exist, luck. Like, my brain likes math and science. And so that's what the point of this video is. It's kind of all over the place, but there's some decent models in here that I think are going to help you guys increase the likelihood that you land the job that you want, no matter what background you're coming from. Why Harvey Dent? I don't know. Old job, new job. made sense in my head. You might be wondering, if you see this chart, you're seeing a lot of pyramids, right? High ticket sales is not an MLM. We are focusing on throughput, and by improving the throughput, breaking down different components of this funnel and then increasing odds, effort awareness, and other X factors, we are taking a math-based approach that nobody else is taking. That's exactly how we get people into the jobs that they want, where other people might be more qualified or might do certain things better. We're using math, you guys. The point that I wanted to make that's been really top of mind for me that I think a lot of people don't focus on in this industry is like, being a good sales rep doesn't make you a good employee. And a lot of people, they want to hire good employees, especially as we get down into the entry level roles. Being a good sales rep does not make you a good employee. It can make you partially a good employee. You can't truly be a good employee unless you are a good sales rep if you're in a sales position. It's kind of like a square can be a rectangle, but a rectangle can't be a square. You know what I mean? Another representation of this, just different shapes. We like shapes. All these things are very important to sales reps. Having run a sales agency, compliance, really important. Consistency and tracking and end-of-day reports, all that stuff, really important. Process improvement, really important. So the traits that make you a good employee aren't exclusive to you being a good sales rep. They're actually pretty different. This is a little hint at how you're going to position yourself. I like to think of it like a triangular glass of some sort. You know, the top is usually a lot more voluminous than we think it is. If you're down here, the drink goes away a lot faster. Like, these might be equal parts. They could be. Depends who you're speaking to. Another thing I wanted to show to you guys, in my mind, there's two main attributes that'll kind of recategorize where you fall in terms of how competitive the role is. Your sales experience and your industry experience. If you have some of one and a lot of the other, or none of both, like, that kind of determines what you're able to apply to and actually be considered and how likely you are to land those jobs. So no sales experience, no industry experience, you're at the bottom. You're at the most competitive job that you're ever going to be applying to. Maybe some sales or industry experience. Yeah, you're in here more than most at one, some of the other, you're moving up. Less competitive. You're actually qualified for things that most people aren't. And then the top of the top guys, the guys making multiple six figures per year, they are better than you at sales and more experienced in this industry by a lot. As experience goes down, usually competition goes up. Very competitive at the bottom. Now, for positioning, being a good sales rep on paper, it really comes down to two things. Did you talk to people? Did you sell things to people? Or did you have a hobbit job where you didn't talk to anyone ever? Maybe you were like a coder. I don't know. Even if you have like internal team communication, which most people do, we'll spin this in the right way. In my community, we have AI stuff that helps you do this and like writes this for you. Like, every time I talk to AI or ChatGPT about high ticket sales, I'll feed it this document to kind of let it know what I'm talking about, because if you're in this field, you know that nobody knows what you're talking about when high ticket sales is brought up. So I tell ChatGPT what it is. So there's no room for error. If you're in my community and you want that, let me know. The main things that you're going to focus on when we're looking at written stuff is writing a good resume experience block. So performance-based, multiple data points, your actual results and not a job description, focusing on points of high overlap. And then you want to explain this like you're talking to someone who's 10 years old and they don't understand much. So you have to build a lot of context. And example, it's like your 10-year-old niece. You want to show them that you're awesome. How do I do that? I give them context and show them how I'm better than people based on what they do or what is expected of us. Here's an example of how I would write something up like this for a random sales role. So that's how we position ourselves to be a good rep on paper. And this is how we position ourselves to show that we are potentially a good employee. I have another video on like the job seeking funnel. Again, breaking this down into somewhat of a mathematic equation. More goes in the top, more goes through the middle, more comes out the bottom. That's how funnels work. If we put the application and job seeking stuff in chronological order, you can see here that these steps, let's call them timing, quality, preparedness, interview, and what you do post-interview, you could almost infer that the way that you do these things might represent you as a good or bad employee, regardless of your sales experience. Pair the two together and you're a weapon. And the bar in this industry, so low. The bar in every industry is low if you're a top performer, because people hate doing this stuff because this stuff sucks. Can I be honest with you? Watching a 15-hour free training is useful, and I hope you can take things away from this, but what happens after you watch it? You're not going to have access to the jobs unless you want to send cold DMs, which, be my guest, it kind of sucks. I'll just let you know that ahead of time. You're not going to have access to the jobs. You're not going to have access to me. You're not going to have access to other people who are having success with this. No access to a team, no access to live call support, no access to anything. You're going to be solo. Flying solo in a performance-based industry is really, really hard. So it's already hard enough to find the jobs. Well, why don't you just let somebody source them for you, do due diligence, and then help you once you're in the roles to make sure that you're not getting the workaround in this role, to make sure that you're actually in a vehicle that's going to serve you. And that's what the serial sales community does. And so if you're watching this training, I take it you're interested in landing one of these remote sales jobs. Our community basically fast tracks the result that you're going to get. Well, actually, the odds are higher with us in your corner, but the results that you want to get, we're fast tracking it. We're making them more certain, eliminating a lot of the guesswork, and honestly, just making it easier for you. So if you're interested in making it easier, because you've already decided you want this, you're watching the training, but you want to make it easier, go down to the first link in the description, check out that page, check out all the information about what we do, how it works. Since 2022, we've been doing it. We're really good at it, and we'd love to help you. So go down below, check it out, talk to the team. Now back to the training.
But the skill in high ticket sales, in my opinion, it's not how good you are at selling, it's how good you are at landing good jobs. Because I know sales reps that I would otherwise think are 5K per month sales reps that make 30K plus. I know some sales reps that I would think are 30K plus reps that make 5K because they thought, you know what, I'm just going to sell, not going to focus on this stuff. And then they're offer hopping, then they're not having fun. So this is really important. And focusing on one step at a time, because if you're one in a sea of many, here, the likelihood that you get to the second step of the funnel when you're looking at the last one, when there's all this competition, nah, it's just like a landing page. If any of you guys are ever done web design or marketing, when someone is filling out an application, the direct next step, the direct goal of the application is for them to book a call, right? Like they don't go from opt in or like discover who you are to buying. When they discover you, the next goal is for them to opt in or to learn or whatever your funnel is. Then it's to submit an application. Then it's to book a call. Then it's to show up to the call. Then it's to buy on the call and then become a customer. So focus on this. Just by putting your focus on it, higher probability. If you see this funnel again, timing is the number one thing. If you're timing, you're number 1 out of 100 versus if you're 100 out of 100, imagine the difference. Like, I mean, the top 20% are going to get the most consideration because they're just front and center. Like they posted this job because they have a need and it's probably pretty painful. Like they're not going to just sit, let 100 applications come in and then start looking unless it's like some massive opportunity. Timing, though seemingly not as important, like in the grand scheme of things, you're like, oh, I need sales experience. Like, no, timing is the most important thing in this funnel. Being one of the first applicants across many application processes increases the likelihood of your success so much, like so much. Now, how do we do that? I mean, that's the hard part, right? These jobs aren't on LinkedIn. They're not on Indeed. Some are. They're usually not good. They might be insurance, might actually be an MLM. You could do it through our community. People join our community not for sales training. You could go on YouTube and find 10x better sales training than I'd ever give you. People join our community for proximity to jobs, proximity to other people. The way that you land the best jobs are not through cold applications. It's through introductions. It's through people you know. It's through being thought of. So if you can grow the number of people that you know that are invested and serious about this and have access to high volume of jobs. We posted 360 last month in July that are pre-vetted, and you're fast and you know how to position yourself because inside we actually work on your resume for you. Here's just a quick representation of the timeline for our people that come in. We run typically 6-month access. We do have lifetime. We have a series of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 calls that every new member goes through. We have 3 live calls per week, 5 set calls, and within the first 45 days, we have 5 one-on-one CSM check-ins. All that data gets reported back to me and the team, and we act accordingly. On these calls, we are setting goals based on your unique experience. We're rewriting resumes. We're tracking applications. We're reviewing job applications. We're reviewing Loom videos. We are giving you feedback and transparency into pretty much anything you need in this process and providing the jobs and giving you ongoing support when you get the jobs and connecting you to other people that are doing well at this. It's not free. It's not cheap. The network and the value inside that network would be basically zero if it were. And yes, it is called a community, but there's a pretty structured service that we have people go through and we track every single thing. So if you want to bridge the gap between the current job that you have and the job that you want, you need to focus on these things. You need to be a good employee over being a good sales rep. Being a good employee consists of you being a good sales rep. That is more desirable for these companies. If that is not desirable for them, they might not be around long and you might not want to work for them. Understand that this might be, depending on who you're speaking to, more important
you being a good employee than you being a good sales rep. They might feel so confident in their ability to train a good employee on being a good sales rep that they are looking for someone who has a little bit less experience. I've seen that a lot, actually. Now, when it comes to like just being a good sales rep, that's pretty easy. Like you either have sales experience or not. And with our AI stuff that we have in the group, we can rewrite a resume to look good on paper, regardless if you have sales experience. We can make it transferable to high ticket. But being a good employee, you have to nail the application funnel. Like you really have to nail it. With timing being at the top of the funnel, there is an emphasis on how fast you apply to these jobs. And being fast applying to these jobs is not, it's just not as easy as you might hope it is. You need to know the right people that can vet these offers, people that can post these offers, people that can give you feedback on these offers, people that might know people that work at these offers. I was saying this in a live call. Like I hate the fact that this is so network dependent, but that's just the reality of it. If you're not following all these people on social media where they drive most of their traffic, where they get the most attention, you're not going to see these jobs, right? Like some are on LinkedIn, some are on Indeed, some are on Instagram, some are on Facebook, some are on X, some are on YouTube. And these people are busy, right? They're running cash flowing businesses, not businesses that raised millions and millions of dollars most times. So the time for them to go through 10,000 free applicants that are from who knows what country, speak who knows what language, have who knows what experience level, it's very expensive. The company needs to be making money and it usually requires them to be involved. So these people would rather go to sources like recruiters, sales agencies, high-level marketers, people that are complementary that might have pools of sales reps that are just more qualified off the bat, because they'd rather get 10 applicants that are all considerably good than 100 where most of them are not, because time is money. Time is money for both these companies. Time is money for you when you're submitting applications. Time is money for you in that job that you do not like, the one that you have to go to potentially tomorrow, and the one that you're going to clock out of wondering when you're going to get out of it. I'd encourage you to make the jump in an educated way and don't do anything stupid. Don't put yourself in any crazy situations. You can do this part-time, you can ease into it, you can transition, whatever. That's what we work with people on. It's a volatile industry, but this is one of those parts that we can make a whole lot less volatile, from how long it takes to the quality of role that you get to how your expectations are managed. That's what makes us different than the sales trainer. The person that's going to tell you the reason you're not making 30K a month is because you're not good enough at sales. Whole time, someone in our community who's maybe not as good as them at sales is making 30K per month because they just knew how to land that job. They just had access to that kind of opportunity and knew how to increase the odds of their application funnel at each step. So they got hired.
All right, guys. And that was part 1 of how to land a remote high ticket setting closing sales job. Hopefully you guys have learned a thing or two. I really hope you've learned a thing or two if you watched all the way through. As I mentioned before, part 2 is either going to be linked down below or as a recommended video up here in the corner, one of the corners here. But that's what's next. If you are looking for us to help you though and make it easier, go down below, first link in the description. Otherwise, let's get into part 2 now.